Welcome back to Venetian Poker Live. It is time for yet another thrilling night of cash game action, and we got a special one for you tonight as we are bringing you a Pot-Limit Omaha mixed game coming at you from the Venetian Poker Room here in Las Vegas, located on level 2, the Grand Canal Shops at Palazzo. My name is Remco Rinkema, joined by Tristan Wade for this PLO mixed game. We got Joey Ingram in the booth in about 90 minutes joining us as well.
There we are, right there.
There we are on the screen. Some of the boys have dressed up for the occasion. We'll introduce all these players as we go. I do like the fact that Dumb and Dumber has been declared, and we are only just getting started. I wonder if that's going to be an indication of how the play will go. But first and foremost, I already see chips being moved into the pot, so this could be a good one. Tristan, thanks for joining me.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I mean, look at this. You have
Tell me you're used to reds without
blinds, straddles, and the blackjack. They do the small blind blackjack that they have in the cup on the dealer's blind. So lots of things to follow here.
Absolutely.
Is that a straddle?
Jared Jones here, first to act.
I'll fold that. Why not? Come out with the bang. Oh wow.
It's not too much. Yeah.
It's not.
Dr.
I don't
Costa
want no, 20
played in our Big O game last week, so you'll be familiar with his playing style.
I'll go 300.
Oh, all right, starting it off.
300, raise to 300.
Spicy.
So if Wilson's taking the spot of Aeza, does he have to like act like a woman at all?
We get kings
I think I
just
have enough
flat.
feminine.
That's why he was first up. You know what I think?
Seat 4. You know what? Interesting. Seat 4. Y'all wanted the woman
Actually
in seat
goes
4.
into the muff.
Interesting,
That's a
Venetian.
little
I'm up on
surprising to
that.
see.
You can talk both ways. You have conversation
yeah.
this side, conversation
the 7, 8, 9,
Everyone
10.
was gunning for your attention.
Wilson,
kind of weird.
she has a drink for you.
Oh.
Or,
Okay,
I mean, Jared.
What a first flop.
Wow, look at this. We got 3 aces on board.
Wow. What? Bad check.
This is some first.
Of course, this immediately requires the presence of a pocket pair to have any sort of way to continue, unless, of course, you have that ace. But Jonathan here, as you can see, with the full house, the professor not able to catch up here.
Ace. Who has a pair? Who has a pair in their hand?
Chug it, yeah. Here, I'll give you one.
Who needs to bluff because they don't have a pair in their hand? That's the question.
I have, Matt has my. So we're going to yell.
Jonathan here
did it,
betting
he did it.
300 on the river.
It's 10 high.
I have a jack.
And remember,
full
this is
house,
PLO, so you have to play 2 cards.
That's how
Great play, John.
So it seems like he's folding a full house there, but he's not.
Exactly, which is
Not at all.
making the trips on board a little bit different than when you're playing No Limit Hold'em. But I can imagine that we have
Cheers first.
lots of No Limit Hold'em players watching our stream. And cheers to the boys. They're in here for a good time, getting the shots going.
Shots are here, baby.
They got the salt on the rim, too. A little bit of a, what is it, a reposado or añejo?
Yep.
You can get another one.
That looked like a double shot.
We knew you'd like 2 or 3. So.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, last week the shots were even bigger, and they all took them in one go. So just saying, these guys have something to look up to.
Wayne bought it.
We walked in the liquor store. He said, "Give us the most expensive bottle you got." He's like, "Come this way."
It was right next to the dispensary, so it was kind of nice, you know.
That's funny. Big winner, big loss.
Here we go. We got
Give me
Jared.
your most expensive bottle.
Yeah. Whatever.
Queen 7-6-3 double suited comes in for a raise. Now notice the button, they put an ante in, the button puts an ante in, and then only the small blind can win that. It's something this game's doing that I'm just learning about.
Yeah, the small blind jackpot looking to deliver some extra action
You guys were still playing.
to the
I
table.
do remember thinking, where did?
Yeah, you guys were like, "Oh my God, he just got crushed," and we were running so.
And then that
bad.
increases.
We ended
Whenever
up
the
playing
small blind doesn't win, the
kings,
next
right?
person
So
puts in an
Wayne's like,
ante,
"All
and
right,
the
where do
small
you wanna
blind
go
can
out to?"
keep going. So it
Where
builds
do you
up. They
wanna
want to
go?
see how high that can build.
3 on the dot. Yep.
Yeah, we end up going to Canes. He goes, "Where do you want to go to out to? I'll take
And
you."
Donkfish here with aces with a suit. 3 bets to 460.
Fried chicken in a while. I said, "Let's do some Canes." So we go to Canes. On our way back, the sphere is let out.
Oh my
And there's
God.
30,000.
Jonathan is
people
going to make the
walking
call
through
with
the
Yeah.
King, King,
Yeah,
7,
get
6,
out.
and Jered
We're
comes
stuck-
along
Stuck in
with the
traffic
Queen
so
7,
much
6, 3
that
double
I
suited.
got out of the car and said to Wayne, I said, I'm going to go take a breath of fresh air for about 15 and a half
So any of
minutes."
our Hold'em players, you know, you see
I was
aces
able to
versus
come
kings,
back
that's typically
and,
like get all the
we were
money
still
in. But in
waiting.
PLO,
I
you got to
was
be
like,
very
"Oh my God."
cautious with a hand like
And then
kings.
to top it off, when we got
Pre-flop.
to the check-in at the hotel, we had both forgotten our room keys. So then, like, it was like the ultimate bad run of.
Were y'all wearing the same outfits that night, or?
No.
And same with aces. Even though
Yeah,
you
we
start with
ended up,
aces, when
we
you
were
don't
checking in
connect,
at 9 o'clock or
there's
10:30
no
on
added
a
equity here for
Saturday in Las
aces aside
Vegas.
from
We were
having an ace
like,
of
"We're
clubs,
just gonna
right?
watch
They haven't
movie."
paired up. They don't have any other draws, so they're just playing a pair of aces here. And when someone leads into you, you really don't like your aces, even though you got the ace of clubs.
Well, I usually try taking the red eye on Sunday, so I get like a whole extra day in, you know? And
Jered betting
If you're doing Vegas, then more than
1100 here on the flop. And he's going to get it done. He's going to get it done right here.
unless you live here.
Once again, welcome to everyone who is tuned in right now to the stream.
pair.
Appreciate everyone for hanging out.
3-5.
RP Poker says Dumb and Dumber in the house.
One
Yes,
six or
indeed. The
2
PLO Professor and DonkFish representing one of the greatest movies of all time.
Very close to this.
I think you agree, Tristan.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, prime Jim Carrey at the height of his career. And
Absolutely.
who doesn't remember the doggy van they drove across
Oh.
the country?
Fantastic. I mean, just there's so many moments from that movie that will forever be part of pop culture. Two of them nearly freezing to death riding on the moped through Colorado.
And then the blind parrot, or the blind kid with the parrot.
So many. I got to rewatch it. I got to rewatch it. I appreciate these guys.
That's a
bring-
true American love story there.
Oh, absolutely. That whole era had some absolute bangers. I think American Pie, probably not too far off from the release of Dumb and Dumber. That might have been a bit earlier, but those are just some of the movies that we quote unquote all grew up on.
You got your reds?
We're definitely privileged and spoiled at that point.
I'll do my best to introduce all these players over the course of the night as we are dealing with some fresh faces, which is always great to see on the stream. But like I said,
So Wayne,
Dr.
when
Costa,
your
who
mom
raised
think
the
of what I
150, the one
told-
player who played in last week's Big O game,
Any comments after the call?
plastic surgeon from
It was pretty much just the
Las
one
Vegas,
thing,
has his
one
own
pair.
clinic here since
He's
2018.
saying, get him off the phone. We're watching a movie. That was a good movie.
Lots of good hands dealt here.
Came to play,
No respect.
right?
Zero respect for my raise.
5 of us?
Notice nobody before the flop had more than 23% equity. Obviously, there's 5 players, but now we see when the flop comes out, equities shift dramatically.
friendly game.
Some hands just drawing back.
I mean, he's got that extra incentive.
Okay, I don't quite have enough for All right.
As Mr. Wilson
You really want the $80 that bad, huh?
Small blind jack.
in the
Not
small
even-
blind
not
going
even
for the
80,
jackpot has
$60
flopped a full
on
house.
that $60 on that cat. Oh God. All right,
That is smooth. We did bring it so that way we could finish.
I'm out. Sorry.
How much was it? 60 too much.
Ooh, if I would have made it 700, huh?
You lost a customer.
Wow. Well, congratulations on your extra $60 win.
What's this?
Yeah, decent flop.
Handle.
That was
3 pair.
different.
3 pair beats 2 pair, right?
Flop the boat and gets it done. And with that comes the small blind jackpot. Nice bit of
Got
extra
to put the 20 in.
money earned there.
Winner's tax.
It'll come back.
Yep, so $20 goes back in there for the button, and only the small blind can win the small blind jackpot. Small blind jackpot.
We need to have like a button here that we press, and then like the alarms go off when someone wins
Where do
it.
you live?
Yeah,
Make it feel more like we're inside the
Came to one
casino.
of our meetup games, like what was it, like 2
I
years
love
ago?
that idea.
Yeah, we met each
It's the
other.
weekend.
in-
They're taking tequila
Right.
shots. They
Is
got
that
Dumb
your
and Dumber
life? And
outfits
then
on.
before that,
Like,
we
we
met
got to
in
spice this
Houston
up.
when y'all came down to
Little
Houston
tiny
one time,
room.
yeah.
I remember that.
And then we got Joe Ingram coming in
Yes.
90 minutes, so I'm sure he'll be bringing the heat.
Absolutely.
I'm everywhere.
Joe
in
Ingram
Houston,
for
but, like,
for
so
his
much for-
excitement for
there's a-
the beautiful game of
Houston's
Pot-Limit
better than
Omaha.
Austin?
which, by the way, got a
For
lot
now,
of
I would say,
eyeballs
for sure,
today
in my-
earlier.
in my
We had a
experience.
final
no
table
reason
of
to go
our
to Lod for
PLO
him.
series earlier. Daniel
I don't
Negreanu,
think so. I'm not-
for
I
those
don't
who
know any
followed
PLO
along,
regulars that are
taking
just
down
as
yet
good, so long
another
as the games are
title.
too good
Who
in
is that?
Houston, and there's a variety of
It's
them.
the Kid
So
Poker.
You know, if you don't like the games
Getting
at
it
one
done.
place,
Uh,
it's kinda
PLO
like
Professor
a
in the
stream.
big
If you
blinds
don't like the game in one place, you can just
is
hop
gonna
on over to another
raise
one 5 minutes away.
up against the straddle here. He's got aces with
I'd
the
be willing to
suit.
say
Well,
there's a
there's,
little.
it's not like the strip.
Good
'cause
thing
there
for him,
isn't
he's
a
gonna get
lot
some
more
customers
action
here.
in the strip.
Okay, fair.
On the
yeah,
double
yeah, yeah.
straddle.
No.
Yeah.
That's.
There's more
Yeah.
use in it.
You're
We're
right.
trying to get
You're
more
right.
and more here at the Venetian.
And two
Trying, man.
customers
It's a great
here
game.
as we go and see the
Five
flop.
card PLO.
Yeah. No 5 card in Houston either. You gotta like.
Oh, isn't there?
Well, they have like some clubs will have like a night for it, but there's not a consistent.
9, 4, 6,
Okay.
two
not a
spades.
consistent
It's all
5
over
card.
DC and
Equity is
That's right.
running
I
fairly
get
close
big
as
into
no one
National Harbor.
with a
5 card
runaway
lines,
lead in
yeah.
this hand.
And the
However,
South
when you
Florida
have
also
aces
has
and you don't flop a set, that's
Is that right? Yeah,
almost
okay.
always a reason to be somewhat concerned.
Yeah, definitely. No, I mean, you have the king of spades. You don't have any other backdoor equity here. I'm a little surprised to even see aces bet this flop because it's kind of disastrous, but all good. Whatever. It's PLO. And Costa actually has a pretty big hand on the flop with a pair and a straight draw, and he does connect, and make trips.
600.
Oh, and look at this. The professor is going to just reach in the bag one more time, betting 600. Joshua Thatcher from Michigan, a YouTube vlogger with over 400 videos focused on Pot-Limit Omaha. So if you want to learn, go find the PLO Professor on YouTube.
And this is about one of the best turn cards you could ask for when you bet the flop with aces, right? You turn a club draw, you turn 2 pair. So if your opponents don't have a 4, you counterfeited a hand like 6-9. If they have some kind
like,
of
wow.
combo
That's
draw,
serious.
So much
your
for all the
equity's
shots of
improved.
tequila.
But yeah, Costa's not going to go anywhere here. This is most the spot you just call, but maybe someone makes a hero fold thinking that nobody's bluffing here.
Well, the beauty of Costa,
Small
which
raise.
I got to learn about last week, is that he does not back down. He loves to be in the middle of the
I think I
action,
have a lot
and
of fun
right
watching
now
this one back.
he is turning the screws on the man with aces.
You got like 800 left.
880.
And this is gross with aces. You could be drawing to 2 outs here.
But I got more back there. I brought friends.
Don, do you live here in Vegas?
Yes. Yeah.
How many years?
16 years.
16?
How about
So
you?
as you were saying, Tristan,
I live
worst
here,
case
but, like,
scenario,
closing in on 2.
you're drawing to the
What's
ace,
your original?
and perhaps that a reason
Okay.
why the professor doesn't want to
Thank you,
continue
thank
here.
you,
That flush draw
thank you.
could already be crushed.
Corny?
Yep.
I didn't want
Corny.
any more
And
black
then
cards.
even
They
though
were
it
good.
looks like this
I figured, I
4
was like, I think
triple
he got a
4s isn't that
4,
great,
but
right? It's a
nothing, like,
10
no
kicker.
clubs, maybe they're
If
not
he's up
full
against
yet.
a higher kicker
Thank you.
4 there, he does
Thank you.
have straight draws still with it and full house
And-
outs. So,
Oh, I
you
see.
know,
I thought you were
PLO is
trying to
just
win
a
the small
very
blind.
interesting.
Where do you
Oh,
go?
there's
Where do you
20
go to
bucks
find
over
it?
there.
We
Oh,
were-
yeah, for sure.
On the flop, I
He didn't
wanted
have
to
like
say
a
Josh, you're
4
the big
Josh
one.
has
John, it's not going to work.
Yeah.
Mom has
Yeah,
a
I had
winter
aces
home
with
in
clubs.
Ocala.
The club is
like-
I know.
like
and then
45
it's bottom
minutes
pair,
north of
so
Orlando.
if you were like in a
We've gone
different
there to
position,
play
not this
the
big
hard rock.
blind, I would have kind of put you on an over.
The professor's still sipping on that shot.
You're just 10.
There are rules
Yeah,
about
no,
how
no,
you
no,
take a
you
shot,
don't
Tristan. You and
I
I
feel like y'all are at that
have
spot
been on
a good
many a
bit
dance
on
floor,
the
Yeah.
not a
side.
sipping
Yeah,
game.
it's nice there.
I'm a little disappointed here that we are still
Well, the-
seeing a
the-
few
the
glasses
place where
that
I
have not reached
playing poker
the bottom
generally.
yet.
If
Hard
there
rock
were
side.
2
Well, I guess
people
this is
that
where
should
y'all
have taken the
need to
shots
Yes.
to the head, it's the 2 guys in the
They
Dumb and
didn't like
Dumber
it as much
outfits.
this year, I
If you're
guess.
asking me.
You're right,
Yeah.
And you're right, Remco. When we
What's the other
drink,
one?
we drink,
Big
right?
Easy?
So if you're
Big
taking a
Easy.
shot,
Yep.
it's to the head.
We're Tristan and I are very polarizing drinkers. We either drink or we don't.
Yeah, that's it. There's no. It's like a
First
a
order,
stoplight.
not even
I ended up
It's red or
like, I
it's
came
green.
prepared.
I mean, it's only
Winning
yellow
1,000 or
momentarily.
something, course of the Hard Rock. I had like a 16K pot that I had 47% equity.
There's no
bet
bad
flop,
cards in
and
PLO, you
I
get 4
lost it.
cards.
And like a
I mean, I'm
a
okay
10K
with good cards.
pot
Yeah,
where I
get there
had
every once in a while.
Yeah, of course.
80% equity. We ran 2 boards and we split it. You know, so it was
Gotta
like
make sure.
could have gone different.
Yeah, you're going to
Chatting table here will keep
They'll
us
fight
on the
that to the
quiet
death.
side,
I know,
but
he-
I just want
he
to let
just
everyone know.
wants
Thank you
the
for
Big
tuning
Easy I
in
did.
and hanging out in the chat.
Free
Shout out to our moderator Russell, who's here with us.
And it was like lower stakes.
Lots
so
of
less-
fans
less
of the
at risk.
PLO Professor
Yeah,
in
of
the
course.
chat. I already see you guys. Thank you for hanging out. Please like the video to show your support.
Notice the flop, the hands, and the quietness.
Yes.
Top set,
Yep.
pair and a flush draw, and then we got a straight draw from the professor.
Chris has that look. Yep, we're gonna get his friends.
I mean, you guys
we gotta
do
get
eventually.
we gotta get his friends to the party. But
Yeah.
they're lonely. They look so lonely back
I know
there.
they just want to join the party.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Around 172.
I was gonna say if I had to put money on who was gonna be the first all-in pot, it
It would be me and you.
Jonathan.
Oh, 100%. That's
I was
guaranteed.
thinking between me and
That's
Jonathan as well.
it's
but
guaranteed.
yeah.
Well, Jonathan was going to be involved in one of them for sure.
Ace on the turn here, 1170 in the middle. Things looking great here
That's a
for
good card for you to
Jonathan.
bluff, I think.
Jonathan Dimmig, by the way, just shy of $2 million in career tournament earnings. So
Yeah, what is? I don't
this
even know
man, no
what.
stranger to
12.
It's a little
All right.
different
The
with being on
felt.
stream and everything.
Let's
you
give
know,
him. Let's give him a little discount. We'll
Millionaire
go
maker
11.
at the WSOP back in 2014
Someone won that?
for
You won that.
1.3 million.
All right, let
Now
me,
that's a
let me see
bracelet
if I
you want to
can-
win.
That is a millionaire maker, so it's a 1K buy-in. 1,500.
1,500.
Wow. Just 1,000
Oh, I
x
thought we were gonna
nearly
have
your,
the-
your buy-in.
that was
on
going.
the
We will.
1,500.
The degree all in.
Outlasting a field of 7,900.
Yeah, exactly.
Jesus. I might have cashed in that.
let me see.
2014, I cashed in one of them.
Nope, not in this
Okay,
one.
not
Not
in
in this
that
one.
I was nowhere near number one, I'll tell you that, though.
It's good though.
Oh, they're delicious.
Yeah. It's
Bless
got
you,
one
Mr.
on my
Costa.
nose.
Oh,
Yeah.
Wow.
You should try the mouth next time.
right. Try them out.
Nikita Kucherov asking in the chat what the mix is. We are playing a Pot-Limit Omaha Big O and double port bomb pot. So a little bit of everything, some extra flair and flavor for the PLO fans tuned in today.
What's nice about the stream is they'll be able to like track, oh, on this orbit of XYZ, this is how everybody did, you know, and versus this orbit of XYZ.
Oh, really? They do it like that?
I mean, I don't know. But I imagine they might pop something like that up. You know what I mean?
If they're ready for mixed, maybe.
Do you know how often they switch the games?
Great question. I have not been made aware of
Ooh, 50.
how often we switch, but I'm assuming
Manageable.
we go orbit after orbit.
Why would you do that?
Yeah, I would imagine.
Because I want to win that.
Because he's on TV.
I guess it's 180. 180.
180. Oh.
It's a good try.
That's a good
But you have a
shot. Yeah.
$220 hand.
You said it so
Yeah.
confidently, you know.
I mean, wow.
Yeah, that's confirmed.
Hopefully and confidently, yeah.
Every 7 hands,
But it's that
every
small
orbit
blind
will switch
jackpot, you know,
games.
it makes people
Cool.
So
have
we'll get a
some
good
sort of
rotation.
conviction, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Like
yeah.
they'll do.
And apparently the
People apparently do a lot for
The only time
Yeah.
60
I've ever
bucks
had
is like
position on you,
where
I
it's
think I
at.
have to
Yeah.
go.
We should take bets on how
So
high we
notice the
think we'll get
hands,
from the
right?
stream.
King 5,
it'll
3
get up
deuce.
to-
You
We can
think,
do-
oh,
we'll
that
settle
hand
line
can't
and
be
do
that
over
good,
and
but you're
under.
playing in
Yeah, I mean,
position, and you have
400 I think is our
42% equity. So that's the
lowest.
beauty of
Well,
PLO,
400 is the most we ever
is
had
any
on
4 cards
$10.
can really
So
turn
every
into
orbit it's one.
something.
When you're playing
800
7-handed, it's gonna play this way.
True.
I think 800
Versus 700.
I'm predicting like 7.
400 Z.
But we're also
I'll bet. I'll take that.
Jared
We'll
likes
talk
his
after
flop,
the hand,
though.
but
I think over under at 400. is
Trips
probably,
with the ace.
Oh, really?
I think 400.
I was thinking a
yeah,
little bit more.
I do
but
too. I think 400 over.
Trips with the ace always kind of feels like you hit a
Don't
set.
believe me.
Look at
they're
it.
Kicker
Oh, God, and you have a
in
7.
PLO
Exactly.
in these kind of situations.
We haven't even gotten it over 60.
Especially in
You
the
guys are
3-bet
ruining the
pot.
TV.
Small blinds.
Come on, bro.
3-bet
basically-
becomes 7,
gotta
7,
help
8.
build.
The previous meetup games, I just always get this when it's my small blind. I think it's just a rule, right?
And we
my
saw
bad,
another
I'm
small
sorry, I
blind
took it.
jackpot be
Yep.
won
60
there.
bucks,
I
man.
think
I
60
didn't
bucks is the max.
No,
that
it doesn't
that's
mean
turned into
people
so
don't get
far.
it before me. I just
Okay.
when it's
Yeah,
my
so
turn,
20
I get
bucks
it.
into
I'm adding on 2,000.
the small blind jackpot. Every time you're on the button and only the small blind can win that jackpot. So let's see what our top number will be for the night.
We got one
I hope
more
to
So
see
five orbits.
that
you're
go
gonna
up.
be able to last
It
5
should be
orbits.
exponential. If it goes one orbit, it should be 40 the next orbit.
You're on pace for 5 orbits.
I like that. That's you need to suggest that.
And then
to
80
them.
the next orbit. There you go.
Last PLO hand.
That will get some action
No, I'm
going.
already stuck 2K.
You're good. You're good. You're good.
Get a few more 2K.
Josh is going to pass on this one.
It's one time.
Let him go. Let him get warmed up.
I'm feeling the bite now.
Yeah,
It's
just-
starting to sting.
Just down a little 2K to start the stream. You know?
Yeah, I gave you like 5K a week ago, basically.
Oh.
Wasn't direct, but
Yeah.
you won 5K, I lost 5K.
It happens.
Okay, my turn.
Jared Jones,
I'll
living
let
here
you
in
go.
Las Vegas, formerly in
I
Seattle.
just let it go. Didn't even care about
He
the
who
20
just
bucks.
won
I mean, if I
the small
raise
blind
and there's
jackpot.
only 4 people to call, it's okay though. I should.
Former high-level soccer player, now focused on pickleball. I feel like any person who used to be good at something else ultimately becomes a pickleball
All right, let
player.
him live.
It's a natural progression as we age.
We're gonna keep it.
Interesting, interesting.
Trips for
Yeah,
sure.
you call the 80. This is going to be at
I
least
should
like
have made it
300.
160. Good lord. Oh.
Small pot here
Okay.
between Jonathan and Wilson.
Snap check.
Faster.
I guess it was.
There should be more talk in the small pots because the action will speak
I
for
think
itself
you're
in the big
laughing
ones.
at
I was gonna say you probably win if I'm checking there.
This one
That
gets checked
was
down.
me and Jonathan would have gone raised, re-raised.
Yeah, well, yes, of course.
Yeah, this group seems pretty, pretty chatty. They just got here. They just started playing. They're having fun. That's what we love to see when we play poker, right? This is a fun game, so that's awesome to see.
Yeah, no. I haven't
Good
seen
for
it.
these
She was
guys.
handing out drinks and
And there we go. We see the
Oh, yep.
mix getting
Bomb
moved.
pot.
All right, so now heads might explode because we are going to play double board bomb pot, Pot-Limit Omaha.
I guess I called it.
I've been told there are enough cards in the deck to play this, but it is going to be messy.
Barely enough cards in the deck to play this. That's why they only have 7 at the table, Remco.
Yeah, exactly.
Use 368. Or use 689.
So, I mean, this is just
Was it?
the most
Your dad?
violent
Oh, nice.
form of poker you can imagine
Oh,
because
that's right. Yeah. 'cause you-
anyone can have anything.
Right.
And
Yeah,
then
stay
you're
with them
playing
sometimes.
2
Yeah, yeah,
complete
yeah.
boards where you're trying to
Get out
scoop
of the
both.
cold.
Funny is,
Most people from the Northeast, as you know, they all go down to like Florida.
It'll be very hard to have a true scooper,
So he's like, I'm going
but
out
it's
today.
easier to scoop in
Plus,
this game than
my
in
sister
no
out in
limit
California.
bomb pot, or no limit hold'em bomb pot, because of course, fewer
We're
combinations
obviously
available.
here like,
So we're playing high-low, but instead
It's
of
nice
it
to have a place
being
to stay when you come out.
instead of it being high-low as far as
it'd
the
be nice to have a
cards,
double
it's the
board.
high board and the low board.
Yeah.
yeah.
So we are
Wilson
splitting
will open
between
up a bunk
the
for
best hand on the high board and the best hand on the low board,
what's going on?
and we are going straight to the flop. It is a bomb pot,
I don't know.
2 weeks ago. Looking for you.
Oh no, really?
and here's our first flop.
Again?
I think I just
8
missed
deuce
it.
10,
look and
all
then
diamonds,
spread.
and then
I have this horrible
flop
habit
number
on
2
Wow.
is
boards.
10 8 3.
oddly
This might
sexual.
actually be a scoop potential.
Spread them, look.
Who's got Jack 9?
Spread 'em, look, and then spread
Diamonds.
again. Why is this now my
All right,
favorite?
tons and tons of cards on your screen. My eyes are scanning to see who's got what.
See
We
top
have
2.
Dr. Costa flopped the flush, and he's open-ended on both boards. That, of course,
Before you look.
only necessary for
Stuck 2K, bro.
the top board, as he's got that flush locked up.
If everybody folds now, I'll win like 100.
Wilson with top 2, 10-8. It's not going to go anywhere, I imagine.
No. Oh wow, they got the extra equity out.
Look at this. Look at it.
It's a good
It
point.
was the
Keeping
first,
it small.
My hand plays better 5 ways.
Yep, notice the smallest bets we've seen, $20 bets.
You and me both, buddy. You and me both.
Very cautious kind of
Yeah, do some
approach,
three.
which is understandable.
I kind of expected Dr. Costa to perhaps protect his flush a little better, but maybe the 9-high value of his flush making him a little bit cautious here.
You nailed it. When you're up against any equity, a number of people, the whole game is in the hand. You got to be very cautious
Yeah, it's like there's
with
no-
anything but the nuts.
Ooh.
As we see a check here, which is very
Cable
reasonable.
configuration's throwing me off of it.
This brings us to
You
the
just had to
river.
touch it. Yes, that's Wayne's. That's Wayne's life story. I just had
I'm not gonna win it, but it's like.
So we do see how this is going to go out. A flush and a flush. Don and Dr.
Nuts
Costa
straight.
are going to
Around, I must
Ace Jack.
Jeez.
I just
Chop
have ace
this up,
jack
I
on
think.
the board.
I've got a 9 high
So hearts are
flush.
good.
Hearts on the.
Hearts on the
I have
top,
the straight
straight
flush
on the
draw.
bottom.
He's got diamonds.
He's got diamonds
on the
on
bottom.
Over here.
Oh, nice slow roll though.
Bigger heart.
On already slow rolling. This early.
I can't believe we went to showdown with that many players.
You know my 9 high flush was.
Yeah, I mean, that's the nature of bomb pots too, right? Nobody wants to put in a shitload of money. Like,
What is
so yeah, it's
Nuts.
it's just a very cautious
like
form of
between hearts.
poker, but there are
Wait a
times where you see
second,
people
that's
go
a heart. I'm like, I
bananas.
can't bet it. I was planning on.
Yeah, we both won with 9 high.
All right, $20.
What do we win on? 120? Okay.
probably would have got half.
20 in.
Maybe.
20 in. 20's up.
Especially in PLO, where it's just a disaster until you get to the river, until you know the true showdown value of your hand.
60 when they were one.
Yep, C4 and C7.
Supposed to take one for the team, let it pass.
Yeah, let it build up.
Not win when it's 60.
It's at 60 now, so if
Oh, okay,
anything
well,
is a
I mean,
that's
Don,
not a precedent.
Don, if you flop the nuts, then just auto mock.
Yeah.
All I gotta do is scoop.
Yeah, 'cause you know.
I don't want to spoil the TV.
Yeah, yeah.
Is the goal like the biggest jackpot, biggest small blind jackpot?
Always. The goal is the biggest everything all the time.
Yeah.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Yeah.
Bigger the
Streaming's
better.
sake. Yeah.
Maybe not the longest tank.
Oh yeah.
I mean, just
That probably won't.
I
Who's
think,
gonna tank
wasn't
in
it
this
Nick
group?
Airball who tanked for like 22 minutes, but it was like a $100,000 raise and then folded?
Oh, really?
Yeah. Look at
I'll allow
where the
it.
stream was
I
catching
mean, like
up to the.
105K.
All right, if we have a 100K pot, you guys
Yeah,
have permission to
I-
tank.
They're like,
if it's
we're
a
gonna
big
have
pot,
to-
I
But other
suppose.
than
Like
that,
hand here in a minute.
They're in like the danger zone, basically.
Something
Yeah.
like that makes a lot more
It was like a 36
80.
minute. tank.
Hey guys, it's us.
Full orbit here of double
Yeah,
double
no,
board
The
bomb
whole
pots.
cards are hidden.
I
though.
can't believe that. I honestly can't believe that. I'm in shock that we're going a whole orbit of double board bomb pots.
These boys love it more than anyone. The professor
Oh my
stabbing
God.
here for 80 bucks.
I'm just glad I'm not.
I got a 50-inch TV in front of me. I can't even see all the cards on the screen.
It is-
What the heck?
It's a lot to digest.
Your hat looks taller. too.
Thank God for the graphics team here in Poker Go Productions. They have all the equities, everyone presented nicely, so we can just look at the equities and try to sort out what's what.
Oh, and here's a real move. Donkfish raising it up, and this is what we like to see. He's got trips on the bottom board. He's got the flush draw and a pair on the top board, making it 450. This thins the field, quiets the table, and now we're back on the professor, who tosses the 6 in the muck, and Jones out of the way as well, and we are done on the flop here.
A lot of
Ace
kicker
king.
problems.
Now that's a great play by Donkfish. I'm going to tell you that. I mean, obviously he's got a pretty big hand there, but he got the ace high club draw to fold out.
Here's 20.
And that's the beauty of bomb pots. If you are aggressive, it really presses the action because you saw 6 hit the muck.
Right.
He doesn't have the nuts. He's scared. He can't put in 5K there. So kudos to Mr. Wayne Donkfish there
I did have a
for
random
finding
like
that raise.
8-8, like on the 6th board if that came out.
Sorry, my mistake.
For all the diehard PLO fans, I just want to mention that this exact game runs at Venetian every weekend. These guys all play all the time. Venetian, the home of Pot-Limit Omaha in Las Vegas. Tons of action, especially this week, also with tournaments and a variety of cash games. So if you are into PLO, want to learn or play or just come have a look, make sure you head on down to Venetian. And as a cherry on top, there's a 5-5 meetup game tomorrow on Saturday at
that a
2 p.m.
difference?
local time.
Something else?
And you can sign up directly through the Poker Atlas app to get involved there. So once again, it's a
No
5-5
limit.
meetup game tomorrow at 2 p.m.
Or big O.
He lost,
So
he
if
lost
you
his
are
invitation.
into PLO,
It was here on a stream?
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
Sunday.
just
last week.
come
He was
on
the big
down.
winner.
They did big up.
Yeah, they had 25, 50, 100 big O check.
All right, next hand.
You're supposed to give
Wilson,
some back to them, but
57% equity. That is almost impossible
Yeah, he did.
at this stage of a hand.
Superman or
So,
Yeah, he won
yeah,
garlic.
sorry to cut you
No,
off
no, go
there.
ahead.
I'm just going to explain what I see,
How
right?
would
We
it
got
get a
top
little
set
bit
and then
because,
a great flush draw on the bottom.
So it's good.
Did have a straight draw as well on the bottom.
What is? Oh, it's on you.
Yeah, 140.
Wilson working hard to get as much money in the middle here as possible.
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't check there to the big blind who wanted to bet. Maybe that would have been a good spot. But I guess when you only have one board locked up, you want to maybe keep other customers in.
Does feel a little sketchy with the 8-9 of clubs on that top board. Many ways in which that could go sour for you. Now, the good thing is Wilson himself has the 10-7.
And notice he's huge favorite to win this hand. And he makes
Oh.
quads
Getting here a
and
little
trips.
later than I
Quads on the top board, trips on the
It
bottom.
was like 3:30. And
It's a little different.
And he's going to just bet pot here, by the way, from the small blind.
420 is very
This is
appropriate.
closer than I.
Definitely important note there as well.
Oh man, someone's gonna
Going after that jackpot.
like the card that comes
And this is, look at Jonathan's hand. He has a hand he would never play. He's got trips in his hand, and he's connected, and he's going to have to pay this bet off, hoping he's going to win the top.
Quads.
Oh, just quads and the 10.
And a 10.
Okay, all right.
So Jonathan
have
with his
quads.
full house on the top board, hoping to
Oh, your
escape,
quads are
but
better. Okay. All right, okay, you have better quads. All right, all right. You're good.
doesn't go his way.
Nice hand. He takes that down
And he
too.
wants
Takes
to
it
win.
down.
And you scoop?
He just can't let it build up.
Nobody scoops
Wow.
on the
Quads.
big
Doc,
guy.
what's going on, Doc? What's going on?
What is this?
All right, there you have it. The game is well and truly underway. Wilson off to a good start there, winning that hand. The professor himself off to a rough start, but hey, you got to get the action going first before you can drag some pots, sometimes at least. Wilson, by the way, a Houston-based poker player and content creator. Used to be obsessed with Counter-Strike and was sort of teetering on the edge of being
Oh,
a
yeah, we
professional,
did
but
thirsty
now
minutes.
Been a
focuses
little
his
bit,
attention on poker. We always feel like
If
there's a
you
lot of
just say
crossover
busy,
between
you know,
Yeah, I think
esports,
they-
poker,
they're-
and you know, back in the day, Magic the Gathering,
like,
those
we've
kinds
got
of
a
games
thirsty bunch in this
translate
group.
well to the poker grind.
I mean, even though it's 10-10, it plays a lot bigger.
Yep. I came back around in
Yeah, we're doing it.
Hey,
e-gaming
Yeah,
before
yeah.
it was e-gaming,
Right.
right? When it wasn't a thing.
What
I'm
was
sure
your
we
What was your
played.
game of choice?
Oh my God.
Man, when I was younger, I would play StarCraft.
Most
Oh,
of the
yeah.
time it's probably
That was a
gonna be
good
80, to be
one.
honest with ya.
Grab Ball, probably a lesser known game.
Yeah.
Yeah, small game.
Small game,
Yeah.
small game,
It's a
small
small
game.
game.
Lex Veldhaus, of
little,
course,
you know,
of
whatever.
StarCraft fame, Elke, Nazgul. Those are some of the guys that
You know.
Yeah.
used to play that
Good way
before
to
getting into
advertise it.
poker. Team Liquid, shout out. They used to have a big poker forum.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I remember, if anyone remembers Blockbuster, when I was a kid,
Always used to putting
they had
on my card.
game tournaments you could run,
probably still
go
can,
and
right?
they,
Or
you
will it
play
not be-
different
will it not
games
be
in
done?
there and try to be top of the leaderboard and
Right.
stuff like that. That was the most competitive gaming we had back then.
We would do LAN parties where I would like have my dad drive me to my friend's house, and we'd link up the computers and play like Diablo and Need for Speed, like all
Sick.
those games. Oh, to be young again.
We had good childhoods, it sounded like, man. Wow, we were living the dream.
Dumb and Dumber, those video games.
Me too.
Can't really
Yeah,
complain.
like,
Hey, what
are
the?
you a little embarrassed that, like,
All right, Dumb versus
like,
Dumber.
we're the same outfit?
This is the battle.
This is what I
We've
wanna
been
see.
waiting for this.
This is what I want to
Call
see.
each other in the morning,
Yeah.
Dress-
We usually do.
dress together.
At least they're strikingly different colors. you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're definitely not
So look at
going
the
to,
equities here. I mean,
check.
it's about as close as it
Just
You
gets.
decide who got the orange.
Got Donkfish leading the
mean,
top.
It stands
Professor
out a little bit
at the
more, and I
bottom,
think
nearly
between our
locked
two
up.
personalities, I'm a little bit more
Yeah.
extroverted.
Wayne is more of a light blue kind of guy.
Yeah. When we were thinking
Maybe
about
a
the
little,
colors,
yeah.
I was like, you're definitely more of the orange.
Yeah.
Wait, wasn't one of them named Wayne in the movie anyway?
No.
Oh,
No.
really?
Lloyd.
It's Harry
And Harry.
Harry and Lloyd. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Jim Carrey is Lloyd. And
I doubt
Harry is
PLO
Jeff
Professor's going to
Daniels.
go
I
anywhere
just
here on the
assumed it was
bottom,
Wayne.
even
I mean,
though
I would have
his top
appreciated
is
it more if you
crap,
would've
but
committed
maybe
to
he
the bit,
does
like,
just
that
fold.
they're
Oh, it chipped my tooth?
Yeah.
These guys probably
just,
know
like,
better than
Painted
me.
it black.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
A little bit. A little.
Yeah.
It's a bad turn for me. Playing for half the pot.
Did you get a bad turn?
I did. It's allowed, though.
That happens sometimes. doesn't
Well, let us know in the chat. What
Flop
video
a set,
games
hate
did
at the
you
bottom.
grow up playing? I want to hear some classics here.
Lady.
I used to play Commander Keen. That was like real, like when I was really young.
Actually, a buddy of ours.
Command and Conquer,
Oh, yeah.
Warcraft,
Red Alert.
Red
No,
Alert.
it was at the
It was
WPT.
Age of
yeah, in
Empires?
December.
Yep.
And one day he saw me,
I
and he
was
goes, "Oh,
big
where's
on the
Josh?" And then the next
gaming
day, like, I was
consoles
playing a
too,
different
right?
Tournament or whatever, and he's like, and he saw Josh, and he's like, "Oh, where's Wayne?"
Dating
And
ourselves
vice
here.
versa. And he was like, "Yeah, you guys should show up as, I don't know, Batman and Robin," or he suggested a couple things, and then, I don't know, we kind of settled on this. So
Perfect.
Yeah, it works.
we weren't sure though if the reference was like too old because it's like over
90s.
30. It's like over 30 years old. So there's probably some people watching who are like, I have no clue who the hell they
Straight again.
people are.
Fair enough.
But didn't seem to be the case.
It's okay, Donkfish. We'll help you out here, and we'll let everyone
Yeah, a
know
lot of
what you
people
guys are
slap
wearing.
this on
I
the
mean, I
wall,
will
like,
say,
oh my God, that's
they've pulled this
amazing.
off to perfection.
That looks amazing.
Like the look
you know?
Oh
is
yeah, lots of looks.
excellent.
Oh yeah.
These are
Kudos to
custom
them,
made,
yeah.
right, for you guys?
Custom made. Yeah.
And those were unsolicited, like you weren't giving them money, like as you were.
A lot of people with a little bit of
No.
a taste here.
It was not.
I wonder how this is going to evolve. But Donkfish with the open-ended straight flush on the top board,
Okay.
surely is going to apply some pressure, and he comes with 330. Excuse me, he comes with the call of 330 after PLO Professor bet 100. Jones made it 330. I kind of would have loved to see
We've
some
seen
additional
this
aggression there
three-way
from
action
Donkfish,
before.
just
Yeah,
because of how
this
strong
round's
that
for
one
twice.
draw is.
It's been allowed.
Yeah, but he's a little scared, right?
Yeah,
He's only got the
definitely
10-8 of
look down my phone if
spades.
I've seen this one before.
So you definitely could just be drawing kind of slim here to your straight flush outs in one spot.
What's in the pot?
His bottom is kind of worthless.
But I do feel as though with a hand like Donkfish has, there's not a lot you can run into that is devastating for your hand, right? So by applying the pressure, you might be able to get people to fold because it looks so strong.
You're right, but you're not considering the bottom board. He's got nothing connecting with the bottom board aside a gut shot. So he has a big chance of getting scooped if he is too aggressive. You got to really be cautious in this game. Even Jered, you know, this bet is probably going to work, but aggression is what's helping him here.
Right. And look at this. Jered gets it done on the turn.
Queen high wins.
Queen high wins. No problem.
I didn't think I minded the deuce
Two
that much,
biggest.
but
It looks good to me.
that was a pretty,
Like if you have a
sizable
set of
bet,
like you have pocket nines on both, like you're just
I
like
know.
perfect,
Like, he's got like
perfect.
pocket nines, pocket threes, like jack 9-3. I'm like, there's so many hands that scoop me right now. It's like gross. At ace 7-10. Like,
See, we're looking at the cards. We don't know what the fuck's going on. These guys are trying to talk about it after the fact, and they're just as clueless.
Don't ramble on.
oh, okay.
I can make the
yeah,
cuts on both boards, but
appreciate the
he's got,
bet.
like, we have each other's block.
What did you bring?
ran-
Did
I
you
think
bring
I
some
ran
sort of
good,
baked
though.
goods?
You know, it's a good game when
There's
there's lots of
We all have like
discussion about what could have happened because it sort of shows you that no one's really sure, which makes the game, of course, a lot looser, a lot more exciting, and a lot more room for perhaps a bit of gambling.
Great point.
Very
Absolutely.
nice, very, yeah. Sure. They're trapping us in this room for 5 hours, at least we can
Yeah.
have some quiche.
And that's those are the most fun games I've played in, where like we're all just trying to figure out the game, and it's like, all right, let's just have fun, and sure we're gonna win, sure we're gonna lose. You hope you come out on top, but you're just here to have fun. I mean, a lot of people should really remember that poker is a game that's fun, and sure you lose, but you're supposed to have fucking fun. Excuse my F-bombs. It's a weekend. I might drop a couple. Hopefully my mom's not listening. Sorry, Mom. And Professor just keeps getting aces in the bomb pots. He probably hates this, but...
Yeah, and Wilson and
And
Jered.
Donkfish with aces too, sorry.
Right, and both Wilson and Jered with a queen here, which is also an important factor. Donkfish gets out of the way.
So Jered has the top locked up right now.
You don't think is a call.
Yeah, queen 7 for the full house on the top side, giving him 50% to a scoop. 9 and a 6 pop up here, and things developing in Jered's favor.
Yeah, I mean, big hands now. He's got full houses on both boards. He only has to dodge a jack from Wilson or an ace, which we know doesn't exist from PLO Professor. That's a very disciplined fold, my friend, from Mr. Wilson there, knowing he's only
Black?
potentially drawing for half the pot with trips in a spot where maybe my opponent's not too light.
Well, the Professor comes along, wants to try and see this through, at least for now. But on the river here, we get confirmation that this will be a scooper by Jered.
And in the small blind.
And in the small, again in the small blind. I guess it's easier to win in the small blind when you're playing Omaha. This will be the third small blind winner in just 13 hands.
True, and when you play bomb pot, you're automatically in there to see the flop.
Yes.
So that helps. Because typically you would not be playing as many hands from the small blind.
Oh, I see a waitress out there.
Some waters.
Yeah, water would be great.
Waters.
I might have to find my way into this game at some point too.
I'm gonna ask for the
That'd be really
fast
funny if you just like walked in there right now and be like, hey guys,
They
can I
did
pull
on
up
the
a
other
chair?
stream. You guys got Evian or something?
Yeah, you just ask.
Yeah, that's
And there it is, Jones again with a winner. So far, the biggest winner at the table of $2,100 in the early goings.
It's the rule.
we just call it the Jered
I
jackpot.
was going to say something when he potted River in the small blind. I was like,
Shout out to Matt, Wilford,
Same two guys.
Yigdri, Barry,
There she
Warren,
is.
Logan, Joey, cuddle time. Thank you all for hanging out here, and I see you
this
as well
20
on
20's
the
up
Poker
there.
Go channel. Hanok Poker, Joel, Ron,
so
Benji, Eric.
Yeah. You're
Thanks for
begging
hanging
for
out.
that call?
Can we request Evian? Do you have any of those fancy? Those
I'll see it.
Hanok, also a
We'll have an
Diablo
interesting
player.
like a
We've got some
recap.
shout outs
I'll
for
take
some
one. I don't
games
know if anybody
here.
else wants to say
Blackstone,
There's just a lot that scoops.
Duke Nukem. Oh, I played that as well. That was scary
I do.
back
I
in the
want-
day.
I'll take
And
Civilization.
I want your
Gold
most
edition.
classy Coors Light that you can bring me.
The bluest mountain.
Right?
The nice. Yeah.
I'll take another.
I'll take a classic Coors
When
Light
the,
as
when
well.
the can turns blue, you know you're.
Hey, I want the can to look
Can I
like
have a,
Wayne.
can I have a
That's
classic
how you
Coors
get
Light
Coors
as well?
In a glass.
Like coffee, double cream, double.
It's a different crowd, clearly. What? Oh yeah. Whatever. Haven't looked yet.
All right, next one here.
I'll take a tequila. It's another
As
free
Wilson's
beer.
cards haven't hit the scanner yet, we are waiting
my
for
night's going on.
those
You got enough of
equities
this,
on
Doc. You want a
screen.
little bit of the small blind
Like-
action.
Yeah.
Can
He's
we-
really the
yeah.
only one.
I want
that
that
I'm-
$20.
Like, hey,
For
Well,
you.
once he
I don't
folds,
blame
we're
you.
going
Wayne-
to see those
Wayne
percentages
knows how to
pop
play
up.
these.
And
Oh yeah.
the professor here, with something decent brewing,
I'll pot it.
Yep, got queen 7 on the bottom. Got a
There we
pair
go.
of threes with a flush draw and a straight
Oh,
draw.
I gotta look
On
at
the
my
bottom
card
with the
now. I
straight
gotta
flush
look at
draw,
it.
the 5 of clubs.
All right.
780. 680.
I love that the professor didn't
Josh.
There
hesitate.
you go.
Action was on him. I'll pot
How
it.
much you
Let's
got
go. I know that
I
I'm
did
confident in my
like
holding here.
4210.
Okay. Let me take a look.
A real amount, a
I
real
don't want to
amount.
waste anybody's time here. Okay.
Just say if he says 500,
Donkfish will have some kind of decision, but
Yeah, that's
he's
fair.
got a set on
We
one
need to
board
get
and
more- we need
nothing
to
on
get
the
some-
next.
another
So
round
we
of those.
probably
Those
just
are
see a
so good.
fold, I would
really good.
imagine.
I don't know if they can go to
Thank you.
sushi samba and get
That's the problem is I'm this salt rim. You got to have it.
It was that pathetic.
Costa gets out of the way.
Oh my
Yeah,
God,
it's
hey,
pretty bad.
Wayne, if you fold this in, this will be
because
the
it was the other
first
salt.
time I win.
I'm only on one side. One side.
Oh, good.
What do you do, Jonathan?
All right.
I was on
Kinda
both
like,
sides.
what was your career? What was your career? Or what is your?
That's
Career?
good. At the way I'm running right now.
I was in finance
there
for
you
10
go,
years
there you go.
in New York.
The professor
in Buffalo.
finally
play a
gets to
different
win
game.
one
Where I grew up.
Yeah.
after
And then,
a rough start.
Big
I came out here,
All right.
Joshua
played
Thatcher,
a lot of poker, and then
avid
I developed
fisherman,
some small businesses, sold those, and then play a lot of
author
tournaments,
of the book How Not to
What
Get
was
Scooped,
the
which is
area-
available on
the area
Amazon,
of
in
interest
case you
for
are
this
wondering.
was like what?
I had a swimming
Everyone
pool
wants to
repair
get
and
the
maintenance
straddle
company
on
that
the
I
go
built and
on the
sold.
go around.
Then I have some games.
What are we?
We're showing them
What
how
are we?
Big
Big
O
O?
is.
We're just
showing-
Big O.
Hey,
Oh
guys,
yeah. All
we're
right.
showing them how
You get
Big
an
O
extra
is done
card,
at the
you know, you get-
Venetian properly.
Yeah, I mean.
10, 10, 20, 40,
How's it
80.
go? Oh, here comes the 160.
160. That's how you do
Oh,
Big
let's
O.
go,
my
baby.
God.
Now I'm in.
All right.
You guys.
Now I'm in.
5-card PLO now.
And we're straddling to
I did
160.
bring on nice,
So it's
shiny
5 cards.
Look at these
Insane.
straddles.
No, this is an insane game. I mean, if you're looking for some
Right
action
now,
in
I
PLO in
study
Vegas, I mean, this is an
relationships
insane game. This is insane. Like,
Now, I can
Built like an
promise
app,
you,
you're
Tristan,
building app.
Working
if
on that.
Dr.
It's
Costa
more
had
like
been
in-person
allowed to
consultation.
straddle the button,
Okay.
which is not allowed,
Would you call it?
he would have done it. He would have put the 320 on.
I guess you could call it.
Yeah, okay, cool.
I like to
yep,
think
I
of it
see
as
his
like
rack here of
holistic
1Ks
like
over
Yeah.
his shoulder that he's ready to fire.
broader,
And
aspect of it
even
all.
with this
Not
hand, I
just
think he might just put in
women
more
or
money.
women girl
He
or
hates
women.
folding.
Yeah.
Usually it's men who are my clients. but-
Okay, gotcha.
For those that missed
It's
the
just
Big O
whatever the
game from
last
last
straddle
week,
was times 4.
Dr. Costa and
Yeah,
Suited
yeah,
Superman
It's the easy way to
had
go.
so many big clashes.
But I did construction, small
320.
businesses back in
And here we go. He puts the 320 on. There we go. Okay, we got ourselves a
the
game.
drywall
The late
repair
straddle?
business.
Okay.
Because I didn't like the tile was too
Logan
many
asking in the
details
chat,
and hard to run a
is
business.
Venetian Poker Live a new show? Yes, it is. Please subscribe to the Venetian Poker Live YouTube channel, which
That's
is
where you're
brand
originally
new.
from, Seattle?
We are
Glad
streaming
I could
twice a
donate
week
somebody $80.
from the Venetian Poker
Who
Room.
did this? What are we playing? Not even a
Big
proper
O.
raise.
And look at how quickly they folded here.
I was just so excited.
Action over to Jered.
Yeah, straddle 80.
So Big O, we're going to make a high hand
Like I
and
said,
a low
I did
hand.
When I had 2 pair and a straight flush.
And you have 5 cards to do so. So low is going to be ace through 8.
I'm like,
And then the high card is going to be whatever else.
20 rebate.
And it's double board, and then you can draw new cards, right?
Of course.
Don't say, come on, Remco, don't scare me,
The
buddy.
look on your face was
What?
great.
best PLO players I know are like
No, we are. This is just the Big O. No other wrinkles to this. We are back to the single board.
my,
Queen Jack 5, 2 spades. Jones, nut spades here.
yeah, they're like, I'm
I mean,
just
kind of a big flop for both,
losing,
right?
you're
Costa
losing. What does it matter
pots
what
it with a.
We get a chance to get unstuck.
I'm going to let these guys just get it in. But
Okay.
Costa
got a big
with
one.
a wrap, right? Mostly. Well, maybe not. Okay.
All right.
Backdoor
With
diamonds.
some backdoor diamonds. The low, not really. A7's not going to do it really. But then we got the nut flush draw from Jered here with a gut shot.
Okay, whatever.
So they're just getting it in. And I mean, this is a pretty good spot for Jered, even though
That's me?
Oh, we got the 9 and the king. The quick run out from the dealer. No mercy shown. And look at this. Dr. Costa makes Broadway. And that's just going to be a scooper. No low cards, no spades.
What's the damage?
And just like last week,
yeah, I
Dr.
think I
Costa, the
recovered. I
one
got like 4.
doing the damage, winning this pot of $9,000, our biggest pot of the night so far.
41,
That went quick.
30.
that went really quick.
Chris wakes up.
Covered, probably.
And I mean, that's the nature of this game. We had 1,000 in there almost pre-flop. And one guy flops in a flush draw on a 2 high card board with a backdoor low, and the other guy flops multiple straight draws with some backdoor flush draws. Let's get it in.
Shout out to
I would have been free rolling.
the Madhouse.
Yeah, I had Queen
Michael
Jack
LaBush in the
70.
chat. Thank you for joining us. Please don't forget
get
to
to
like
keep
this
all this?
video, subscribe to the Venetian Poker Live channel.
Well, yeah, but I mean,
Also, if you're
flop
catching
never
us on
going anywhere.
Poker Go, on the Poker Go
fold
YouTube channel or on
Yeah.
PokerGo.com,
Yeah.
please
Yeah.
also
Continues.
check us out on Venetian Poker Live on YouTube.
Like new name.
That play reward. Rewarded.
All Chris is
Only
thinking is this
3,700
almost
subscribers.
makes up
We were
for
just
my
getting
week at
started.
PGT.
The road to 10,000 is well on its way.
PGT was not good this week.
That's what I
Not
heard.
good.
But he was free rolling the whole time.
Yeah,
Wasn't
that bad.
there you go. Yeah, good point. Good point. Yeah, it comes and goes, doesn't it?
I mean, this game is just getting started,
He just
Remco.
lost our
It really is.
Yeah, true.
If you guys want to cover my buy-in tomorrow, though, I'd really appreciate it.
Yeah?
Like
We'll
that, huh?
try, man.
We'll see. Really good. It's a new model on stake on draft.
Don't worry, I think I'm already in for like
Oh, okay.
Although he
Yeah.
probably would have. I think he would have called.
ace king with spades.
No, pre-flop. Pre-flop.
Oh, if you repot it.
Michael Plappert says PLO Professor and DonkFish in the
I saw
Dumb and
ace
Dumber
king. What'd you
costumes
have
is
for
so
ace king?
Ace
classic.
King 10. I
Ace
was
king
wrapped
10,
around
seven,
the
It
seven.
is
Right below
terrific.
the other
Seven,
Phobix
seven,
asking,
seven,
is this
seven,
live
seven,
now?
seven,
Yes.
Yeah, ace
Coming at you
seven.
live
Probably calls it
from the Venetian Poker Room.
position.
He did pot.
No, he was saying pre-flop. If he plays
if
back
he-
at you,
if he
it's
repots.
deuce.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, the idea in Big O is that
Yeah.
you do want to drive your equity,
Seven, ace,
We'll
eight.
never
but you're
know.
never going to
I
have a
guess
ton
we'll
of
never know.
equity.
Yeah.
I
he
mean,
was
but there
on the
are
button,
some hands,
so-
like if you're drawing to a high
my
and
ace
a
was
low,
suited,
and someone just
yeah.
drawing to a high, like that fares pretty
Suited
well,
ace
where you just want to try to build a pot.
Probably 190, but whatever. Who's counting?
I'm going to add 1K.
190 is good.
Now
enough
let's
for
get
the
Don in the
draws I go
mix.
with.
Let's
Don
get Don
pots
in
it
the
from the
mix. Let's
small blind, and I
pot
think
it.
we saw ace,
herd or
ace, ace,
thicken the
king,
herd?
king
Thinner,
with a
thicken it.
deuce
Thin,
here
thin or thicken it?
from Jonathan.
Oh, wow. That is quite the hand.
610.
And I mean, I imagine Don's got a pretty strong hand here to pot it from the small blind, so we should be seeing a
660.
flop, but I don't know.
650.
Look at the quick repot there.
Perfect.
No time being wasted in this game. I love a quick poker game. This is
All
great
right,
to
we
watch.
got Don in the,
Don-
in the action.
Guys, don't let me get in the
Don
way
almost
here.
beats him in the
Yeah.
pot.
They're like, how's the action going to
So
be?
Don should have like an ace deuce 3 in his hand at least here.
He really,
I
he
might
really
as well
wants-
bet, 'cause
Yeah.
he's
But
gonna
we'll
pop
see.
me anyway.
Oh, spread the cards, yeah.
So maybe do 2
Don.
and 3, like 2 on the bottom. 3 on-
Nyberg
He said build a house.
still killing
Yeah,
it.
build a
Looking
house, they're just having a hard
Okay, ace
time.
deuce 5. I was not totally off, but he does flop a 9 here.
10-6-9 on the flop. Jonathan with the nut clubs. Backdoor low with the ace deuce would go for both players.
Yeah,
That
he's
was
going to be
continue
pretty
the
happy
party.
with this flop. 2 high cards, flush draw. Let's just roll it.
Yeah, we're going for maximum pressure here. And yeah, hard for Don to continue here. Don, by the way, I was going to say, looks about 20 years younger than he is. 81 years old.
Yeah, I cannot believe
That
that.
is unbelievable.
I
Don,
added
tell me
1K
your
on
secret,
top.
please.
I added 1,000 on
Play
top of my-
PLO.
Look at this guy.
Yeah, look at that. There's no way that guy's 81.
He went for a run this
Did you
morning,
get the 1K?
looking
I
dialed.
had 1K on
Love
top.
to see it. Married for 53 years, a retired professor from SUNY.
We'll go 80.
He taught nursing, chemistry,
Oh.
and chemical technology.
I think also if we
Impressive.
do like one at
Love
a
it.
time too, it
Thanks for
should
joining
pick
us,
up.
Don.
And you
know
don't
what I
need
mean?
those
If we just
credentials
do
to
one
play
at a time,
PLO, by the way,
40.
because
80.
he's
80.
overqualified.
Yeah, Wayne knew it.
I think the
All right, we'll go
credentials for
160.
PLO are just enough cash to sit down.
Yeah, it's that easy.
All right, we're still playing Big
So
O.
classy.
Yes.
Oh my God, are the mountains blue?
Did I get
No,
did I get a classy one?
Nice and
Coors
cold.
Light in a glass
Extra
bottle.
shit,
That's about as
extra
classy
shit.
as it
There you
gets.
go. Extra. There you go.
When the mountains are
60
blue,
and
you
Big
know
O.
your beer is as cold as the Rockies. It's
Yep.
on you, Don.
Just
whenever
like
you
the
get-
commercials
Yeah.
say, yep.
Whenever you get a chance.
Not even
Don, so-
sponsored.
Kind of sounded like Wayne was doing the
Yeah,
spot
see,
for him
I
and
might,
stuff.
might have to call him
Yeah,
up.
yeah, yeah. Tell him I'll wear this outfit and everything.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Might be able to do like a commercial or something.
telling you.
Oh, look, free chips back here.
Okay.
Oh, lots of them too. Don, pop me over some of those yellows.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
I go 4 even.
Wish there weren't any cameras in this room.
Dang, too many.
So I think we had multiple straddles here. Yep,
Hold
we
it
had an
out, make it
80
sideways,
and a
make it with the bad foundation.
160, it looks like.
Kiss your third card.
Kiss your
Yeah.
third card.
So Professor is gonna
triple
raise
check
it
your
here.
hand.
Yep.
Whatever, it works.
Dr. Costa, 2 suits and an ace deuce.
If they're only
Seems
telling us
like
to spread
enough
every now and
hand
then, I
to
imagine
me to come into the pot.
Yeah, I would
Yeah.
think so.
Probably picking it up.
Yeah.
Playing in position.
400?
So far.
I mean, you'd much rather have one more low card, but
Good price.
let's gamble. Like I said, Remco, this game is just getting going, man. This is going to be insane. I'm interested to see how this plays out because we haven't seen a whole lot of like poker played yet, if you know what I mean. It sounds a little off-putting, but PLO Professor flops a full house
600.
with a low draw. 5-3 low. Donkfish might get in trouble here.
You prefer tournament stock? You like cash more?
Nope.
Both?
He's just going to let it
He
go.
likes cards.
Like action?
8-4 low is enough of a consideration.
Yeah.
Flush draw doesn't matter to him in 5 card.
You're like
I'd bring
me.
a
You love
flop.
Thinks he could just be
I
drawing
paired
dead
an ace.
here.
I have a really
So we're here
shitty
for
low
it.
draw. Shitty flush draw.
Tournaments are fun when you run good.
If I had to ask for like
Shoot, man.
20 different
20,
flops,
aren't they?
I was like number 1 or number 2.
Yeah.
Oh,
It
yeah.
was up
They're
there.
fun when you run hot.
You got that right.
You're 20.
Big O.
There you go.
There you go.
Omaha too.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Now, why do they call it Big O? You got to explain it now. It's really PLO 5 card.
You
Get it
know,
better.
and we've been petitioning to get it known as Big O because there's one place in the world that it's called Congress.
Yeah.
In Oklahoma.
First of all, we
Texas
love
too. Oh,
Texas.
oh, yeah.
Texas
That's
and
where I
Southern
used to play
Oklahoma.
it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so they
they
all
call it
call it
Congress.
Congress.
Yeah,
there.
exactly.
And we love everybody from Texas, and I know there's a lot of states
Wilson's
that can
from
fit
Texas.
inside of
Right,
Texas.
Yeah.
You know, but
think
we need
that-
to all just petition together and call it Big O. I think even the Texan can agree, right, Wilson?
Yeah, you know,
Yeah.
we can do it. I'll pass it down. Pass it along.
Yeah, they call it Congress.
Yeah.
Yeah, in Texas.
80.
80.
Yeah, so
You
it's-
crazy?
It's one of those things. But,
Hey.
yeah,
Big,
what's
big O.
What's funny is years ago when I was playing 10-20 limit hold'em in St. Louis, I thought we were one of the first ones to play 5-card Omaha because when the game would break, I was playing at a home game at Kirk's house in South St. Louis, and when the game would get down to 4-handed, we'd switch to 5-card 10-20 limit Omaha high. And it was the craziest thing. And this was back in like
Dr.
2004,
Costa.
2005.
Yeah, he hates the high-low aspect of this
Wrong
game.
game.
And
20
Donkfish with a big hand here. Double suited, ace deuce, king, king, 5. I mean, there's some considerations here
So-
if he wants to put in more money. And it looks like
I
he
cut
might.
my teeth on Big O.
Yeah,
in
it's a
COVID.
monster
I
right
probably
here.
Played 80 hours a week of it.
And the pot re-raise
Dude,
and
you
the
know,
quick move from Don.
Yeah.
We're just going to get the money in and run it.
Oh, during COVID.
So
oh my
Don's
God.
not in a great spot
we
here,
were
but
turning a
there
lot
is
like 20
on the last
like
game.
20
some good
different
boards
times.
for him.
I just want a 5K
Diamonds
pot.
or a
Sorry,
queen
5K,
specifically,
5K,
but,
6
Ace deuce.
Oh, okay.
Oh
you
my
know,
God.
his low
Like,
card
it's
ace
like
deuce
a
3 is
couple
okay.
hours,
but-
you know?
Yeah, Don
Like, she just-
looking
she's
for
got it.
King,
Yeah.
something with a 4
Yeah.
so
I
he
mean,
can
Ace deuce. They love
at
Don.
least
Queens and ace
hold
deuce,
out
three,
hope
kings,
quarter,
and-
but
to make a
and,
wheel.
Ace deuce. King, king, ace
Diamonds,
deuce.
Diamonds.
All right.
Pulling jack.
exactly.
Diamonds are
Diamonds,
lying.
queen,
Fuck y'all.
some kind of combination with low cards with the 4.
Yeah, Don with the better draw to a low, but his high's in a little
That's me
bad
there, the
shape.
winning
here.
Yeah.
Just make sure whatever you do.
Yeah.
Don's like, either put up diamonds or a queen.
It's the best hand I'm going to have all night, so
Yeah.
we'll
That's
see.
a-
I
no,
mean, these are
that's a
two
beautiful
monsters.
hand.
You're supposed to get it in.
For Big
They
O.
got it in.
That's what you want.
Now let's run
Kings,
it.
I like my
Yeah,
hand.
they're like,
Yeah, exactly.
oh, all in.
Oh,
Ace, deuce, jack.
So both flop 2 pair.
the 3 is live.
Oh my god.
Three needs help.
The 3 needs
Down with a
runner,
live
runner,
3
free
to a low.
This is like a.
Oh, I have hearts actually.
Yeah, hearts.
Hearts
is
for DonkFish, also important for
chop
the
up
high
opportunity,
side.
though.
King 5. Oh.
Chop,
Turn
chop.
is the ace.
Let's,
Both players now with
five.
aces full.
This is very anticlimactic.
Everyone
Yeah.
counting out. It's DonkFish into 5 or king right now.
It's a chop right now, right?
King,
Yeah, king, queen,
3
3,
4,
3 5.
7.
3 or 5.
Oh my God, 2 outer king
Wow.
Wait.
Oh,
to scoop.
2.
That's a bad
DonkFish
There's only
gets
2
there
of
on
those
the
kings out
river.
there. How'd you get one?
Wow.
You find the K-Stace on the turn and then.
I had a king in my hand too. I folded.
Did you?
I folded the 4th king.
How did
Bad
all the
river.
ace
King
king
jack,
deuce?
Diplomatic.
Confirmed, he did fold the last king in the
It
deck.
was going to be a
What
chop.
do I have? Doesn't matter what he has. What do I have? It doesn't matter what he has.
Yeah, I think he's
Well,
got
they
it.
both matter.
He's got donk.
This
cards.
is
Yeah, but I want to buy
5-card
some
Pot-Limit
yeah,
Omaha, high-low. I personally think Big O is confusing, right? If you walk into a poker room, you've never played this game before, and you tell someone, oh, it's 5-card Pot-Limit Omaha, high-low. Straight to the point for those in the chat asking about this game. Quick here, little look here at the current standings. Dr. Costa, the big winner so far. Don and Jered, as well as the Professor, stuck a little bit, but perhaps
Yeah.
that will
so you have
invite
1910.
even more gambling here tonight.
So give him 2K and he'll give you 90
Yeah,
change.
that works.
Yeah, and then you can keep those chips. Yeah.
Nice hand there by
There you go.
Lloyd. Did he wear the blue in the movie? I can't remember, but nice hand there by DonkFish. Born and raised in New Jersey.
Well,
I'm going to
boys,
steal
there's a
some of
little action on
Remco's
this
notes
big O.
here.
Orbit.
He started playing poker in 2003 during the Moneymaker boom.
I'm glad I folded.
Could've used a
my
spade.
King jack jack.
Don't we
king.
all?
Could've used a hand.
He's launched his DonkFish
five,
Poker
King
YouTube
jack,
vlog
jack,
in
10,
2021
five,
focused on
five.
Pot-Limit
have any
Omaha. So if
difference.
anyone wants to check
Great
him out
for
on
PLO.
YouTube,
yeah, yeah.
I know he's
yeah,
got some of his fans in the chat
so
right now,
painful.
but DonkFish
Yeah,
with your ace.
It's so
Poker
painful
on
when you get
YouTube.
like some like 10 high rundown and
That's
big
good
O,
for
and
him.
you're
Better
Like,
call,
and it's
but-
like double suited. His hand is
Yeah,
so
it's right.
good.
It's
not easy
wow,
to make it
7,
in the
8, 9,
YouTube
10.
streets.
Yeah,
Like,
great.
Big O, pretty rough.
Absolutely.
pretty
So that's why we
sucker
ask
hand.
you
He
at
did have
home
one in his hand.
to please
Oh, man.
subscribe to the new Venetian Poker Live channel. There's a link available in the PokerGo YouTube chat. You can click on that and subscribe.
The intricacies of the game.
Decent looking hand here for Wilson, but sometimes you don't want to play that kind of stuff. 3, 4, 5, 6. So he hits the muck with it.
In
Oh, horrible.
August.
Yeah, don't. Shh.
Wait. You're saying this come a long ways. PLO games come a long ways. Big O game.
Now
going for it?
Now he's a stream crusher, you know?
Is it
They
worth
call him
it?
the Big O doctor.
Pretty much.
Oh my God. No.
Called one thing.
Okay, Jered
Five.
here.
Apparently, I showed weakness when I
You
did
did,
that.
for sure.
Apparently, that was
So, you know, Jared did have that
was the tell. I
hand
should know.
previously where he
Jared will
doubled
pick
up
on that.
Jared-
I mean,
Dr.
he's
Costa,
a pretty sharp fella.
where
I know
he
you
didn't
played
play
on the
too
phone.
aggressively
Yeah,
but
with the.
He's a live player.
I mean,
Ace, king, deuce.
He's a sharp fella. At least that's what I hear.
Now we see him going a little pedal to the metal here with the ace, king, 8,
Oh, yeah.
7 deuce. With one suit, the ace, deuce. So
cannot
he
get
might.
weird.
This might be another get in here for DonkFish.
You got it coming in there.
I know, but when it grows out and then I put in cornrows, they look like a serial killer or something. It's so bizarre though. But I mean, I have the hair, the style, and the personality to dress up in different outfits. So I think this fits perfectly well.
I think it's perfect.
It does.
Yeah, absolutely. Just, I mean, and we're gonna do a different theme.
All
every
you're
stream.
missing is mustache wax. That's it. Just a little, you know.
Just a little
Yeah, a
Fu
little
Manchu
curly, yeah.
curl, but that wouldn't fit the.
Yeah, Jared can't
I
like
mean,
this.
The characters didn't
it
have.
does,
Yeah.
but it
it-
does.
it
Oh,
does.
this is Wayne. Big O's Wayne's specialty.
We're gonna
though.
consult with you on the next.
You're
outfit.
the
Next
This is a very
outfit.
tricky spot
I
when you're
already
Jared
kind of
now.
displayed it. We were walking
really?
through Walmart and a couple other places looking for.
Your
the
hand's
proper-
You got-
pretty
you got
trash.
high-
The
you got high
finest
pair
of
and
clothing
ace deuce.
stores.
Well, I mean, you know, I suggested Cabela's, but
What do you got? You got
But,
just got
No
a
suited ace for Jared really hurts his
That's a
hands.
great
next stream outfits.
course.
And then
Five
Yeah,
cards,
when
I
you
mean,
get
anything
repotted here, this guy,
some of it
Donkfish is just always going to have
like
like
stuff,
aces
and I
here
was
with
dressed like this.
a
18,
couple
20?
low cards, if not kings with an
Good
ace
year.
and a
Ace,
couple
ace.
low cards.
Maybe
You're dressed for
maybe
the
you
game,
have
sir.
So Jered kind of already said that.
ace 3.
So I think he already knows. So he might just be posturing here to let go.
9, 10.
You'll see it. You'll see it.
Doesn't matter what he has.
You know what they say, the hand
what you
funeral,
Yep.
where you bemoan
Comes on
your
the
hand
river.
before you let it hit the muck. I think
How
that's
much
what we're
the call?
seeing here.
13?
That was
And I have 1,000 behind, just 1,000 behind.
Yeah, I had a lot more outs this year. I had a lot of low outs.
It'd be funny if he moved all in after
This
all
is
this.
really good tequila, guys. We got to kill this.
Can I have some more?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Where is it? No,
It's-
that-
just
they
ask
have
the
it.
server. We're not allowed to serve ourselves, but we're allowed
Yeah.
to bring
Yeah.
the bottle and check it in. Sure. So, absolutely.
Yeah, we went
All
to
right.
Liquor World. We're like, we need a really good bottle of tequila, and they're like, this is.
This
the
is
one.
a good laydown.
You can
I mean,
drink
it
wine
hurts
while
after
you
3
use
betting and putting in 500, and you think, you know, I got ace deuce, but
Good help.
your other
Full
cards are
range,
kind of crap.
everybody.
The 7-8 really
Guys,
hurts
take
you.
notes. Jared has
Like
a 3-bet.
Remco said, you don't
right.
have
Looks
a
like you can
suit and ace.
Looks like you can drink
You have
wine
8
too.
deuce of diamonds.
Yeah,
So,
I'm
good
really
fold.
milking it.
That's my hunch. That's my.
And as we see now, the
All right, we got
SBJ,
a
the
little
small
bit in
blind
there.
jackpot.
Big goes his game, you know?
It's finally starting to grow.
Yeah.
That hasn't stopped you from
Now,
winning like every
you can
Mito
only
game for the
fit
last, like,
about
4 months.
Well, this is the first
220,
one so far. Well,
250 bucks in
technically
there.
it's
At
not
one point, you're
My
going to have to
favorite
change
is
that
from
for a
that,
100 chip.
You gotta
video
change it
of
up,
him
color it
setting
up.
the
Yeah,
video
we're gonna have
game.
to color
The
that
very
up.
first hand, he flops an open-ended straight flush
The
draw.
production is so good. You guys are the best.
Dialed in.
Runner quad aces.
I will say though,
When
Tristan,
the aces
given
come,
how
like, oh, that's a pretty good
aggressive
run
this
out to
game
my hand
plays
'cause I had
and how big the
kings.
pots have been in relation to the blinds, the small blind jackpot should be 100,
Yeah,
and the
anyway.
bomb pots should also be
Yeah,
100
yeah,
a pop.
Yeah, he had like
Because
a-
they're not
Wilson
playing
is
small,
great.
but in relation,
Wilson's got
the
that.
small blind
yeah,
jackpot and the
so
bomb
on the
pots are
video,
too
you can
small at the
see,
start.
Jared
Yeah,
turns
I
over
hear
his
that.
missed straight
I
flush
think-
draw.
Oh,
Is
trying
it-
to like
I
slow
think
roll
the
it.
nature of these games is they start small and they grow.
Absolutely.
Just
So,
to rub it in a little bit more, give some people some.
so
false
once you
hope.
start getting 5K, 10K in front of you in a game like this, and then you're playing these kind of
Yeah, yeah.
pots,
But-
right? They're
Yeah.
straddling to
Good
80,
backup plan.
160.
stuck,
Like,
so I'm not
yeah,
gonna
this game is
320
gonna
it
get,
on the button,
it's
but
gonna
I-
just keep growing
we'll get
exponentially, I feel like.
For sure.
Later
And we
on
got
in the night,
the
if I'm more
160
strong,
back
you
on,
know
so
we'll get
straddle
there.
all the way to the button. The professor first to act here. No straddles allowed on the button. But like,
Wayne
to
went
my
all in- or no,
point,
he
as the
repotted
game gets
4-bet
deeper
pre
and
for, like,
it stays
1800
aggressive,
in Jared
the small blind jackpot matters less and less because it's only worth 20 bucks a pop. And then the
predicted
same
that
can be
Wayne
said
had
for the
ace,
bomb
ace,
pots
three,
where, here in Big O, we've seen many
you'll see it.
4-figure pots
That'll
pre-flop,
be everyone's
and then
reply
you
to
play
it.
a bomb
You'll see,
pot,
you'll see.
and there's only 140 bucks in the middle.
True. True.
I felt like you were gonna flop a full house.
And
so I was like,
to
I
my
just gotta
point,
get-
right away, Don finds the
This is the only
double
chance
suited
I have to win this hand.
aces with the 3
I
to
had,
go
like,
along with
figure
it,
stack
and we
behind,
again
but I
have
had
action.
1,000 behind after that call.
I mean, the nice thing is
Jonathan says, look, I'm coming. I got the ace, deuce,
Yeah.
5, queen, 8, ace, 5 of spades, 8, deuce of clubs. Clubs dominated, but he does have the ace, deuce, 5 low.
Unless you have a 9 in your hand.
And Costa drawing the high cards here. King, king, queen, 10, 4. I mean, this is not, these spots aren't great, but when you have a high hand here, you don't mind putting in the money, actually. You're kind of getting the right price as you look at the equities now. You're only getting the right price drawing to a high, which sucks. Like, the goal of this game is to scoop. You need a high and low
Not
here.
much action
But
in this big
when the
O
board
game,
comes
eh,
high
boys?
and you have a high hand, that's
If he
great.
has diamonds, then I don't even have a suit.
It's going to be very hard for Costa to flop something, though.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And look
7-8,
at this flop.
kissing your sister.
Jonathan flops the nuts with the nut redraw and the nut low, and Don is in
With an ace-king
awful,
deuce.
awful
You're the
shape.
expert
Wow.
in the-
He's going to
in the
need a
Big O.
deuce to get half of this.
I mean, I don't have
What
a
a
sister.
spot for
If I
Jonathan.
had a sister, I'd
Don
maybe
all
go
in front of him.
9.
Like if a 7-8,
And
like
Dr.
7-8
Costa with
flop
easy
comes in,
decision.
like,
He was just looking
I
for a
have
high.
nut right now.
Yeah, I believe you.
Jonathan casually
Oh, wow.
announcing
5-8,
nut nut.
Good card.
With spades.
Double suited.
5K in the middle.
I mean, that's the best flop you could ask for.
for whatever it
You
is.
can
Oh,
have
he's got the
you can have all my action.
So, yeah,
for
Don just needs
twice
a
the
3.
pot value.
Running clubs.
Just everything.
wow.
I mean,
Everything.
every
An
possible-
I
ace
have
and a
every
board
possible
pair,
reason.
like
Unless
this
it goes
is
running
about as
six.
bad as it gets.
Not-
No, it's
not
gonna
with
go
the
running
not
queen.
redraw.
I was
Yeah,
gonna say
that's
running
it.
6
That's it.
6.
Is that it?
PLO
That's
Professor
all-
naming a
that's
couple
all
other
I have.
runouts that are good for Don.
Don't take a deuce.
6
Yeah.
6 4
He
4.
did say they were drawn down.
What?
Oh yeah, he needs a deuce just for
All right, let's see the turn and river.
running full house.
Oh,
Yes!
Ooh,
Deuce of spades.
You got your spades.
Don
You got
takes
your
the lead
spades.
Yeah,
with the low.
Not low for Don.
Yep.
Yeah, 3
So
for
he
quarter.
can maybe get
Yeah, 3
half.
for the redraw.
River is the 5 of diamonds, and this will
What a
end up in a
luck
chop.
box.
Yeah.
And that's really unlucky if you're Jonathan.
That's Don.
That damn near scoop.
You shouldn't have asked for spades.
I don't think I did ask for spades. I didn't want it.
It might be
I wanted running
Fuck,
queens.
I don't even know what that is.
Yeah, you know, still not big enough.
No?
He's drawn down, he got there.
Too funny.
Nice little
You knew,
escape
you
there
knew it was coming
for
though.
Don.
You said you were drawn down.
I knew what I needed.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, when you know, you know.
True.
I mean,
You know,
I wanted
And there's
to do
nothing
some
else really
clubs.
Don can do there.
Right.
After he puts in at
Yeah.
1100,
Yeah.
he's got
With
900
better
back with
TV,
aces
if
and an
you
ace.
had the
3
deuce of
low.
clubs.
Like,
that was getting
And the
greedy.
deuce of clubs
I'm gonna
came.
write a
You just
story
pray.
where,
That would have been very.
next time
That would have been
we
very
meet
interesting
clubs.
TV.
He didn't just want half, he wanted half with the redraw. The 3/4.
Yeah.
No, actually the scoop, yeah. That was the,
All right.
Hey, we sure carved up Dr. Chris, didn't we?
80?
That was the plan.
Taught him to
That was the plan.
that was our goal, just to chop you up.
I admittedly made a bad call
I mean,
pre-flop.
I am stuck, but you know, we'll get there.
The
I don't even know what I'm in for.
Albert
Not,
says,
you know.
I don't know what's going on.
5 cards.
Albert, you're not the only
Five
one.
cards, anything
This
can
game
happen.
is
That's right.
off
You're
the hook,
always,
and
you always have at least one suit with 5 cards. That's the
they
beauty.
are
There's always a
gambling it up big time, which is fun to watch.
possibility.
For those that are just tuning in, this is a 10-10 PLO mix.
Yeah, it's
It
10
plays
pounds.
quite
It's
a bit
like
bigger, I must add.
TV.
The
Very
10-10
bigger.
the 10-10 sort of undersells.
Between the ferns.
How
you know,
this
you
game
ever
really
know
goes.
Between the ferns,
Yeah,
where
yeah.
he goes, he's interviewing the guy from the office, and he goes, "I know how you do this." He goes, "Yeah, it looks like TV ads." 10
Yeah, if
pounds
anyone
to
has
it. What'd
questions,
have?
you just ask
5
Remco in the
TVs last
chat.
night,
We'll
you know?
explain it, but just know that this game is action, and you're getting at least 4
That
cards.
made me think of Tommy
And at least
Boy
one
the end,
board.
when he's on TV,
Like-
the guy's like,
And you have to
he's
use
a
at
little
least 2.
inebriated, and he's like-
This is
Did Tommy
insane.
gain
This
weight?
is
And
like
he's like, oh, the camera adds a couple
this is a
hundred
good
pounds,
game, man. I'm going to be honest. This is a good game.
My
I
favorite
did not
part
expect
was,
to see
"Oh,
this
I
much
lost my
action
virginity
tonight.
to so-and-so."
I'm
Oh,
surprised.
Bob, you were there.
That's from a Between the Ferns episode?
No, Tommy
Tommy
Boy.
Boy.
At the end of the big speech.
Classic 90s comedy.
So Jonathan with the real only low
Wayne's
hand
favorite
here,
genre of movies is 90s.
which is kind of going to turn
When I need a day just to
I
like
think-
chill,
I
I'm
think
watching 90s comedy.
You guys could definitely pull off like a Zach
Professor with the
Galifianakis
Oh,
and a
absolutely.
David
4-7 low
Spade.
draw.
And a David Spade, yeah. You guys.
He has no idea that is actually good.
Or like a.
Forgot what I had.
You could do a Tommy Boy.
Well, the thing with Tommy Boy is like it doesn't really have like an iconic outfit. I mean,
No,
like,
no.
like
Not
this,
at all.
obviously everyone like relates to remember at least.
So
even-
Wilson, even though he has backup with the diamonds, he has no low really, so he just folds.
Everyone's like,
Don't give me
oh,
top for one.
understandable.
It's easy.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, good easy fold.
Your game.
Yeah, for me it was fairly easy too. I'm like, I need a,
PLO.
yeah,
Four
never
cards,
mind.
More cards. Don't forget.
I mean, regular PLO is going to feel like a slow game now. Like it's like you've gotten a taste, and now what? We're sort of detoxing.
Yeah, we get to catch our breath now, and we get to maybe see some real poker get played. This is kind of what I was alluding to 15 minutes ago, that we're just kind of seeing not real poker. And what I mean by that is like when there's straddles, when you're playing bomb pots or 5 cards, you just might get in 2/3 of your stack, and then you put in the rest. So maybe we'll see some more
I got these two guys that
maneuverability in smaller pots in the normal 4-card game, or not. Maybe we're just going to keep seeing like huge pots and a lot of pre-flop action and stuff.
Well, I mean, already the straddle to 80 is already on, so we are playing far bigger than
and I said, but
initially sort of announced, which I love. It's great. The action is definitely huge.
we were thinking about it more, and I'm like,
Yeah, typically you would see stacks that are closer to $10,000 playing at these stakes.
Right.
So when you see players only having 2 or 3K in front of them, we see Costa with 8,
And they'll remember you.
DonkFish with
yeah,
8. Nope, he's okay. He's got 5. It says,
game's here.
but he might have a little bit more. But anyway,
300?
Yeah.
can't.
This is, I
You
mean,
can just go last round.
this is just insane.
button
The,
raise
the
goes.
chips are flying. Double suited tens here for Costa, making it 300.
Got that too.
Don with the quick call.
Just
This is the problem with playing people who have played with me before.
God, you guys
Yeah.
are really pricing me in here.
They got
aren't you?
no respect.
All right.
And here we go
It's
again.
just clay betting discs. They're not cash.
When you
until
go
get
from
to
5 cards to 4 cards, I mean, how can you start folding?
No
no
respect these
respect at
days.
all.
No respect.
Yeah, you buy a 2-story house. You know it's 1 story
I was
before you move in and another
trying to
story
just make
after.
All right,
you know? No
7-10,
respect.
7-4, 10, 2 spades. Jonathan with nut spades here.
Gut shot, straight draw, 2.
Top
that
set.
helps.
Top set for Dr.
before?
Costa.
Yep, this is going to be fireworks, Remco.
Got that?
Especially with a leading pot
Oh yeah.
into the guy with top set.
Yeah, if you blink twice, you'll miss it because I can only imagine Dr. Costa will be happy
Just why slow
to
down now?
I mean,
get it
why
going
slow
here.
down?
And, you know,
Slow down.
10s and 4s for the professor.
I mean, we're talking about Jonathan
Awful
here.
spot for top and bottom pair
You
here.
expect anything
I'm
else?
here
Because
for
you're
a
never
reason.
really
Oh my
going to be
God,
that
yeah.
great
Like,
equity-wise
my,
against whatever
yeah.
Jonathan's leading here.
My flame.
There's 2
sunglasses.
players
As
behind
you're
you,
going
so
out,
great
you guys have to
discipline
read-
fold there
read
by
through
the PLO
flames.
professor.
Fast.
Yeah.
Cool.
You look fat and cool.
And now Dr. Costa with the nuts. We just want to get this in, but yeah, we're going to be up against a combo draw like we do see in Jonathan's hand. But this just gets in.
This one guy is,
There's no slow playing here.
Nope. And he moves forward 5,000.
That was like 5.
That's what we call a
5
healthy
even.
rate.
5 straight.
Well, apparently my story doesn't matter.
We'll round
Oh,
Jared, but-
Okay.
It's fine.
Keep telling it. I
Yeah,
want
gonna
we-
fold,
we-
I might have to
so
call,
we
I don't
had
know.
a relaxing shroom day, and
All right, let's do it.
We weren't the first all-in pot, Jonathan.
We were
but
All right, Jonathan, happy to get it in here.
Yeah, both these guys are happy. This is
oh, that's all. I mean,
the great game of PLO. Where's Ingram when we need him? He'll be here
That's
soon.
why I wanted.
Almost 10,000 in the middle.
Oh, you have my
And
9 though.
I think that's
important
the
here, lots of
All right,
cards
I
have been
need a,
folded that Jonathan is drawing to, so
He doesn't have a 9.
Yeah,
How about
I
a
get-
king
Dr.
of-
Costa,
I was gonna say a king.
quite a
Clubs would be
decent
great.
favorite here.
yeah, king of clubs would be
Lots
way
of
good.
spades have
How
been
about a
folded. That
7
really
of
hurts.
spades? How about
Costa with a
just
blocker
Nah,
to
we
the
don't want
9.
that. That's not good. Fun.
You really want to turn a king here,
Once or twice is what they're
a jack, some kind of Broadway card if you don't get there right
Yeah,
now if you're
sure,
Jonathan.
sure.
Obviously, you just hope to hit the spade, but Costa can always pair the board. Now, a 110 was folded, 1-4 was folded. I didn't see many 7s.
8 of spades on the turn. And now Jonathan
now
taking the
8 of
lead.
diamonds would be perfect.
Dr. Costa looking for a
Not allowed to call
7-4
cards here.
or 8. River is the deuce of spades.
Two of my outs.
spades.
I'm drawing dead.
And
God.
they're running it twice, so
King
Jonathan
spades.
All right, we'll get it.
scooping the first one.
I don't see too many
I
nines.
wish the big cards would have come out.
Bad
first for it.
D.
Oh, we're running it once. We ran it once.
Did I say twice?
All right, can you do it twice?
Okay, that's
6 of
Alright.
clubs. Jonathan now drawn very
We'll have
slim.
9.
just another 6.
Did I hear a
Another
9er
six,
in
man.
there?
Yeah.
2 spades and
Another 6.
one
I
offsuit 9
I had
here.
10s and 4s.
Still available to him.
off, man.
No way.
Now you legit had 10s and 4s right on the stream.
River's the
that's
king of
the
diamonds,
king I
and
needed
There's the
before.
king. That would've been-
All right,
they'll
choppy
chop
choppy.
this
We
up.
survived. We survived.
Boring.
Boring.
Welcome to
Probably
PLO,
won't be the
everybody.
first time Chris and I are all in today, so.
Flop the nuts. You're up. You only have 64% equity,
No
and
blood? Chop it up? No blood?
Come on.
you get half the pot.
I ran it twice.
It's early. It's early.
You guys.
Oh, whoops.
Oh, I can't even win. I thought I was gonna.
Nope. I mean, 160. Come on, bro. That's,
Yeah,
that's
not even
Is that what it's up to right now? Is 160?
I think it might be 180 now, maybe.
Enough to where we can swap out.
Dude,
the
that
chip.
400 line, I mean, we've played $10 small blind jackpot where it gets up to 320. I mean,
Yeah, we got it up to 400.
Yeah,
once.
400 was here.
On
and
$10.
and that was 10, that
Couple
was
months
10,
ago.
right? Not
At
20.
10.
yeah.
At 10.
So-
Yeah, at 10.
But when you're playing 8-handed,
It's a little harder.
It's a little harder, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
more.
Small lines in one more.
So I think you'll probably get up to 6 at least once or twice tonight.
Yeah.
I mean, then again, it's only 5 hours versus like an 8 or a 10-hour session.
True.
You know, so we'll see.
we will see.
Yeah.
The night is young.
I mean, there's always hope that Donald just put off all of his chips chasing.
Pretty good hand here by Jared.
You got the queen jack 10-10.
That's the beauty of small blind jackpot.
Saddle to 40 is on, so he's going to come in for what looked like
Yeah.
160, I believe.
Oh. Haven't even looked yet.
Once again, shout out to those tuned in right now to our PLO mixed game.
Have an opportunity.
Please don't forget to subscribe to the Venetian Poker Live YouTube channel if you haven't already.
Look, touch.
We are also live again tomorrow. Tristan and I calling the action on an epic 100, 200 no-limit game. JRB is back with his crew. Got some new faces in the mix. And maybe a mystery guest. We're still waiting to hear confirmation, but I can already tell you that the pots will once again be massive.
Let's go. It's exciting.
All right, so nobody wanted to fold this hand, which brings us to the flop with 800 bucks in the middle. We are 5 ways. And no one has anything?
We're all thinking, who's
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, you got. I mean, there's a lot of equities out there. Kings are in the lead right now for the time being.
But how's anyone going to show aggression when there's already 3 diamonds on board?
Yeah, you won't see much. Unless someone wants to take some kind of blocker, but nobody even has a great blocker here. Now, this could be a chance. I don't know if Dr.
420 for
Costa
my
is the most creative player here, but once someone pots it here, you
for my
kind
friend
of
to the
just
left here.
And
get
to
out the
right.
way. So Jonathan goes, okay, someone might have bet a flush if they had it. I'm just going to pot my top set.
No, I've actually never been on.
And like you said, Remco, not a whole lot of
Josh has been on a couple.
action in this one.
I've never.
Yeah,
Guess
5
it's just
and
a
4 in
meetup
my
game.
hand.
Nice
Yeah.
hand.
Show 3 non-diamond.
We got
Right,
I had a straight throw.
That's what we all want to see.
Yeah,
Yeah, we had a straight
that's
throw.
actually the casino that's closest to me. I live like.
So I might be
I live
going
like
to
15
Ireland
minutes
next
away.
week.
I heard about that actually.
Yeah,
But
and
still
I was
going
playing
to
with
Lake
a couple
Elsinore.
of guys
It's
from
better.
the UK
Well,
here.
The
yeah.
small blind jackpot
I
is
heard the
funded
game
by
is April
Straight PLO is what they
20th.
the
play.
player on the
And I was
button
like,
every
"Are you
hand.
kidding me?"
You add 20 bucks.
You can't get
It
them.
rotates, but only the player in the small blind can win the jackpot by winning a hand from the small blind.
You know, on weekends.
A show on Fox.
Who doesn't like high-low?
60.
On Fox.
Don't feel any pressure.
A show on Fox. And
Wait,
so
wait, he
find
doesn't
out in
like
the next
high-low?
36 hours if he gets his password.
The
'cause he's supposed, he did
folks
like an
at
expedited service and
Lake
stuff.
Lake Elsinore.
Afterwards,
which is
I
a,
found out that the Irish
local
Open was
spot.
going. I said to
Local
my
spot
wife,
near me.
"You just want to go to Ireland?"
Yeah,
And
you
she
should.
goes, "Yeah." And I'm like, "All right." So I said, "I'll look at it after the stream."
I saw you said that if you met anyone there and they knew you, you would buy them drinks for the whole night.
Oh my God! And I had when we were live streaming before we came on here, we had people from Ireland. Like there was a guy from the Isle of Man, and he's like,
Oh, me?
"What's up, Professor? I'm
Holy
gonna watch
cripes.
you when you're live streaming at
Pot.
like 2 in the morning."
Don finds aces with the suit.
Times 4.
He's going to raise pot on the button here as the straddle to 160
6
reaches him, which of course, best case scenario. And look at these stakes. Who said this game was going to be 10-10?
What's the game? What are we playing?
We got 64 big blinds
Yeah.
on the button here.
Yeah. I mean, this is one of those games
low,
that
right?
just gets bigger as the
There
night
you go.
goes on.
You have 5 cards,
Like,
right?
I could imagine
I have all your
everyone
outs.
having 10 or 20K in front of them by the end of the night, or when the stream's done and they keep
Right.
playing
Yeah,
the
yeah,
game
yeah.
later on. Like,
They might play through the night.
Who's this guy who doesn't respect his elders?
Don's a character. I love Don.
go.
Don, you're awesome,
Teach them a
man.
lesson.
Can't put it all in, but he can call.
Exactly.
And Jered with a pretty good rundown
doing?
here, Queen Jack 10A. He wants to call DonkFish, considering with the straddle, but his hand's a little
That price. I mean,
disconnected. I don't think he's going to enter.
I wish I was in for 160. I would have called 60.
you would have called it. Yeah, you would have called my hand.
I had a 4 big blind hand,
Nope.
but not when I'm only in for 20 bucks.
Yeah.
It was close.
Okay, so let's see Don holding his cards up. I mean, these boards are always tricky to navigate. The
Yes.
low ones disconnected when you have high
Some of us
cards.
are from,
I wonder if we could pay the
But
waitress. to
Don's
go
got
get us
pot
some
left,
We can,
backdoor
I'm
flush
sure.
draw. He's not really going to be too concerned. I think he's going to put this in.
That's what I was thinking.
But here, look at Jered with a. This is a creative play by Jered. He just leads with a gut shot, and that's going
Oh.
to work. Wow.
Well done.
You're
Show the
lucky I didn't
bluff.
call.
Another 6-4-7 on your ace.
See, that's a great bluff by Jered, because that's a spot where if he
Lucky I didn't
checks,
call
Don's just
Jered.
going to go all in, I imagine, to just push his equity.
Keep
You
getting good
didn't call
hands.
for 4 bigs?
And Jered only was drawing to 4 9s there at the moment. So, wow, that's a very big pickup there by Jered.
Once again, if you like PLO, there's a 5-5 meetup game happening tomorrow on Saturday in the Venetian Poker Room. You can
Would've
sign
been a
up
big one, huh?
using
Rainbow,
Poker
too, 4,
Atlas,
6, 7. I had
or
ace,
just come
king,
to the
jack,
room,
king, double suited. I actually
get yourself a
like my
seat.
hand to do
Should be
like-
a
Like if I was in for 160,
thrilling
I'd
day
call.
of PLO action. Once again, 5-5 meetup game. tomorrow at 2 p.m.
Get
local
Wayne to
time in
change the
Vegas.
game. I rely on
Wayne
Wayne's
knows
game.
he'll
I rely
call
on Wayne's
three
game.
more
guys
big
I rely on
blinds.
the
Doing their best to promote
you know,
Pot-Limit Omaha all over the
consistency
world,
of
and
Wayne's game.
He just knows.
they put their money where their mouth is because this game so
I
far has been
rely.
quite
I
entertaining.
said it again. I
Couple of his
said
vlogs,
rely on the
they've been,
consistency of Wayne's game.
I fought it straight. I popped it. Nuts.
Last couple of his vlogs have been a little bit.
I had an 8.
So what do you think? You got an 8?
I had an 8,
You have like an 8-9? You have some outs there?
maybe.
Something?
Something.
Something.
Well,
probably
that last hand is
I had
pretty
1-8.
interesting. Just wrapping my head around it
Oh,
still,
yeah.
What are we looking at
because
here?
you got to ask yourself if someone had flopped the nuts here or something, flopped a set, are they really
So just
leading
straddle
into
and
me?
just call.
So, yeah, there's some
Put on a
dynamic
feeler
there, but
call.
Don didn't really consider
made
it,
it
and
sound so
that's
weak,
kind of
and
the
then you
advantage of
decided
board texture. We see that a lot in Hold'em, range advantage board texture, but in PLO it really is a different beast.
Who are you?
Wow.
What is going on?
this guy?
Who woke up Wayne?
Who is this guy?
Whether or not
Who
you
woke this
call
guy
him
up?
I mean, I have
or
position.
what.
I got position.
I like.
Position raise.
Has nothing to do with the
Jonathan with one of the best
Let's see here.
Omaha 8 or better hands you could have, ace 5, deuce 4, double suited.
All right.
I was trying to get Jonathan to fold to give you a shot next
But we're
hand,
playing
I
high
guess,
cards
you know,
PLO here. Hi,
going for
Remco.
the
Right, but when everyone
You
goes
didn't get the
high, you
memo.
go low.
Hey, there you
did not
go.
get the memo.
Donkfish makes it 400 with the high
Versus
cards,
320?
King, Jack 9 double suited, and
That's it.
Professor speculative, if you ask me.
I
But-
mean that invites Jered to the game. He's got the 8-7-3-3.
And Costa's not folding,
No, he's not
right?
folding.
Never.
If he folds, it's going to be the best.
Never folding. He can't fold. Come on.
I mean, he's allowed to. It is his chips.
So if you think about
Money.
alcohol into your blood absorption, it happens around 70 or 80 minutes. And I think that tequila is starting to set in.
40 minutes for that.
Dr. Costa is going to regret folding this. I can already promise you.
40 minutes, not even.
I don't
Say
know.
the same thing to you, Jay.
Refill. I mean, keep that Coors Light flowing.
All right, four-way action. 10-8-5-2 hearts.
I want one. Who wants
Hearts
this
for
one?
Jonathan.
I will take another shot.
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
Oh, shots being ordered again.
Speaking of the devil,
Whoever's not doing it.
Yeah, he wants
Anybody not?
Check.
Donkfish open-ended, but no hearts.
Anything else?
I think
What's in there?
Oh, don't make 7.
ooh, Jered thinking of something creative.
Oh, I love that.
720.
Look at this.
So in heads-up pots, these plays can work because you're only against one range, one equity. Against 3 players, this is not solicited. And Donkfish has a decision. I mean, he's got overpair, he's got an up and down straight draw, he's got a backdoor flush draw, a good one at that. But you know, Jonathan is really the one with the most equity here. He's got bottom pair, nut flush draw. I don't think we're going to let Jered get to turns or rivers without putting all the money in here. And this is kind of the problem betting a hand like this Jered did bet. He's just blocking a set. He's not blocking any of the draws.
720.
And look at this. Donkfish gets out of the way. He was the pre-flop aggressor. Jonathan makes the call, and we're down a heads up here.
Okay, I'm surprised to see just a call there. I mean, I think with as the pot is laid, there's 3K in the middle. He's only got 2K back. I probably would have just ran it if I was Jonathan. But,
It's
you know, all good. 2 pair now.
Yeah, and this ace would have given Donkfish a flush draw. Not that it really
The nut
matters,
flush
but
draw.
I do like a bit of hindsight every now and then.
Yeah.
And now a pivot from Jonathan, who's going to lead. And while Jered was on some quote-unquote nonsense on the flop, he's not giving a chance to make another mistake here.
Jackpot.
Wow, that was a good turn
Of course
card
it's
for
a
me.
bluff. Of
That
course
was a
it's
good
But small blind jackpot in
Deuce.
play.
Oh, there we go.
And a 4.
Now, would you rather
Gotcha.
Jonathan check again to Jered, hoping that he makes another mistake? Because there's no way you're
Oh, we were
folding
play- we
anyway.
weren't playing big
Yeah,
blind.
I would. I would there. Your opponent's really going to have like a very good hand, like they have flopped a set, or they have like some big combo draw. So I'd rather check and let them continue with their combo draws that you can bluff catch, and you could be,
I was thinking trips.
you know,
and folds.
75% equity or what have you against.
Not a hand that could
I
call
think
it.
when you lead there, you're only
Raise,
getting called by
call,
better
call.
hands.
I had sixes.
So
I was
yes,
like,
good point, Mr.
Yeah.
Remco. You know poker.
I'm
my
learning.
friend.
I'm
You-
learning.
The sick part is
20
that I
years
had
in
to
this
call
game,
it.
I know you know, my friend.
Oh, because you like turn
I flopped
I
big
once
and then I turned
bubbled
even bigger.
a
But I still didn't have a pair in my
WSP
hand.
10 game event.
Hearts and clubs.
Shout out
Hearts
Bruno
and
Fatusi,
clubs and
who
a
busted
gut
me in
shot.
Badoogie
Oh, we would have played a big one.
back in the day.
I wouldn't have liked it though. I would not have liked where I was.
I would have liked
Way
it
to
if
win,
you called
raise
on the turn with
400.
no pair.
No, that was a good.
I would've
that was a
preferred
good
that.
turn card for my hand.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna like that.
I didn't have heart. I didn't have a single heart in my hand.
Yeah, neither did I.
I do love how this game shows what Vegas cash games can really be like. You know, sometimes, speaking of myself, you sit down in a lower stakes cash game, and it can be like crummy people, negative attitudes, people asking for seat changes all the time, people short stacking, and then on the total other side of the spectrum, you have a game like this. Everyone's chatting, taking shots, playing fast, which is great to see. And once again, I'll mention it, this game happens every
there's
weekend,
always
right?
one.
So you can come to Venetian, play in a game like this, or maybe there's even a seat open and you get to play in this exact game, which to me just sort of, I guess, is a way of saying, if you don't like the game you're playing in, if you play live
$3
poker,
incentive
look
for
for
the
another
game.
game.
Yeah. And you're in the mecca
Right.
of poker here, Las Vegas, and the Venetian doing it top of the line now.
Yep.
So they're obviously facilitating things like this. It's unbelievable.
Ace, Queen, Deuce. Heads up pot here. Haven't seen much heads up action in this game.
So this is where we're going to see some more poker being played. There's 600 in the middle. Both guys have 4K plus. So bet and a call.
Professor betting his aces and queens. Backdoor spades available to him. Gut shot to Broadway for Dr. Costa. We got the doctor versus the professor. It's a very sophisticated affair. And this turn card gives Dr. Costa a diamond draw and doesn't hesitate, calls the 1200 instantly.
Instant. I mean, some people might consider, hey, I'm worried about the king high diamonds, the queen high diamonds here. I'm just drawing to a 10 as clean, but bingo.
There it is. Diamond on the river. Now, the backdoor diamonds, or backdoor flush draw, to be precise, a bit more disguised than if he were to, say, have a flopped flush draw. So perhaps the professor more likely to call some bet here because it is less likely that you go backdoor. And
Yeah.
again here, Dr. Costa not hesitating. He's just going to bet whatever he can grab. And that looks like a pot-sized bet. Or was it 2K? It looked like more.
It was 4K. I
it
think
was
he just
4K.
put enough in to
Yeah.
put him in.
Yeah. Oh, excuse me. He only has 2,200 left. Yeah,
But yeah, you're right about the disguise of the backdoor diamonds, but you do got to be worried about the queen X of diamond type hands. The you would typically be more worried about the king X of diamonds when you bet the turn, but there is some jack 10 of diamonds, jack 9 of diamonds, along with the queen X of diamonds that you got to worry about here.
But then you also got to worry about that you're playing against Dr. Costa, who's capable of just about anything, and the professor with a disciplined fold.
Discipline from the PLO professor.
Let me tell you though,
Flop hits my range more than it hits your range, though, right?
having
well
watched
aware.
Dr.
Yeah,
Costa
I mean, what are
play
you doing there, buddy?
for 5 hours last week, this
I
man
don't
could
need
also
to
have
raise. I
nothing
just-
there on the river.
See the three
He
things.
doesn't
Snatches
hesitate,
me more
which
than
is
it
great.
snatches you.
You just wait.
This time though, he did have it, and the
Let him
professor
hang
made a good
himself
fold.
or what?
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe he
Just
got
let
away
him
with
figure
one.
it out.
He might have got it. We're going to look at that one
I
later.
don't know.
We're going
I
to check
mean,
that one.
Check
Check
I
that
don't
one
mind
later.
a king. I do mind a king, but I do mind a king of diamonds.
King of
a
diamonds,
lot.
everything gets there.
Like, I mean, and I got an ace, king, queen in my hand. Like, like I'm putting you on a wrap on the flop when you flat call, flat call.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you had a set of aces there or a set of queens, I was barbecued.
Sure made it look like it.
I know. Or you could have had like king, 10, jack.
520.
King, 10, jack.
That's also
And then just another diamond.
King, 10,
Oh,
jack?
shit. Yeah, or king, 10,
Flop
jack.
with what, ace?
I
Ace,
love
queen,
poker
deuce.
so much, Remco. I'm so blessed to be here
Queen's
with
a
you. Thank
seven,
you for
yeah,
having
with
me, man.
diamond.
Because
Yeah.
poker is just
I don't have
what a
single
beautiful
diamond in my
game, and
hand. I'm gonna
You guys
talk-
remember that I folded
to see all the variants and just to be watching this.
27 to
It's
1.
awesome.
Yeah.
Wilson has been a bit quiet as of late, but
Yeah.
he gets back involved.
I did.
The
That's
professor,
why I
by the way,
folded.
61% VPIP as it stands. That is an action player.
Call.
All 70.
And look at this, Dr. Costa with the double suited queens and nines.
All 70.
I love it. There are some. I haven't talked a whole lot about the like pre-flop strategies in this kind of game because the games have changed and it's so crazy and stuff.
You don't
But
need to up your 2-pair.
the raise size that we saw of Jered to make it just a min raise. It was an 80 straddle. He opened for 160. I really like that. I do like limping and just taking your equity to the flop as we see Dr. Costa with a huge flop here. Top set, queen high, flush draw. Turns 4 ladies.
Wow.
If you see one man in Vegas with 4 ladies, beware.
Of course, it's the highly successful plastic surgeon who's got 4 ladies right now.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Funny how that works out, right? And we do see Donkfish with the nothing burger. I just got Jack 10-7-4. I can't win this hand. I'm going to try to stab at this. Plastic surgeon doing his best Botox to not move at all.
I do love, in PLO in particular, bluffing with nothing, because if you bluff with something, you get a chance to get blown off your equity. And in this case, you can't get blown off of anything because you don't have anything.
No, maybe the
Absolutely. And these little pots that people don't fight for can help your red line when you do play poker and you fight for these small pots. They really can increase your win rate a lot.
What kind of hybrid?
It's an Optima, Key Optima. Yeah.
Nice hit.
Donkfish with the easy fold, took a stab, didn't go his way, and we're going to see the queens, aren't we?
You live in? You get
Near
one
Down
there?
Ranch.
Oh, okay.
How long you lived there?
Oh, he shows the 9s instead.
He's going to
I'd say
show
Valley,
it. You
but it's
can't
like
hit
north-
quads.
Wow.
Northwest Henderson, kind of like
When you
5
raised,
minutes
I was like, man, he
below
really, with that raise, he really wants me
the
to
like
call.
Sunset Park or the airport.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So,
Yeah, I go there a lot.
The park you have.
There's sometimes we're
You're like, how can I even get any?
All right, once again, a quick look here at the current standings. Dr. Costa trending in the same direction as last week, winning quite big already. But this game still moving fairly fast. Blink twice. These red and green colors might be reversed. Shout out to everyone watching right now. Please smash that like button and subscribe to the YouTube channel if you're catching us right there. And
That's where you are too?
a very classy
What?
Coors Light there for Dr. Costa, who's getting some reinforcements delivered to the
We're
table.
a block apart.
I believe we have a round of
Big O?
shots
Yeah.
coming as
I'm gonna do it on
well.
Big O.
One more, I think.
Once again, my
But
name
I
is
will.
Remco Rinkema, Tristan
I'll still do
Wade,
it, but
WSB bracelet winner alongside
yeah,
me
you
in the
want some?
booth. Also
yeah.
a Pot-Limit Omaha aficionado.
Whatever. I'm really not picky.
Yeah, go ahead. Unless you want some of these.
Bring me some ethanol in a cup.
Yeah, that's all you need.
You got that at work.
Take 2
Yeah.
seconds of salmon when you
Get it on
Double check
discount.
it. I think they're good, but.
Oh, wait, I only gave you 200. Right? Yeah, 1 second.
Thanks, babe.
Yeah, that's what I
Yeah,
gave you. Yeah.
yeah, you're good.
Call.
I said 2 stacks, thinking.
That's a great deal for you.
Right.
Fold.
300?
Make it 300. Release the 300.
All right, Wilson getting back involved here. Double suited aces. He's going to raise it up.
How much is in that cup?
Makes it 300.
40.
And
Did I put 20 in?
I heard we're playing Pot-Limit Omaha, so
60.
what else do I do but to get Joe Ingram on the phone? Thanks for joining us, boss.
What's up? What's up, guys? Good to be here. Just heard Pot-Limit Omaha, the great game was going on down here. Got a text to get in the mix, so it's good to see you, Remco. You've been doing a great job on the commentary, Tristan.
What's up,
The
buddy?
man, as always, great to see you.
Appreciate you.
So my first and only question,
Uh-huh.
why are you not playing?
Well, these guys love to play this Big O. They play the variant Big O, and they got the double board bomb pot. So Big O, I don't play that much, but obviously, I mean, maybe after I watch them play now, you know, let me do some scouting first here, Remco.
Well, I think Tristan will reverberate
Oh, these
my
ones on the
statement
side
here.
were-
But
You're like
you don't have to know a whole lot about Big O. You just got to go for it because these
Sounds
guys have
like
been
someone that has not played Big O before. Yeah,
These
that's
guys
how
are-
you,
these
that's how
guys
you
have
lose
been
a lot of money, buddy.
jamming it in.
Yeah, let's get it.
Oh, this game has been insane so far.
Cool. I'm
Yeah.
excited to see what the
was
boys can do
plan?
here.
Like,
The
originally it was
PLO
gonna be,
Professor.
kick
I'm
off
excited to
with
see what he's got on the
the
table.
hold him like 51, and then
The
you
professor
guys-
so far, VPIP of nearly 60%.
like a month
He's
ago.
stuck a little bit,
But we
driving
did-
the
there's a
action.
lot of other things we had to work out.
Dr.
Oh, that's
Costa,
so good.
as always, unbeatable. But this one will go to Wilson.
I think, let me just double check. Yep, it's still good. Yep,
And you
you're
came at the
good.
slowest time because PLO's about to finish, and then we're going to go to double board bomb pots for an
Were you
orbit,
gonna
and
be
then
the
Big
second
O
stream,
for
or-
an orbit.
No,
So
they were gonna
this is an
have
absolutely insane
double board
game.
bomb
Like,
pot, 20 up.
Yeah, they play this pretty regularly every weekend since I've been here for the past couple months, and they are invite me every time. They go, Poppy, you want to get in the game? Get in the game. So it's I'm excited to see what they're all about and see what their game's like and see what these guys are like.
So double board bomb pot for those that are just tuning in for the first time watching this game. It is as crazy as it sounds. It's Pot-Limit Omaha. There's 2 boards. There's the best high on each board will split the pot. You can scoop, but it is quite difficult. $20 a player, and we go straight to the flop. And then the action starts.
This game is dangerous. I've seen so many players at the Venetian who basically, you know, it's funny because a dealer change, there's double board bomb pot, and then everyone in the game just throws the money in, and then the players, you know, they don't know what's going on, and then everyone else is, oh, put your $12 in, put your $15 in, and they end up with 300 big blinds all in, and they are going for one board, and they lose that one board, and they get scooped. So this is a dangerous game, double board bomb pot. Tristan, are you playing this much in your neck of the woods?
Yeah.
oh yeah.
Double board bomb pots? I know you're
not
always
double-
in the...
Not double board bomb pots. I am playing bomb pots in Hold'em.
Right, okay.
But
This one's
it's
crazy.
a different beast. Yeah, I was telling Remco, I'm like, I don't know how these guys are doing it.
The true art of this game is learning how to bluff. And it would seem kind of impossible from what you're seeing here, but really understanding how to end up getting both pots when you shouldn't get both pots is the name of this game. And then obviously you got to run like God and pray to God. And this is so I'm excited to see. Cheers.
I mean, Don
They
here
brought me a second.
with the set of 6s. He's got the 10-6. He's got the 4 going. Like,
chemistry. What kind of chemistry?
just like absolute gin here for him on the both
No,
boards.
no, that's a scary hand. I mean, you really want to be drawing a little bit of something, and this guy
I don't think anybody
has a very vulnerable hand. This is one of those where you get all your money and you lose both, and you're like, what just happened there? You 7 on the turn, on the bottom, the club, 10 of clubs on the top, or the jack of clubs on the top, and you're just like. So you kind of want to be a little more passive unless you have an ultimate redraw to go with it, or you have at least one board locked down with the other board. You have some sort of something to go with it to fight.
Are you in it?
In this game, absolutely. 9-handed, you got to be. Oh my gosh.
Seven-handed.
Oh, 7-handed is actually not that bad, but
Like they're always talking about organic.
Venetian's 9-handed game, so you got to be pretty tight here.
Well, Don just gets it done here on the flop.
Oakham Gauntlet.
By the way, Joey, how old do you think Don is?
35.
Yeah, the
Don is 81.
81?
Yeah.
Because he plays PLO? Of course he's
The fountain of youth.
the fountain of youth.
Can I get some?
Keeps the blood thin. Keeps it running.
Do I use the Krebs cycle on a daily basis?
So what's that? They told me about this jackpot, Tristan. What's the jackpot about? How
So
do-
yeah, it's a little interesting. It's called the small blind jackpot. The button puts $20 in. Only the small blind can win it if they win the pot. And if they don't win the pot, they get the button put 20 in, and it just keeps
I think
accumulating.
that's correct.
It's a big trend in Vegas right now is bonus games, jackpot games, the squid game, the chopped, double or bomb pot on dealer changes. So they're trying to just spruce up the action and kind of, instead of just hold'em, which most games have been straight hold'em for a long time. So pretty cool. I kind of like those new things.
Yeah, it's interesting. I'm not. This one's a little interesting because only the small blind can win it, but whatever. I guess
Yeah.
it drives some more action.
Almost for the poor. Who knows?
Look at this. This is one of those boards like Joey was talking about. If you can bluff somebody, it's going to be advantageous. But on these kind of boards, you're really not going to get a bluff off.
Well, this could be one if you have like ace deuce on one or an ace on the and you have the nuts on one, then you're basically bluffing the board. I feel like this is a lot of strategy, but you're giving away. You want to basically play the other board where when the board changes and they show passiveness. On the ace 5-7 one, this is one where you would be trying to bluff that one. So you would stay and you wouldn't try to necessarily elevate the pot on the flop on earlier streets. You might want to try to take it away on the turn or on the river. Once people are drawing their draw, their flush draw, or whatever, and they miss because they might think you have one more block down.
Apparently there's a lot to say.
And you can only have the last ace, right? You can't have.
Exactly. See, this is a good example. Don's got ace deuce. A bunch of people got draws. They're going to end up by the river where he's going to try to. His goal here is to try to bluff that ace 5-7 board, and hopefully his hand holds there.
And he has top 2 on the bottom, which helps. But
Yeah, that definitely helps. Yeah.
but now he is losing the bottom.
Just in case.
And even on the top, he gets some, overcards. But whatever. You
Yeah.
got all the aces, so you're not worried about it.
And now you're just hoping, if when you have the nuts, you're hoping to.
How's your
hope
bracket?
three people got straights, which is kind of what happened here. 3 people got straights is what you're hoping for.
Except.
And Wilson here with the king high flush
you're a
to
Coug-
both
Coug
boards
fan?
with the straight on the bottom. I mean, I don't see how you fold this.
my
But I
home
guess it
state.
is a paired
Oh, you're
board
from
on
Utah.
top.
Good thing you're not asking in the middle of the hand.
It's also kind of funny because in a way he's stealing his own outs
Did
with
he
the
just
diamonds.
pot it? He did. That is pretty spicy, if you ask me.
We gave him some Coug
Wilson
curve.
comes over the top for 2,100.
This would kind of be one where you could force the other players. If one's got ace deuce, one has ace four. Now you're trying to you're trying to get more money in for at least hopefully one other person has nuts. And if one person has 8-9, which the PLO Professor does, he's got a redraw to go with it too. So he's probably going to go with it, even though obviously he's not happy.
Oh,
But
wow.
This is what you're praying. This is what you're.
Am I
This is a
playing the
dream
right
for
game?
Don.
Is
I
this
kind of weird.
I would have never
board?
thought
on these boards.
you think like there's
Everyone
is,
connecting
double board?
in a variety of ways, and this is going to lead to a three-way all-in.
Double board.
Oh yeah, he's the king.
Look at Wilson's face. He's like, what did I just do to myself?
You guys are burnt literally.
no,
You both guys have the
29.
nuts on the bottom with a flush draw, so I guess that's the bare minimum you
I'm the only
want.
one free.
Whatever. I mean,
Oh yeah.
I'm hoping.
Don's ecstatic here. He sees the hand. He's realizing I got at least half of this pot.
They can't have.
Each of them have ace, or not each of them
One
have
ace
ace.
left.
Yeah, each of us has ace
well,
four.
we're
Yeah.
Everybody got ace.
I love Don.
Ace gets half the pot.
Ace deuce. All right.
Look, if Don Rivers a 7 on the bottom, this could be a huge scoop.
They got 8-9, 8-9.
Yeah, Don's drawing
Four on
a
the
scoop.
side.
You're right.
He's got a diamond.
I mean,
And he's 7. Why can't he get an ace? But he still has 2 sevens out.
I
of
also had
that.
a straight.
So
end
Don
on
has 3% to win the low because he already has the high locked
Yeah, just
up.
muck that.
Just don't put an 8-9 jack or a king on the top board.
Just
so
put
I
a
get a little
7 on
bit
the bottom.
side, and I guess don't put a.
This is
diamond
one of
on
those
the bottom.
spots in double board
Oh,
where
also
you're just
There's
sick
no
to your
sevens
stomach
out
if you're the
here.
professor
Oh,
because
we're
do
getting
you realize there's a good
There's
chance
only
I might not
three
even get
diamonds
quartered
left.
here. I might
Yeah,
get totally
it's
scooped.
I'm getting free
only
rolled on the
three.
bottom, and I'm
Yeah, 'cause
free
they
rolling
have a
him.
side.
And in his mind, he can't do anything about it.
He doesn't have
The
a
action
pair.
kind of
I know,
just
that's what I'm saying.
is in front of him. So what are you going to do? You're going to fold 8-9.
Those two have a
He's
solid.
Yeah.
And he does have a gutter. He does have a little something on the
Put a
top
7
of
out
the
there.
for some
Make
reason
it
in the
simple.
house. He's got flush draw potentially or a gutter potentially.
Yeah.
I do feel bad for the dealer having to organize all
Yeah, if
this.
Don hits a
Oh, it's so
7 on the
slow.
bottom.
Yeah, this is the
Yeah.
problem with this game is
Was he have
that.
ace 7?
Yeah.
So when you play
I mean,
around
wow.
Vegas too, do you
Max
play
all eight,
double
that
board
could
bomb
cost
pots
us
too?
things.
Of
Rather
course, I
than
love this
Yeah,
game. I'm loving
okay.
it more and more every day.
Let's go.
Just 5 aces.
Seven.
No, we'll just take.
Which board?
7 from heaven from Don. That's all he wants
bottom.
to.
Yeah, they do it back.
All right, one
Yeah.
card to
Very
come.
good.
It's the 9 of hearts and the
Chop
king
one,
up
chop it
top.
up.
I get 3/4. I lose this.
Don wins the
they have a
high
side.
So
board
how
with
much is Don's
ace
chips?
deuce.
Don, how many chips
Yeah,
you
not
got?
much.
Just count
And
that
then
first pull
Wilson
that
and the
in,
professor,
figure out the rest.
both with 9-8,
I
will
play
chop the low.
So
Low board.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Even if
Joey, let me ask you, how the hell do you study this
can both
game?
put
How
it
do
in
you
half
practice and try
There's
to
a bunch. I've pretty much
learn?
watched all the content out there. I've talked to my AI
16:30.
about double board bomb pot theory and strategy.
He's getting
and,
half the pot.
yeah,
No,
just
no, I know,
practice.
but put in
There's a
16:30
new
to
bomb pot
prep.
simulator.
Put in
I don't know if it's
16:30.
very public, but
A
there's
bomb pot
Yeah,
simulator?
16:30.
Yeah.
Holy moly.
Yeah, news to
I'm
me.
learning something today.
After your 16:30,
Yeah, you know,
you got
that's what it is.
Is that a game? So you're saying to me right now that there's enough double board bomb pot action
Go ahead.
that
Yeah.
someone put the time in to build something for it.
Huge edge right now because you basically want to play games, theoretically, right? You want to play games where people haven't studied, they're not confident, they're not sure what to do, they're not going to be making the correct decisions, whereas a lot of people have studied General Hold'em, General PLO now. That's why a lot of the pros are introducing side games because not only it juices up the game, but it also gives you an advantage if you have a lot of experience in this variant of the game. And most people are just coming, oh, whatever. We're gambling, buddy. You know, it's a fugazi. It's what it kind of. That's I learned about Vegas. It's all about introducing a new game, a new variant. You know, a random straddle, a jackpot, a bonus hand.
Don gets half. and then
Squid
Luigi
Game's a big one. I mean, that's a big one trending now. So.
Yep.
I think Squid Game is a phenomenal addition, but Donnie and I on previous broadcasts, and I want to get your take on this, yours too, is the Squid Game
I
should
don't know
be
how you get
exponential,
raising you on
where
that.
you win your first hand in the Squid, might be worth $100.
No respect.
If you win your second hand in the Squid, the same round, it's worth $200.
Didn't your mama
Right?
teach
The
you to
Squid
respect
Game
the order?
escalator, because it puts even more pressure on the ones that haven't won yet to get in the mix. Because sometimes the Squid Game drags on for a few orbits, and I think that would make it even crazier.
Oh yeah, you're saying basically as the winner of the game, you want to be able to even make even more money.
Yes.
Oh man, that'd be tilting if you're the last one and you got stacked twice, and then you owe all these escalating bonuses.
Yep.
I can tell you're not playing that because that's a scary game to play, Rico. You're even advocating for that one. That's but yeah, it'd be fun.
I just want to see blood. You know, that's what I'm here for.
No, I'm saying the extra.
So now the dealer, this poor dealer, better guy, hopefully went to mat school here, because now, you know, there's really like an art to keeping the stack in front of you. You know, a lot of dealers stack it differently, where they'll already be splitting it while the hand's being dealt, which makes it easier to pay out. But in spots like this, you gotta
Like if somebody has 4-4,
just take some time. So you gotta be patient.
Let's do it again.
Let's do it.
Yeah. I'll try.
I mean, that was what, the second or third hand in the double board bomb pot.
Yeah, when you're losing, I'm get so tilted. I'm just sitting there watching. I'm like,
You
man,
like oranges?
patience.
I mean, these guys, look, they got tequila shots here on deck. They've been drinking Coors Light. This guy's drinking something special over here.
This is Vegas on a Friday night here, boys.
This is.
You're playing in the card room.
I just have to pay to jack.
Yeah, you don't
Depending on the table, you know, not every
On the
table.
other side. So yeah, really, I just have to pay to
No,
jack.
this game is great, honestly. I was telling Remco, I didn't expect to see this much action in a 10-10 PLO game, but I expect stacks to be more average around 10K. We see, you know, stacks are still around 2 and 3K. And I feel like this game is, you need at least 10K in this
The
game.
Josh that plays here.
But you can also get crushed with 10K in front of you in a game like this as well.
You probably play with him. He's like really. He's like really.
They've been straddling
adamant
to the cutoff, to 160 in the Big O and in the PLO.
yes, thank you.
So it's not a
This is
10-10
like
game
Texas.
anymore.
Okay.
Yeah,
Now I see.
it's action. Welcome, Joey. We're happy to have you, buddy.
Yes, interesting spot here.
Dr. Costa flopping the nut flush
Jonathan now?
No,
checked.
on the top board.
Yeah, I just
Wait, did someone just order carrot juice?
Boom, boom, 40.
He's mixing a beer, a shot, and a
Yes.
carrot juice.
That's an interesting strategy.
yeah.
Let's see how that plays out for him.
Mr. Jones.
I mean, I think when we look at the strategy here, we got Costa calling, right? Like, you want to kind of play controlled pots when you only can win half, right?
Yeah, I mean that's the philosophy, and I think there's some times where you can kind of push the action depending on who else is in the hand and sort of the dynamic that led up to that hand. But in general, when you only have the nuts on one board, I mean, it's not even, you know, it's very vulnerable because it's vulnerable to any 9, 6, or jack. So you do kind of want to be patient. There are some spots where you're going to be able to win this whole hand on the river if you just pop the river, and if they don't have the nuts on the bottom one, then they're going to fold.
That's a good,
kind of what we're going to see happen here.
That's pretty good.
Because either way, as long as he has the nuts on the river, he always gets the pot, no matter what else is going on. So if there's multiple people in the hand, you know, he's just
remembering.
he's in
You know,
kind
you
of
can get in
sweet
trouble
spot,
for that.
actually.
That's true.
Is the 7 of diamonds still available?
Not sure. And it's also interesting, too, because when you keep more people in the pot, that's more money to split, right? It's kind of like when you're playing 8 or better, Omaha 8 or better, you want to have more people in so you can make more money for drawing to your high or low or whatever.
Kind of professor here. He's in this no man's land, and this is kind of one of those spots where now your ace king loses and Jack 9-4
But the
ends
bottom
up
is
with
the
the
top
boat,
of
and they're
the
going to win
top
this
of the
hand
bottom?
because Professor's going to end up folding his equity on that
We're in the
on
matrix,
the one
and,
board.
you know.
Costa might even fold as well too, or maybe he might just actually end up have to call, but it's a pretty close spot. This is one of those spots that's really hard in this game.
They also could put the board.
Little thin of a bet here when you, but I guess you block some full houses, but he's in to see the bad news.
Logo, the capital letters.
He's going to get scooped currently.
Now Professor has to decide. He's closing the action. He's got the bottom straight. He's in Mexico. He's got to wonder, am I going to make it out of here and take down half of this one?
You know, what kind of thing is
But he
that?
does have that flush backup, so you know he's got a chance. He could end up winning that one
that's not
too,
good
which is
for me.
I have a
nice.
straight on the bottom.
And that's not good for me either.
Oh, excuse me, I didn't even see Costa had the king 6.
To get scooped here even
Oh, he
on
does have
three-way.
king 6, right?
Wow.
Yeah.
So he,
Full house and house.
Oh, he had the
yeah,
monster.
he had a
true.
great full house.
Even
Okay.
me, let me lock in. I'm used to 2 cards lately.
It's hard for me to get scooped here, but
Same.
It's 4 cards. You got.
I was staring at those jacks like he's got the boat.
I know, me too. I was like, he's got
I'm happy to
by far the
chop
best
it.
hands.
I was like, this is a thin bet, but no, you have a full house. Excuse me, guys.
Yeah, it's definitely
You gotta lock in.
Is that the best result?
Dr.
you've had
Costa
today?
surgical
Chopping a pot?
with his precision.
I really appreciate that.
He got the steady
You
hand.
did fold to me
I know.
once.
I'm aware when that
Did he
10
play one of the other?
He played the Big O game last week,
Oh, the Big O game.
and he
Okay.
destroyed everyone. He was the only winner in the game. I'm not kidding. He was up like 9 buy-ins, and everyone else was losing.
Double tax for Wilson.
Like I said, I
Is he
invited
a
all
doctor
my
of
students to
PLO,
watch
or what's he?
some-
Basically, yeah, he's a plastic surgeon.
Oh, I think I know him on Instagram actually. Yeah, I've known him for a long time.
too much.
Yeah, I remember talking with him like, maybe like 8 years ago or something like that.
I mean, he's been great for the game.
Really cool. I gotta talk
Anybody
to
want
him.
to put the
He doesn't
sleeper out?
fold,
Jonathan, you want to put the
And he
$100 sleeper
bluffs a
out?
lot.
What's that?
Like just bet blind.
Just bet blind.
Blind bet.
Bet blind.
In the small blind?
Doctor must be
In
living a
double
good life.
board? Oh yeah, yeah. Let me
Plastic
just
surgeon in
play.
Vegas. I mean, how
come
can you go wrong?
Come on.
That's true.
He was implying
That's so true. Everyone here, I call it a Vegas look.
But trust
Yeah.
me,
Juice it up, but in
Right,
this
I
spot
know,
would be
no, I
terrible.
agree.
He said on the Big O stream,
I can understand
when
what you
asked
did.
about what his most common surgery was, he said
That I would
for
do.
men,
Yeah, that I
it's
would
the
do.
man
So you
boob
should've talked
reduction.
him into 50.
That's been his bread and butter lately.
Yeah, you got too greedy.
It becomes 100.
Yeah.
Now I have to check.
I'm gonna have to bet 50.
Been there.
A little feeler out there.
Okay.
Every hand's like a lesson. You gotta like look and study.
I mean,
Oh,
it,
wow.
it's like headache-inducing how many cards we're staring at here.
Yeah, I'm locked in. I'm ready for this challenge.
It's like a
I'll
reasonable
wait till a
bet,
couple
right?
people fold before I try to make sense of it.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I mean, my eyes lock in on the highest percentage, and then I'm trying to see, oh,
It must
To get
be.
six
what do we have?
players. Don, what are you doing? Don, it's a friendly game.
Grab the wrong
Don's got a
card.
beautiful
Where did
hand
that
here. He
come
blocks
from?
the straight with the
Man,
queens,
Lynn,
has the nut
Jensen.
flush draw, backdoor quadra on the top,
What are you worried
Why
about?
would he do that?
and the nut flush draw. It's a
Understand
Because I know
beautiful
you're going
hand.
to call anyway.
And like
Yeah,
you
that's
said
so
about
Doc
bluffing
does
and trying to drive your equity and
I mean,
push
laying
your
it up.
blockers and stuff,
not
I
wrong.
think that's really good
Yeah.
play by
There's no
Don.
danger of
Who
losing the
put
fish.
Don on my left? I just want to know.
It
was completely
we're gonna
random.
Blame it all on Matt.
Yeah, it was all random.
Please. If I wasn't playing against the wizard, maybe, but
Yeah.
A double board wizard.
double board wizard. No shit.
I mean, Costa's hands here is pretty weak. He's got one top
Forgot what I had
pair,
now,
a weak
it's a long- Hurry
backdoor,
up, guys.
Oh,
gut
God.
shot to
Yeah.
the worst straight. I mean, he does have
Go
an
look
out
and
for a
see.
queen.
Oh,
Potentially, he can make the nut straight there, so there's some allure to that.
How many of those red
Even
cards
Professor
are
is kind of weak, you know, top and bottom on the bottom board and just bottom pair on the top board.
Yeah, he's got the guy, open-ended straight
Situation's
draw to
weaker
go
than I
with it, the
thought.
6-9, so he can hit a 5, hit a 10. You're not happy with the 10, you're happy with the 5. You don't
Looks
want a
like you've been
diamond,
hurt,
but
Don.
as it gets heads
I
up,
mean,
you might have to worry a little bit
yay.
less about that. Plus, it looks
find
like Don
out.
has the nuts, so he's kind of
Yay.
playing instead of
So
eights,
you're
he's
telling
playing
me
queen
I've had a
10, he's playing
chance.
a flush draw kind of a hand that he has.
So appropriate.
That's why we got you in here, Joey.
There's a chance.
Professor, I mean, the problem is this is like, you're just going to put a lot of money in or you're not happy.
What
with
is
it.
that? I made a bad
Okay,
fold.
wow, yeah, the raise and then just the check.
Ooh.
Ooh.
They obviously just
And
want
he's going to get there on the river with the 6-9, and obviously this is basically a nut hand on that board, so
Well, I liked my hand for a while.
Professor
The
might
hands I'm
fold.
getting monster hands.
No kidding.
Oh yeah, I like that.
Green
Hey,
I do like
look at
that.
that value.
Bad run out.
Value town.
Professor
Value Town, I'll take it. Oh my God.
finally
guys.
gets to
Oh my
win one.
God.
You want a
Oh
hand?
my God.
You want a hand?
Oh my God.
Congrats,
Oh my God.
buddy.
Poker News is gonna call. What's all of you?
Been a rough start for
Yeah.
the PLO Professor, but
All right, 20's up.
he drags his first
You guys
double
do
board
letting
bomb
him win a
pot.
pot.
Yeah, that was a big mistake.
Y'all ever do
Oh,
any
now I got
promos?
some
He's one of the only
signals out.
PLO
Never mind, I'm
the
stuck
tag
by
YouTubers
page.
I know.
It doesn't
Well,
matter.
There's very few that actually like try to teach.
Poker live.
He does like whiteboard presentation. I don't know. I've watched a lot of his videos.
Maybe we're not there.
You used to be a YouTuber. What happened?
I don't even know who.
I don't know. YouTube gives me PTSD. Like, I like Twitter and Instagram
I
a
would
lot.
love
but
to go
YouTube-
there again next week, but
It's a lot of work to be
asked Reno,
that visible, to make
Yeah.
that kind of
Wilson, I
content,
know
right?
you
You
work
were
remote.
you were
I
spending
do, but
My
you
whole
know
life I've been
days
allowed
making
to work
videos,
international.
editing videos, creating
Yeah, but
videos
for
and
years,
stuff.
yeah, it never
You know.
ends. You always got to be
Yeah.
prepared for
I'll
the
do
show.
50 in the dark.
You do all your
VPNs
editing,
exist.
all your clips.
They
I mean,
do.
nowadays it's all about the
Yeah,
clips.
I
Crypto's
am
all
on the
about
live
the
stream
clips.
I was gonna say you're not like working.
Somebody
like
might be
Venetian
watching.
Poker Live
Say,
already
Wilson, you're not like working for
viral
the NSA
on
or
many
anything.
different
Yeah.
days, even though we
Yeah.
just started about a month ago. It's so cool to see the
50
traction some of
blind.
these massive pots have
50 blind,
already
huh?
The
gotten.
only way to
And,
get stuck is to put more.
Yeah,
still-
how
we're
exciting.
still-
There were some exciting hands. I mean,
oh my God.
so many like crazy spots.
I
David
read
Williams,
it
I'm
on
honestly,
the
that guy, I'll never, he made a bad move. I talked to him today. I feel bad for him because everyone saw that hand and he's never going to hear the end of it.
I
I
mean-
mean, what about the past 20 years of my career? I'm like, I agree.
What about Brian Oak and folding trips?
Okay.
I mean, you even did a whole
I mean,
you did a whole
listen,
thesis on it.
Are we really gonna? I mean, that was something.
I'm telling you, the games here at Venetian Poker Live have been off the charts. This game might look small, but plays a lot bigger than it looks. And you know, somehow the double board bomb pot is the smallest game of the rotation, Tristan.
Yeah, just wait till we get to the Big O again.
Yeah, there-
That was the most action.
Yeah, that was the most action.
There
for
ends
sure.
up being a lot of chops in this game at the end of the day, so it's very hard. So what's frustrating about chop games is you can never really get uneven or get unstuck because you'll almost be there and then you'll end up chopping and kind of get tilted. You tilt yourself in a way in this game.
Boy, I can't get used to putting that bottom
I know, right?
So one nut straight for Mr. Jones. Costa, open-ender. Jonathan with the nut straight, but really no backup to go with it, only drawn to one board. Professor has, kind of weak hand too. He's got trip 8s though, but not the best kickers to go with it. Does have a little redraw with their first straight.
Yep.
Little lick of the salt. Clean up that
Cheers.
shot.
Yeah.
The Professor is ready for more action.
I mean,
He was considerably faster on his second shot than his first one. I just want to point that out. He's getting
Early, Bronco.
he's getting going.
It was dark tequila.
It was
at
dark tequila,
first,
you're right.
Then a light tequila.
So this is spot Professor's actually going to fold his trip 8s. People might wonder why would you fold your trips
I
there,
literally
but
have like.
you could be just
nothing
drawing
on
dead.
it.
I mean, you're only drawing to one board at least, and if you don't have that one board, you don't really have a strong hand on the second board.
okay,
even
that
with
The
makes
dealer
on, so.
burns.
There's still another
Yeah,
one.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Follow me for more
write that
free
down?
advice.
All right, okay, yep.
Now we're on
Let's,
Follow
no-
me for more free
Chapter
advice.
2.
I'm gonna make some change.
Are we on Poker Go and the Venetian Poker Live channel?
I feel like this
We
is
are.
the
We
type
are on
of
3
game
channels
that
actually.
people would watch and be like,
PokerGo.com, PokerGo
That was a
YouTube,
horrible
and Venetian
throw.
Poker
That was
Live
a
on
horrible
YouTube as
throw.
well. So we are everywhere.
Definitely.
Shout out to
They're
everybody
probably
on
not
Poker Go. I've
right,
been
but they're
enjoying
also not wrong.
all the comments.
I mean, you were in the streets
Any live stream
today
comment section is
for
gonna
what
have a
was an
couple.
epic
Bro,
final
that was
table.
sick.
Yeah.
That was sick. That was actually
Oh
a lot
my
of
God!
fun.
I will tell you. when I
Negreanu
first
took
started
down
blogging, I never
another
realized
PLO
that
heads
there
up,
was
but that was a
like
that
50,000
chat.
PLO
He played
That guy's
well.
no joke. That guy's a serious player.
I will tell you, it was the most.
Oh, but
common thing where
Negreanu
people
also,
were like,
especially
"You're
during heads
an
up,
idiot,
saw
you
him
have
pull
no
up some
idea what
bluffs.
you're talking
Yeah,
about."
but they both played really well.
Yeah.
No, I was pretty
Oh my
impressed
God,
with
I
Negreanu. I
love
mean,
you
I'm not
because
surprised.
I've
The guy's been
saving
having so
money
much
watching
success,
your
so I'm not
vlogs,
surprised.
followed by,
Yeah.
"You're an
Obviously, the
idiot,
guy
you
knows
don't
how to play
know what
poker.
you're
He's got a
talking
tournament
Right.
Yeah,
and boss for a long time.
And I will
So
admit,
PLO,
like, I
maybe
think it was,
he says more of
I
his
can't remember,
game.
one of
So
my viewers though was who was.
I'd love to talk with him
somewhat
more
of
about
a
it and figure out,
semi-troll, said,
what
there's like
aspects he
100
likes about it.
different
But
ways to play PLO, and that's why
he's
I
crushed it. I
love,
mean, how impressive is that?
It was very impressive. It was
Comes
very
out
fun to
there
watch.
and takes down all the
just show
PLO
you a
guys. I
different
mean,
aspect.
I mean, I feel like it's like PLO week all over the place. You know, Venetian has lots of PLO games, also PLO tournaments.
all the-
We have
Yeah,
this
like-
game.
Oh, wow.
We
Yeah,
have, you know, at our studio, we have a whole series of, I believe it's
Can you have
11
it, like,
PLO
go through
events in
there
a
and then,
row.
like, roll this way?
It's
I
just
think-
like
I mean, obviously,
PLO
I'm sure
all over the
it's
place.
fine.
If I had told you that, Joey, 10 years ago, that this was happening right now, you would have never believed it.
Chip in there?
Yes, we
this
do.
was my dream 10 years ago for sure. I would have been in heaven.
Yeah, I'm surprised you don't play
That
more
was part of,
PLO
like, a friend
tournaments
group.
because there's really a dynamic to
that,
PLO
like,
tournaments
play
that I feel like
Mostly
you can
no limit.
exploit that you can't in cash games.
Yeah, it's a little
Yeah,
different. Yeah.
And maybe that's why you see a
One
guy
word,
like
nothing,
Negreanu
so.
do so well
Yeah.
in like the
Some of
PLO
them, like,
tournaments.
joined in,
There's
or
a lot
no
less
range.
material
What
out
is that?
there. It's
Poker-
a lot less
poker
studied of a
2 or
game.
whatever.
You know, there's only a few
Yeah, like,
coaches that do it. There's a few. You know, there's private material that's around there, and there are a few people that make some content. But in general, it's not like Hold'em where everyone's got to solve or everyone can kind of simulate the pre-flop
Like playing tight,
solutions, and
and
you know,
I
you
was,
really
like,
have to.
pushing
There's,
and
you have to know where to go to find things like that in
Right.
PLO tournaments right
I
now.
mean,
So there is a
especially
big edge for people who
first time PLO
are able
players
to
are
come up
like,
with those naturally on their own and
When
figure out how the game
when I
works and
met
figure out how to
Wayne, I
work
told
in
Wayne, I said, 15 years
tournament
ago,
concepts
I
into
said,
PLO is a big
I said,
challenge
I
a lot of
used to
players
be
have had
so
because most of us
tight,
play
I'll
cash
never
games,
forget
so
the flop was
we
like
don't have that
first
tournament
19 against Alan
experience that he has. So if he can merge that together,
And I had a set of
obviously,
kings
you know, you're gonna
and
be able to have a lot of
he
success. So I
called
think that's
me
probably what
for
we've seen, and
7
he's good at those
pots, and I
unsolved
repotted and
games
looks at me, and I
where
was
it's you're
literally
kind of
the
mind
tightest
solved
guy
in a
the
lot of
world,
spots.
and
I
he's
think
like,
he's shown himself to
"We
be
have a set of kings."
amazing at
And it
doing
was
that
like
for a long time in poker.
4,000, and I'm like,
Oh,
I
yeah.
don't know. And
It's
he
kind of this
turned
game. You got to
around,
mind
like,
solve
I
on the
bumped
fly.
it. Of course,
believe
that
it.
was like 20 years ago, you know, like today's world, I don't think it would
Show
ever
me
happen.
someone with some
It's
clubs,
Alex Schwimmer. He's
but
literally
nobody's
like
got two
like
of
a
them.
Sean Rice, super tight.
But we do see the king of clubs out there from
Doesn't put
Jonathan.
chips in unless he's got the nuts.
Yeah, nobody here has much anything. Donkfish does have trips, but you can see he folds the trips just drawn to that one board. So
Eventually, like, one too much.
Costa flops
Don't be a hero,
the
Jonathan.
nut straight on the bottom.
I kid you not, I was going to be a
position.
hero.
Oh, were you? But now
With the
You just
Jack
talked me out. That was the best talk out of some loss. And I swear I'm folding the
Be a
best
hero.
hand.
He's
That was
going
just
for the
you.
small blind jackpot. Be
Just
a
for you.
hero.
Don't be a hero.
Jared, be a hero.
I got
Oh my God. What?
Oh, he gets a stack too.
I mean, we're not supposed to say anything to influence the action. Nice.
You got to
hand.
protect it.
Nice
You
hand.
got to protect the small blind. You're
In
out
the
of
small
here if you
blind,
don't
Dr.
call.
Costa.
I got two pair on like the bottom board. What am I going to get on the other board?
He gets it done.
Oh, man. Look at, that's
No, there's
just
some like
extra
websites.
sweet.
somewhere
Oh, yeah.
down that said,
Make
like,
it messy.
that
Make it
plain
messy. There you go.
There's a black one in there.
Yeah. Yeah. baby.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think it was.
Good.
I don't think it was really real.
Oh, my God.
Definitely more
Like,
different than
that's
Hold'em
more like
games.
a
I'll tell you that right
scam.
now.
Oh, yeah.
Someone found it, posted it.
That was
My
good.
friend, actually, one of my friends posted it in our like group chat.
I mean,
Yeah,
we saw some people
Then it kinda
on the Venetian Poker Live
That's
cash
all
games
right.
get really hurt. You know, lots of
Yeah.
buy-ins being lost in those
Then
Hold'em
someone,
games.
like, there's a
This
dude,
feels a bit more
not
casual,
even-
laid back,
friend group,
and we are sort of
like,
just
keeping
having
track
fun
of, like,
gambling.
wins
It's a
the
bit of a
last
different
week.
vibe.
They probably wouldn't even know.
Wait
All
a
right,
minute.
here it is,
Big
Big
O.
O.
I mean,
Well,
you
you
can
gotta-
make
I'm excited to see this game because I got a lot of questions.
like,
Yeah,
records,
so
like,
I'm interested to read for you guys.
I know.
Well, the 160 will be on, I'm sure.
No,
Okay.
playing with $10
Seems
Yeah,
absurd.
these guys were blasting in this
I mean,
game.
look at this. Boom. There it is.
The
The 80 is on.
The 80's on, you get 5 cards. You got to make a high and a low. I mean, it's action.
Makes it so much cleaner.
data.
Yeah.
And it's pot limit, right?
Yeah. And this is one of my favorite games, actually, Big O. I love Omaha 8 or better, and adding an extra card to that game
that much
was just
money. It was like-
awesome.
I mean, you know,
Okay, maybe I'm underrating
biggest
it then.
loser in the
Yeah,
group.
oh,
He stayed up 16K
absolutely,
for like a
man.
year
This
and a
is
half.
just, the
It's
strategies
not-
here
they're not-
are
nothing.
a lot more
You know,
intricate,
they own a house and
and
a
they
half in,
they
like, San
deviate
Francisco.
depending on
It's
who
the
your
one that
opponent
lost.
is.
It's like, it was not
Obviously,
enough
Yeah, I
like
guess
any
yeah,
game,
like,
yeah,
but
it makes sense.
disband.
If you know a guy only likes to draw to a high or bad lows,
and I
you can
was-
kind of leverage
and
that a
they
little
didn't talk to me
differently.
for
And
like 2 weeks. I was just like,
if you know a guy's a tighter player, and then you can kind of
Now I don't have as much motivation.
play that. And in this game, these kind of high hands like this,
eliminated from the group
those
takes
are
and
hands
no
that
one,
you
like,
don't want to
came to
overplay.
right?
I'm
I'm
shocked by that
minor.
fold by
Yeah,
Wilson. We just saw like
Backer
3, 3, 4, 5, 6 or something hit the muck.
really just wanted to
Where you just got to put in
I
30
guess I
bucks or
fall.
whatever it was,
Yeah, he
60
just wanted
bucks.
to
I
win
mean, I think
small. I
that's
guess
kind
he
of a
did.
nitty fold, but
But that's just the
I
mentality
digress.
of like.
So the theory that you really multi-way pre-flop, you want to be not necessarily having kind of some of those counterfeit the lows that be kind of easily counterfeit, and also I guess they just don't draw to the nuts. So
when they start playing online.
I hear you, but I feel like when you're playing a limped pot in this kind of game, you have enough equity with that kind of rundown that that's just too good of a
just in
hand to
case,
fold.
yeah, I see what you're
For the
saying.
most part, most
And there's
people-
enough
I
in the
think most
pot
people
to bet a significant amount if you do flop the
legit
nuts.
area, they play
Like
with
here,
it,
I'm
they
pretty
think
sure he folded a
what
7. I'm
online
pretty sure he
does
had
is
3,
it
3,
exposes
or something
how
like that.
bad people are.
3, 4,
Like
5,
19
6,
out of 20
something.
poker
I don't know.
players
It was something good. It's all.
just
If we could get the poker go to put the graphics.
The
back
bottom
in.
line is
But-
you're not supposed to fold
Yeah,
pre-flop.
I don't think that hand's supposed to hit the muck, even though, like Joey said, he's not drawing to the ace deuce low. But anyway, I've seen Wilson make a couple be a little on the tighter side, so that's
That's what
fine.
I'm looking for.
But
I'm just looking for what the experienced players do, how they handle these spots, and kind of try to. That's what I do when I watch poker now. I'm always, because I study every day, so I'm always. What are the Hollywood Haxton? What does that guy say? Every word he says, I got it tracked because I want to know everything the goats are talking about.
I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm
So
right
I know
there in the
you're- I know you're
Hold'em
locked in.
streets.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're
I'm
every time I think about getting tournament coaching, Tristan texts me like, "Hey, Poppy, let's
I'm
lock in,
here.
buddy. I'm
Let's
ready.
do it.
Let's
I'm
go,
ready, kid."
Joey. What's up,
I'm like,
buddy?
I
I'm
love
right
it.
up the street.
Yeah, I know.
2:30 in the morning and you're.
But
you
these
know,
games, I don't
playing
like. I was telling
poker
Remco earlier. I don't really
I'm like,
That's
that's
what
get
I want
to
to-
speak
the
on
life
them
of
too
a
much or
grinder,
talk
you
about
know,
them. But I
there's
play
no-
PLO. I
yeah,
play
and
8 or
if
better.
anybody
So
tells you
this is a great
differently, like, I'll
opportunity.
follow
I'm just
better
happy to be
at
here.
4:30 in the morning.
Because these
like,
are really.
Guess what? That's
You
the
think
life
of
a
poker,
grinder, people.
and so many people just think of Hold'em.
Right.
But we have all these
I mean,
mixed
you know,
games. We have all these
fondle
pot
away,
limit
you
games. I
know?
mean, this is
But
such
today,
a
I'm just getting kicked in the
phenomenal
nuts instead of fondling.
like spectrum
Change
of
that.
what poker really entails. And this, like Remco was saying, is like this is the Vegas experience right
Exactly.
here.
Wrong
Like
game.
drinking, having fun.
Right
Like
cards, wrong
let's
game.
go.
Yeah, one of the things I mentioned, Joey, before you sat down is the fact that you can sit down in a Vegas cash game and be like, who are these people? Why is everyone so negative? Why is there so much like tight play? And then on the other side of the spectrum, you have this where it's fun and inviting and chatty. Like you need to find the right
that
game
was,
and just like,
it was,
you know,
You're not lying. That's true. This is
Yeah,
a
it
true
was
statement.
really
the spectrum is huge.
Yeah, I left the game the other night, 3 a.m., and I was like, I can't play. Sometimes the random games are just like, they
Very
have
smooth.
such a
Very
different
good.
vibe, like you said. Exactly.
Yeah,
Whereas when
you
you're in a good table here, it's so much fun in Vegas. Everyone's from out of town. Everyone's having a good time.
Yeah, it was like Avion.
You find that more at
Reserve
PLO in general.
was
You know,
good.
unless that's
So
why
it's
people do
double
private
and
hold'em
eight.
games
It is pretty
because
similar.
It
you
is
want to play with
actually
people
like
that are going to have a good time and
it's
maybe not ruin the vibe of the
It's not a
game. I think
complete
these guys
idiot.
do a great job of
Right,
kind of
right,
organizing that
absolutely.
and bringing these people together. So
I like it.
Yeah.
Hard comes in
Jared,
on the river.
Yeah, backs into it.
$250 on bottles.
This is,
so it, I mean, it should be better.
Yeah.
What is it?
Professor bets 200 and the quick raise comes in.
Yeah.
520.
no low here at all. So
Pretty much what you're paying for with alcohol. It's like
And
the
the
cheap-
professor
cheap shit.
keeps
It's
his
gonna burn.
opponent honest, but it's going to cost him.
You know, the other stuff stuff is gonna.
Oh, it's a lot of hearts.
hand.
Nice hand.
The memo is that
Hearts there, 3 hearts
the
there.
professor shall not be bluffed. Hopefully that pays off for him in the future.
Pre-flop?
No, on the river. Like if I repot it on the river, I think it's king call.
He had the ace jack with the
There was
jack
no board pair.
of
I know,
hearts.
that's what I'm saying. Like,
Right.
Even though you have a jack high, I can repot.
No, I had ace jacks
Oh,
there.
did you have ace jack?
Yes, you're just joining.
PLO Professor just figuring out what he was showing at Showdown there.
Yes, you should have
Is
repotted.
that the second tequila shot?
You're
I mean, I went with three.
In case you're just joining
With
us.
3 hearts, I thought you just had
So
it.
in the booth here with Tristan Wade and Joey Ingram, if you have any questions about PLO or even no limit tournament strategy, these boys have been around the block, and we are excited to call this wild game for you tonight.
We just
Is
love
that a
the
repot,
game.
though?
We,
Isn't that just a
that's
call
one
to
thing
see if
about
I
us
have
here.
a
We just
one
love the
I
damn
thought you
Isn't
had
that
it
game.
just a
right.
call to see I have one
It
ace?
is, it is.
Give us a deck of cards
When are you
and
gonna
let us do
repot
some
that?
stuff.
I see why you're still playing, Tristan.
Yeah,
That
man.
makes sense.
I just love it.
Most players play for 15 years and they're still locked in. They have that passion for it. And they kind of love the discovery and the curiosity. They're curious about all parts of the game, and these different games are a lot of fun to a lot of people. Kind of keep you fresh and keep you excited. You need that to last. At your businesses.
Yeah.
Keep reinventing yourself, and
You can't get stagnant. You can't get lazy. You got to be curious, like you said. It's really helpful.
see if Don's gonna call here with this. Yeah, this is a different starting screen.
Professor with a big hand and Jonathan with a pretty big hand, even though you don't have an ace in your hand. You know, the king's kind of whatever, but.
And beard.
And even Jered's mixing it
These
up.
double suited hands with a high, also with a low component. This is kind of what you're looking for in this game.
That beard
Yeah,
and hair
definitely.
is allowed,
You
for
need,
sure.
you really want at least the ace deuce 3 in your hand, but there's combinations of, you know,
Ace 4, Ace 5.
Yeah, ace, yeah, whatever.
Professor's got a short stack too, so now he just kind of pots it and he's going to try to take it down. If not, he's got backdoor draw to the low and immediate draw to the nut flush and actually hit a queen.
Yep, like you said, he's got what, 130% pot total, so he just pots it to go with it. And this could put a pressure on a hand.
Am I reading this wrong?
Changes things.
No, I'm pretty sure Jered's just speculating here unless he thinks he's got a 6 in his hand.
It happens.
Changes my decision.
It changes my
Now, even
decision too
Jonathan,
because I was going to block
this
with
is
the
just,
block.
yeah.
Oh, wait, hold on.
Nothing
I'm at
burger,
400,
basically.
So little, I can't even do
I
it.
know. I mean,
I almost put
what
like
am I supposed to, I got queens with nut clubs. I'm like,
Yeah, I figured that.
I almost put 1,300 out there.
oh my god. Why did I count out for you? I feel so bad.
If you had like 2 or 3K, I was going to bluff.
I owe you $5.
I was gonna bluff. I was all around the stick.
Tequila is
Yeah.
hitting, boys.
Oh man.
Give me a seat in this game right now.
Yeah, I know. I was like,
I
got
love it.
queens with
Sometimes
clubs.
these games scare me. Like, everyone's talking. I'm like, I just want to sit here and
1,300 away.
Just be quiet. Put the headphones on.
that's Grizzle veterans.
You like a little bit?
But if I give you 2 tequila shots, you're right there with them.
Only buying one.
I got it from Gary.
By the way, Joey, you probably know this, but tomorrow, 5-5 meetup game, probably with bigger games available as well here at Venetian, starting at 2 p.m. These boys will be there from this game, as well as many other PLO fanatics. So that could be the right kind of environment.
Mix they do, right?
Definitely.
They do the mix, but
So
you know,
like
because it's a
7,
meetup
8,
game,
Yeah.
I'm sure you can
9,
get
10 jack. You good? Big
many
go?
different
Yeah.
PLO
I mean,
games.
it's
Ram and jam.
some
Spread.
flops. It's all in the flop, baby.
I'm trying to not get addicted to PLO again,
It's all in
so.
the flop. It's all in the flop.
Are you detoxing?
Well, I'm trying to
I thought
just
it was
stay
like
focused
power
on
limp.
I thought it
game
mattered
right
like
now.
how stiff.
like that.
Power
Hold
limp
them.
over
Or it's
here.
just like
When I start mixing
play
PLO, I just want to play.
All
The
the
one
power
time I did, I
lines.
played till 8
All
a.m.,
the-
so I got to be
I
careful.
call. Power limp
Just play all
over
night.
there.
It's so
What are
fun.
we doing?
We have
So,
a triple
but why did you
Apparently,
move away
power
from
limp is
PLO?
like-
Power limp.
There's a lot more action Hold'em.
80?
It's just way more
So
people
far.
play. All the celebrity poker tour really inspired me to learn Hold'em.
What are we doing building a house?
When I saw those players want to play and
270.
they're playing high stakes games on the side, I'm like, what's going on here? This is
Yeah,
a
it is
different life.
definitely more than power.
It's not
like
what it was used to be.
Power rate.
Plus, it's a lot of fun. Like, it's 2 cards actually a lot of fun.
What do I got? I got to just start getting on YouTube again to get invites to some of these games. I got to be an influencer.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, exactly. Once you get an audience, you get invited to all these games.
Good enough.
$2,000.
Yeah.
Rampage, Wolfgang,
Way to learn.
all those boys. They're everywhere.
Everybody wants to play with you if you got a vlog. It's really
Well, baby.
interesting.
You can some places.
Jared, by the way, raising it up to 270 here. Ace, queen, queen,
3 of us.
9-4. So has some low options, but not a whole lot.
There's no cash game like.
Professor loving this. He's the only one with a legitimate low draw here. I mean
the mix,
Jered with
like,
the ace
the
4
mix
low,
some
okay, he
places
can
has
counterfeit,
some
but
game.
when you only have 2 cards to your low draw, that's pretty shitty in this game. So PLO Professor loves this. Nut low, pair, backdoor, flush draw.
So this seems like one of those hands for Professor where the shallower he is here, it's just an easy pot. Whereas the deeper you get, you're going to have to play this way differently because you don't have a high to back up your low draw.
6 days a week.
Nailed it. Yep. He can just push his low draw equity here with the nuts, and having 2 3s in your hand's pretty good here because you block someone from drawing to the same low. So yeah, he's just driving his equity here.
Now Jered has a pretty natural hand. I mean, he potentially has a nut draw to the low. He also has double backdoor draw with the backdoor flush draws, and obviously the queen over pair.
Now I'll say this: the only problem with Jered's hand specifically is that he has no other backup with it, right? If he would have had like a deuce with it, that would add his equity way more than what he has here, drawing to 2 flush draws. But whatever, he had 2 backdoor flush draws too. So
yeah, I see what you're saying.
But now he's going to be in a little trouble.
Yeah,
5% each way for Jered here as the Professor moves all in for 420.
And you see that concept in Hold'em too, where it's like I'd rather fold 8s on a Jack 4-7 board and call with 7-6 or 7-8, where you have added equity.
Interesting.
Same like in here.
It's a very similar way to think about the spot. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Jack 6.
So I mean, Professor just turns this.
This is why he's the Professor.
Jered almost dead, basically.
Yeah,
right?
he's
Like,
sick hand.
You gotta turn it over, baby. It's for the stream.
95%.
Both ways.
He says you got to turn your hand over. It's for the stream.
Oh, Queen.
David Williams, by the way, did
Just one
he did not want to show his hand.
I remember.
That was
yeah,
funny.
that was a brutal one. So
Wait,
queen
he's
or a
ran
3
against me.
only.
He's probably getting it.
Right?
got
Does
out.
anything
He's
else
got
do
it.
it? No, I
He's
don't
got
think
it out.
anything does it.
3 for the nut low.
How couldn't you have like
But there's only
three
one-
jack?
I mean,
2 3s left in the deck, right? And yeah,
even.
nothing else.
Yeah, we haven't seen the discarded cards yet.
Yeah. Wow.
But I mean, obviously.
But a queen scoops it.
There we go.
It's not the queen of spades.
Nice.
All right, that's a
Nice.
scooper. That's a scooper.
All right, the Professor
pull that
rakes
card
in a big one, and Jered goes for the inside pocket of the jacket,
Jack 10's,
pulls out some of those yellow 1Ks.
Reinforcements. Yeah, let's go back to normal now.
yeah, we'll go back to just barbecuing. It's okay.
Yeah.
So how did the small blind jackpot, they put a
So when you're on the button,
20 on it, or how does that
yeah,
work?
when you're on the button, you add 20 bucks, and only the small blind can win it. So it just keeps growing.
The fish gets bailed out.
What do you think about that?
So I think the small blind jackpot is an amazing concept, but this is a big but.
let him win one
It
hand.
needs
One
to
of the
be
first
bigger
things when Wayne
because
went
then
to
it
go play
becomes
a
worth
big
fighting
big
for.
O
Right
game,
now it's
he
20
says,
bucks per hand,
what's the
which is
big
just
thing
in a
they should
way
look
almost
for in
too
big O? He
small
said,
for how
"Don't
big these
be
guys are
shocked
playing
how
because they're
Right,
playing
it's
like
kind of
80,
irrelevant, you're
80
saying.
160.
Yeah.
I think that if the small
And his
blind
first
blind
hand
jackpot
got
was like
involved in, like, a
$100 a
3K pot.
hand,
He's like, "Yeah, I want
then
half
you're
of
like,
it,
oh,
like a pair
this
of
is
black
like
ones."
something worth
Something
fighting for.
ridiculous.
Yeah,
I
that
remember
makes
he
sense.
was
But
like-
in
Because
as a
everyone's running,
concept,
like,
I think it's
3 or
really
4 people
cool.
with ace deuce,
Okay.
and then
I'd like to try it. That sounds
It
fun.
was like I was really shocked at how often that happened. I said, yeah.
I also love the fact that it comes with this
it's
little
just one of those
thingy on the button.
One of those.
It looks like one of those glasses
120.
where in Europe you get a Bacardi Coke in, you know? One of those very thin, tall ones. With the
a good
two,
one.
the,
That's
the,
a good one.
the 2 square ice cubes with the straw.
Yep.
Let's get some fun hands in, boys.
These guys told me, do you know how much they spent on these suits?
Yeah, like $4,000.
Allegedly, yeah, I gotta see the receipts, but 4Ks, obviously.
Unbelievable.
And they've got multiple costumes apparently coming.
I mean, they look dialed in.
6 ways.
They look great. I want to see them go. I want to spend the night out with them dressed like that.
That's. I've seen you in a suit and a top hat on Fremont Street.
Yeah, I've been. Oh, yeah, you should. Yeah. It was fun. It was actually good. It's true.
Didn't you have a stick with it too?
I had to stick with it. Yeah. Yeah.
What do they call those? With the orb on top?
It was something like that. Yeah.
That was fun. You need a monocle or something with that? How did we end up here?
Wilson flops a full house, and I don't think anyone's got a low draw really. Professor folded a low draw.
Not yet. It will.
But this is how this game is so wild.
When he gets to
Raise to
500,
120, and everyone called.
Yep.
I mean, maybe for the next.
Had 700 in there. Wilson pots it with the nut flush draw, which is irrelevant, and his top full house.
Take it up a notch.
Costa here.
Yeah, close out of
Yeah, but
position.
it's hard on double board when you have one piece and then the other.
So this
piece
is a
nothing,
little
it's all
speculative,
double board
but
stuff.
you know, when we
Right,
look at the
yeah.
equities here,
Hoping
we
for
see
half.
he's actually not in bad shape. He just needs a low card.
Go get sushi samba margarita.
No, we got to ask.
Since
Let's ask him.
since we killed the 200.
3 of diamonds on the turn. This could be
Yeah, we have to.
bad news
those
for
margaritas
Costa
are
getting free rolled
money. We need to
almost.
get more.
Close enough.
And you're never really thinking your deuce 7
Yeah,
low
it's
here
good,
is
right?
good, even though it is. So I just don't see a pathway to victory here when Wilson has a high locked up. He probably just
And
keeps the pedal to the metal.
Isn't this with less than a pot size bet? You just put it in and pray to God.
Yep.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, so Costa puts the pressure on.
Costa with the flush, he doesn't care.
Diamonds.
Yeah, Wilson already with the full house.
You have a low?
And then Costa now realizing
Oh, you got 8.
Oh, what are
He
you
only has-
odds?
Full
You
house.
really ask him if he has.
He only
odds
has
when
a
you have
hope
top
here.
vote?
Yeah.
to a chop,
Yeah, what's
but he
going
has
on?
to
Wow.
All right,
keep
chop it
this
up.
low alive.
Yeah,
I got 7-3.
7-7.
Now you don't want to see a
Unless the
deuce.
7 comes.
Right.
Oh. Oh god, that's like a craps thing, too, isn't it? Like, it's like the
This is really a terrible feeling when you're drawing to the chop and you're
You know it's
a
coming.
big favorite, but you still
Now
could
you're
lose. And it's just like, please do
Here
not
it
let
is.
this
Chris is
guy
gonna puke.
This is
draw it
not
on me.
This is not a big hand.
Free roll for Wilson.
Yeah, it should be a chop.
Good hand.
Yeah, it should be a chop. You hear that? That's the death.
Oh! Deuce on the river. That's a scooper. That is a brutal river
Oh,
card.
Shit, did I just get
Yeah, the 7's still good.
7's still good? Okay, 7's still good. Good hand, good hand.
Ace 8. What?
Wait,
How did
what-
that
oh,
just play out?
No, the 7 is
No,
not good.
no, wait.
Hold on.
Yeah,
wait,
hold
wait a
on.
Hold
second.
on.
Investigation.
Ace,
He has
2,
ace
3,
eight.
5.
What's going on here?
Yeah, I was about
Yeah,
to
he has a
say.
live ace. Ace 5.
Live
he has
ace.
8, 5,
Deuce
3,
three.
deuce 8.
No, because he has an 8.
And you
He might have the 7, though.
5, 3 deuce.
Yeah, you only have a
Yeah,
seven.
This is
He
always
has- he has
confusing
eight
to me in this
five.
game.
You
Is
only have a
who actually
seven,
wins
he only
here.
has an ace, basically.
Yeah, he scoops.
8.
Wait. Are you sure about that?
Yeah, he's got a live ace.
5 cards.
Live ace
You have to
versus live
play. You
seven.
have to. A live ace.
There's been a
He
lot
has
of
all
tequila,
live
so
cards.
I would,
Ace,
you know,
deuce, three,
double
five,
check
eight.
for
He has
everybody.
ace,
And he
8,
has-
5.
No,
So
he
our
has
graphics
eight-
are never
he has
wrong,
eight-
so
he
we
has
know
eight-
that
He
it's
has an
correct,
8-5
and they're
low.
explaining
You
it
have an
now.
8-7. You have an
No, I have
8-7.
7. I don't have an 8.
Yeah, you have an 8-7 low. You have to use the 7.
Yeah, you can't use his
Yeah,
deuce.
Yeah, you got
low.
counterfeit for the deuce.
Yeah.
His deuce is
Roll your
counterfeit.
best 2 cards for low.
7-2,
Yeah.
right?
So you have an 8-7,
7-2, 3, 5, 8.
deuce.
Yeah.
Oh, because
Yeah, you have 78.
Yeah, so he
There we go.
scoops.
Yeah, he's good.
Yeah.
So we'll.
You got screwed on the river.
I knew I wasn't going
yeah,
crazy
yeah.
when I said he's drawing to a deuce, but
Does it?
And
No.
this is why everyone should play this game,
I
because
know.
nobody knows what's happening.
No, the professor knows.
Yeah,
Look
the
at
The
him.
professor does know.
He knows.
he's going to bring the whiteboard out right now.
The 720. So take 720 over in front of Dr. Chris because that was the.
Well, he's
flop-
doing it
the
this way.
flop back.
It's okay.
But this is the beauty of this game, right? There's still so
so
much
then,
that people
yeah,
aren't
you
sure
know
about,
that
which
is-
makes this
Yeah.
game more
Or
volatile.
his whole.
I mean, they can't read their hands
Yeah,
now.
they're
So
all in.
I mean,
yeah.
but like these
Well, they got to recreate the pot. Yeah.
these guys, you know, showed up today
When I
to
saw
play in
the
this
video,
cash
I
game, and
realized
even
it.
they are not sure. You know,
This
it's
is where
just
video gets fun.
incredible.
When they become these counterfeited.
No, that
Yeah,
is one of the
use
most
your
difficult
7-20,
spots to
use your
understand
7-20, you need
and
Wilson.
just 8 or better
Right.
is how you get counterfeit when your live cards come
you
out,
needed
basically.
700.
So yeah, it's understandable that this happens. This happens to everybody. This still happens to me sometimes. Even I'm double guessing what I thought was a scoop with the deuce comes, but
Doom zoom him.
but
Wow.
yeah.
like you don't like the thing to remember is if you have 3 cards to a low, you don't want to pair your lowest card because then that gets removed from your
Yeah,
low.
okay. That makes sense. Yeah, if you don't, yeah, it makes sense.
If you pair your lowest card,
Yeah.
by the way, chat, if I'm wrong, please correct me. But that's how I always remember it.
Yeah, I mean, that's also why you don't want to have just 2 low cards in your hand when you play this,
Yes.
because if you're just drawing to that low and you get counterfeit, you can get screwed.
Good
So
luck in it.
Well,
there's a lot more strategy behind this game than people really
Wilson, it's your
incorporate into their thought process.
It's like when they say PLO's bingo,
I put my 20.
when it's not. You know, it's
Yeah.
just some games maybe, but you know, most of the time PLO is
Are you gonna do?
lots of skill to
Oh
that.
well, then how are you
especially
gonna
when the
induce
straddle
me?
is the 16 times the big blind.
I will
You got to
always do
adjust
it
and
when
you
do
got to be
one.
ready in these live games. Like you really got to be ready for all these scenarios. This is like how a lot of live games play these days.
like
Is like they
when
just get
somebody
so
does
crazy
that
and
too.
there's straddles, double straddles, and these jackpots. So you got to be
Once you do it
versatile.
after me, I
Got to
will
be
do it.
flexible.
Whatever the amount.
That's fair. That's fair. Let me get.
All right, we got to be
let me get
comfortable.
unstuck.
Straddle up to 80 now.
Okay, that's fair.
One of those.
The stacks are building now. We only got the Don end with the lowest stack at 2.3K. The average stack is going to be around like 5K from the other stacks, even though we have
what do we-
3 to 6.
What do you think,
3 to
guys?
7.
The biggest pot's going to be? What do we think? 10K,
Well,
think we're going to get 10K pot or
We already had a $9,600 pot earlier. I think we're going to hit 20K.
20K pot?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think so. And I think it's going to be between Dr. Costa and the Professor.
Yeah, Costa seems he's ready. He's
ready.
tilted after that last hand. He's definitely annoyed.
I mean, they do.
Donkfish with ace, king, 9-7.
Wow,
If
fold
he
that.
had a
Up in there.
lower card there, we'd see a flop. But
Wow. It's the painful thing about this game is that you got to fold such beautiful hands. It's kind of like anti-Pot-Limit Omaha.
it's even like this hand from Jered. I mean, whatever. Like, let's gamble. But ace, 9, 9, 10, deuce. It's like very speculative, honestly. You need a 3 in your hand because now look, you don't have a low draw, and you just have a pair of 9s.
I've got diamonds.
4.
Luckily for him, the Professor doesn't really have much himself. He's got jacks, not very good here. Backdoor straight draw. No low draw.
Raise pre-flop, you're like,
I'm not sure he was
eights.
putting himself on pocket eights.
Yeah.
He thought he
Wilford
had
in the chat says poker is hard.
Small blind jackpot, baby.
And the jackpot
And the
for Jered.
I knew it.
Nines?
He's got 9s. I'm like, if a 9 comes, just mug it.
Yeah.
Jacks.
All right, tip it over.
Now, is he going to take his money?
You want that? You
That'd be
want the
funny
money
if he
in
slept
there,
it.
that tube too,
Let's
or no?
see.
Oh, yeah. You
Oh,
get that.
here, nope.
Wow.
Donkfish told him.
Oh.
Why do I even want to? I don't even
There
wanna
should be a
play.
penalty
Never
for
calling
pointing
it
out
here.
that someone won it.
All right.
That's what JRB does in the Squid Game. If you tell someone that they forgot to turn their cards over, you lose your Squid button.
Ooh, I like that.
Cost me a double up.
That guy, he's on another level. So whatever whatever JRB's saying about a game, he's like the expert host of the game. It's been fun watching him host and kind of see how he creates the energy and the vibe in his game, and it makes sense. I'll just say it makes sense after seeing him on the stream so many times in that kind of environment.
I don't know
100%.
this Minecraft thing.
Also,
My
we are
plays
working on a bingo card
Why do they
for
go
those that are
brrr?
fans of the
villagers,
JRB game.
The village.
Because
That's
the
the
things
sound
he
they
says and the things he does is
They
just
say anything.
amazing.
Is he gonna tell that Frank Casella story again?
Yeah, he will.
That's got to be on the bingo card.
And he's going to say lock the doors.
Kinda looks
Yeah.
like the end of
And
a
he's also
penis.
going to order 3 different drinks within 1 hour. Last week it was a margarita, white wine, red wine. They were back to back to back. That's tough. That's really
It's
tough.
intense.
He's a different guy. You see the video where he's getting a massage from three girls while he was playing online poker in a live poker game?
Yes.
Chode tattooed on it.
Yes.
My daughter's
Here you go,
nickname
Poppy.
is Bean,
King, queen,
so
4,
I
deuce,
got
deuce,
it
coming for 400.
Costa's on tilt for sure. He's put him in for that small blind jackpot, even though it's only 20.
The best cover-up job of your life.
He is.
I need a tattoo.
Yeah.
But it's a 3-bet, actually.
Used to be a-
Jared raised the button. We don't know his hand yet. He's holding on to it tight.
You can't fold to Costa.
In all
Like,
seriousness, this tattoo
3-betting.
took like 10 hours for my artist to do.
Damn.
And this
And
was
we see the
in,
blood flow into
Miami. This
Jared's
was when
face a
Wayne
little bit
got
more. I
first
don't
in
know
the
if that's
best,
just
in
the
the
effects
big
of
bet.
alcohol
I
or
love it.
excitement, but we do
It was
see
so
it.
funny.
That's the effects of Big O, I think.
The same
We got a
tournament
queen 7
ever.
4 2
We played
diamonds.
35
a
tournaments
pot.
together. And I went up to Wayne
A
and I
pot
said,
bet
"Wouldn't it
with
be
top
something
and
if this
bottom
big
and
bet
nothing
started?
else. You're
You
blocking
get
the nut
first,
low
you get
draw.
second. When we were
But
down to 14,
Jared with
he
a big
goes all
hand
in
here,
with like
too.
a queen jack on
So the
deuce
ace
seven
3 here,
low,
you
so
prefer to hear to have at
seven
least the
jack
ace 3 with the
or
queen
something.
or
I
ace
remember
3 with
like
the
11
good diamond draw or
He
double
does have the
double draw.
4 at least with it, but he has nothing else. And that's just, you know, just you're drawing to a low. What else can you do here?
Or whatever. It was just like ridiculous.
I mean, you could
managed to get it all the way down to heads
game,
up.
new game.
You
And
could
he
try to
made
bluff
the
someone there.
absolute best call
Call,
I've ever
see a
seen in
turn
no limit
card,
hold'em.
play your
At
low
the final
aggressively
table, we were
on
three-handed.
diamond draws on
The
low
board was
cards.
like,
And you
deuce,
could have
four,
pushed maybe
seven,
your
two
equity there,
spades,
but
and he had
I'm
ace,
kind of
queen,
surprised to
the
see
guy
him
checked-
fold
checked
the
jam.
nut low
'Cause
draw
you can
there.
call your
but-
own
Probably just thought he
game.
didn't have any fold
So the guy
equity
realized
versus
that we were
Costa.
PLO, triple
Chris.
draw
Pretty much if it hit his low on the turn, he has it a
Yeah.
fold, and I guess if he could be drawn too.
And,
All right, we changed
Superior
games
Yeah, he
every,
could be getting quartered.
every 7 hands. We finished in orbit, and then we're back to Pot-Limit Omaha High,
So kudos
which
to
feels like a breather from the other games.
We're playing 3-handed. The board's deuce 4 7.
Just
there-
one orbit felt
spades,
like it's like
king,
an
check,
hour
jam,
just
all
watching
in
an
for-
orbit.
All right, what are we
So
on
10, 10, 20,
all the
40,
money.
80.
And I'm sitting
Yep.
there,
This game,
and
okay.
Wayne goes in the tank for 2 minutes.
I changed the
and all I
title
can
on
think of
YouTube,
is,
and they might think that I'm
call,
crazy,
call,
but
call,
it's really what they're
'cause I know
playing.
he's on a draw, and Wayne calls, and the guy had like
The good old
5-8 of
five-
spades or
five
something,
blind
and
game.
Wayne is literally like 50% with
Now
ace
back to
high.
4 cards, no chop, and this is kind of what I've seen happen is when you switch games, you'll just have a
and Wayne
guy,
went in the tank for 2
you
minutes, but
know,
kudos to
maybe
that
look at a
guy.
hand
That
and
guy
decide, hey, this is
recognized
worth
I
playing.
cannot
Like King
beat
10,
these
10,
guys
5 in
with
this
PLO.
game is not
I
necessarily,
mean,
you know, I guess he does have,
Yeah,
he's in the
it's
cutoff, he's
absolute
got
pressure,
position,
and he calls no
he's got all
one
these
home,
straddlers,
as he
but
should
this is
have.
kind of a
And we got one and two.
pretty weaker hand. But Don calls with a pretty weak hand himself, 6-5, 5-4 out of position.
Game that you don't know is like to try to play. I mean, if obviously
And just like that, we got 1,000 in the middle. 100 big blinds.
This is how these straddle games typically are going to play. Pre-loose, pre-flop.
My baby.
Like,
Forth into the
King
wilderness.
5-8, two spades.
Just the flop you wanted with the king 5, 10, 10.
German two pair, we call that.
Wilson with a set of eights.
Don with the
Back to me, my
trip 5s.
Yeah, Don, idiot set. It's not the, it's the set, you know, it's a straight you have when all the money gets in, you just feel like an idiot. And Wilson with a set middle set, and he's got to be feeling like, hey, does this guy got a set of kings? You know here your opponent's got either a big draw or top set. So when you have middle set, you at least have a backdoor flush draw to go with it, but you're not happy. Plus you're out of position, you're 3K deep.
Are you a sadist?
It's kind of an awkward spot, but he might just go with it. He might just call. I mean, you know, it's just a really tough hand to deal with. Because you're not folding the turn, but you are hoping everybody else kind of folds behind now.
Chemistry? I fold.
Nursing
Yeah, and you got to ask yourself, is someone really potting top set here? I mean, they could.
Well, they would 100%. Yeah. I
they
mean,
could.
I think Don, you know, yeah. It's actually pretty smart here. And you got to pray to God, though, the turn. I mean.
Oh, set.
No
Set for
way.
Jared.
Jared. Set over set
No
over
way.
set.
3 sets in one hand.
How did he know?
And the lowest set is first to act.
Look at this. This guy's from the UP.
He's all in for $1,000, and now Wilson is next, and then Jared. So we could see.
Look at Jared. Everyone catches Jared's face there. He looked down in his stack. It looked like he took another shot of tequila, and he's just like ready to go here.
He's hungry.
Oh my God! Set over set over set. This
Shades of Patrick Antonius, high stakes poker. When he looked hungry, even said turn against Jamie Gold.
What?
Oh, nice fold.
Wilson folds the set of eights. Jared in there right away.
Don drawing to a 7 or a 5.
And Jared has that 5.
How bad am I running?
So the 7 of diamonds is the only card that's left.
Set over set. Wow.
Oh, set up.
What a turn.
What a monster hand here. And so impressive of Wilson to get rid of his set of eights. Let's see the river card. It's the jack of clubs. And Jared is going to win this one
What a turn.
on the
Love this game.
final hand before the break. Players will take a short break right now. We'll be back in about 15 minutes for 2 more hours of Pot-Limit Omaha mixed action with myself, Remco Rinkema, Tristan Wade, and Joey Ingram on the call. Lots of shenanigans still to come. Maybe there'll be an outfit change. Who knows? Either way, quick look at the standings here as Jonathan is our biggest winner along with Dr. Costa and Wilson. DonkFish just about break even. PLO Professor and Don got some work to do here when we return from the break. Thank you all so much for tuning in. We'll be back in 15 minutes. Ace with a pair of 10s and backdoor spades. Charles finds a jack.
Who you did that on?
No.
No?
No. I got 120.
Oh, okay. Good enough. Good enough. No. Let me do whatever you want. I don't have much more.
Yeah.
JRB making the call here. Action back over to Charles.
Are you goading me?
No.
All right.
I was doing that to Simon, though.
He calls as well. Down to 3 ways here. Charles and JRB sharing top pair. JRB obviously with the best kicker with that queen over the 3 of Charles. And then,
Today you're talking about?
well, this could be fun. Another jack hits the turn. Charles makes trips. JRB makes trips. JRB with the queen kicker.
Let's play a
And
big
Ace
one.
is just
Okay.
coming at it.
Make it juicy for someone.
Here we go.
Do it blind? Do it blind flip? 100.
8K into 15.5.
Now, is Ace ensuring here that Charles is going to lose a lot more money?
With your boys?
Yeah.
Yeah, look at this, because JRB now just calling. I can't imagine Charles is ever folding here, right?
Those are your friends, Reds?
Yeah, you know Jay,
Jay's
right?
a good buddy of mine.
Yeah, he's sick, dude.
And this is a bomb pot, remember.
He's a good guy.
We go way back. I know the guy with the alohat.
What's up?
Yeah, buddy,
The guy
I've
with the
never seen
aloha?
those
Look
guys
at
in my
this.
life, but I'm ready to make them.
25,000 from
Actually,
King
he was
Charles.
playing with me in the
25,000.
In the main event, we're
Probably
playing the same
signaled
level.
to Ace that
He's like, dude, you are the
he
most.
needs to get up out of this pot.
he's like, and then since
He
we
hasn't
stayed in
folded
touch,
yet.
and
Hey,
I know
Roy, I know
he
it's
made
an
it-
important conversation, but hey,
Wait,
might be a
shut
big
up.
pot here.
Wait, shut up. For a second.
What do you mean shut
Roy,
up? There's
Roy,
Roy, look at the hand.
Massive pot. Roy, more interested in the table talk. Action on
They need to
ace.
make these like flags or something.
They see that.
It's just
awkward
dude,
color.
like this looks the exact same. Like if you mix that up, like, you don't have
I think it's safe to say we're going to
thought it was just me.
set a new high because
Anyway, Rick,
the current high for the
making
largest
deep-
pot,
did a deep run in the main event.
60,800.
cheering for him and like.
I can't imagine JRB's going anywhere. Now, let's see what Ace does, of course. He's been in the tank here for a little while.
He's a good guy.
He's a great guy.
Surprised he ain't got.
And this is a bomb pot. Everyone dealt it and went straight to the flop. Ace has played extremely well here all night, but if he ends up putting more chips in here, it could just erase all of the winnings that he's had up until this point. All right, he does get out of the way.
Oh, here we go. JRB with the instant shove. This is massive.
It's too small to fold. You have to call.
Yeah, he called.
Oh, and Charles makes the call.
Hold on, just.
Biggest pot
What are you guys
in
doing?
Venetian Poker Live history unfolding right now.
What is it? Twice.
Running it twice with just a river card to come.
Go ahead.
All
Yeah,
Charles
go ahead.
needs is a 3.
I think.
River, 6 of hearts. One more river to come. It's the queen of spades, and JRB is going to scoop a $115,000 pot
Wow.
I didn't have you beat.
with queen jack.
Nice hand,
I was
Robert.
in last place the whole time.
600.
And we flop.
Yeah, that was.
we go,
I almost
we go
did
flop.
JRB did.
And Fabrice yells out, wait, you want to run it twice? Came 10 rag. I had aces. The other guy had kings. He had 10s and flopped 10 rag. He said, you want to run it twice from here?
Oh my God.
What are you doing? That's
Checking was it.
Did he end up
said
scooping?
stop, stop.
He scooped, right?
Yeah, he scooped.
Marcus gave me the one.
I'll never forget that. He was the one who wanted to run it once. He flopped that set of 10s. So he's like, wait, stop. You want to run it twice?
That's crazy.
Fabrice.
Royski.
Oh, please let me win this pot.
600 from
I
Oaken
wanna
here.
watch it
Roy with
back.
the 3 bet to 2,000. Call made. 10, 10, 9.
Talking about
2
tens,
clubs.
that's
Roy
spooky.
with the flush draw.
Always happens. You talk about a hand, and it shows up. Always happens.
How about when you have cards and you're playing and it's always the next board was just perfect for your hand from the last hand.
Dude, I had ace 10 last hand. Would have been lovely.
Oaken calling it 1,500 with 4s. Let's see if Roy wants to continue to apply pressure here. Let's go check. Trying to hit a club here. Instead
Can I
we
get
see
2
a
more
queen.
sugar fruits, please? Yes, thank you. And you can just keep them closed. And then it's
Ooh,
straws
interesting
all.
here for
Thank you.
Roy. He knows the checking
Two
is
sugars
not going
to Red Bull.
to win
You
him
can
the
just
pot,
keep them
so
sealed. This one's.
if he wants to have a chance
Thank you
here,
so much.
he's going to need to bet it.
Yeah, you know, if he thinks Oaken is in there with a hand like an 8-9, for example, then come firing at it, trying to get him to fold. And looks like he's going to do just that.
Oh, you know what? I would like the coffee, please. 5,000. Get a cappuccino with 1 sugar and 1 brown sugar.
5,000 is the bet here.
If I dump this hand,
Let me see.
I have a pair. If I dump this hand and he's bluffing me.
Oh man, he's gonna.
This is. Oh my God.
5K from Roy.
Royski on the stream. I never thought I'd see the day.
Yeah.
Gotta love this bet.
Oh, Roy.
Sounds like Roy's the type of guy to kind of rub it in if he gets a bluff
I love
through.
this dynamic.
Roy.
What do you got? 6s.
What's the difference? Huh?
No difference.
Got that 5K chip in hand. There it is.
Oh, there it is. Nice call, Brian Oken.
The Royski. Good call. Oh my God, called so late.
That is a sick call from
If he would
Oken.
have won that, dude, he just saved the game right there. He would have been on a tear after that.
Okay, here's my thing.
My mom, when she drinks wine, she has ice in it all the time.
I don't mind the idea of having a colder glass of wine. My problem is you got to drink it so fast before the ice melts, or otherwise it's going to water down your wine.
Yeah, no, I would just put like, 1 or 2 ice cubes
We
just
can
to,
dance, though.
quickly chill it down. Probably
All right.
also why I like sangria so much.
You do want to dance.
Here we go.
Let's go.
Here we go.
Oh, baby.
Of course.
No pair.
No pair.
We got a big one here.
It's king.
Out of nowhere.
Yeah, you're very good.
Rips is tired of folding.
Yeah, good luck.
King Charles gets him to pull the trigger, making the call here on the jam. We got a new biggest pot, 60,800.
Did they say once or twice?
I think we're going twice.
47 minutes to play his first hand.
Oh,
Got
yeah.
Got it in with a 3-outer.
10 king.
That's a good point. Yeah. That's a Rips roll. He just he couldn't write no more.
Yeah.
2 times signaled from Charles.
I know.
Rips hoping to get lucky and chop this thing.
There it is.
Oh, Jack in the middle. King right behind it.
There it
Came too
was.
quick.
No diamonds alive here.
10?
Maybe
Queen
good.
gives us some outs here. River's the 3 of diamonds, and Rips already 1 jack short now.
30 something, I think.
Always feels good to win the first one.
Oh, it really does. Ace 9-4. No help for Rips, who's looking for a jack. River card 7 of spades, and Charles is going to win this thing.
It's 10, 20.
Heads up, right?
We won.
Throw some spades up there.
16K in the middle.
I'll tell you what, you have 2 queens, and
Oh, my God.
you got to play out of position against 3 players. It is not too much fun.
7-4, 6-2 diamonds. Charles, top pair open-ended.
Just a
Trev-
very, very tricky
Defense,
spot.
defense,
here.
Yeah.
Queens. Look at this board.
I mean, Rips has almost no choice but to try and thin the field with how loose these guys have been playing.
And Charles here's got top pair, and he's open-ended. Trevor's got top pair, really good kicker, and backdoor clubs.
34.
34,000 is the raise from Charles.
Now what do you do if you're Trevor? I mean, the way that this one played out pre-flop, I mean...
Trevor doesn't like folding. We saw him take the biggest possible swing earlier with ace-king.
What he said?
Right now, though,
He texted you something.
the look of top pair
I asked, are you
might be extremely scary up against 2 players.
I mean, Charles can have a lot of hands like he has.
Wow.
Does he go for it?
He moves all in
Oh
for
my.
$75,000. And Trevor puts Rips in an impossible spot.
What do you do with queens here?
Look at Rips. His head's about to fall off his body. Trevor takes a sip of the nicely chilled opus as he awaits decisions from both Rips and Charles.
Rips is just in a really bad spot. I mean, even if you do get involved here, put all your money in, and you somehow have the best hand, you have to always figure that your opponents have really, really good equity on this type of board. I mean, they can have diamonds, they can have combo draws, they can obviously have 2 pair sets, etc. They can already have made straights. Like, you don't have the queen of diamonds in your hand. Like, I know we can see he has the best hand currently, but I think you probably just have to fold this in, right? And it's, completely understandable. This is not a fun spot to be in.
Yeah, but Donnie, Charles is out of his mind.
Well, we know that.
Trevor has already shown that he literally has ice running through his veins.
Man, I have a big hand. Not big enough if you're thinking about it. I have a really big hand.
Snap. The thing is, Rips is not only up against Trevor, Charles is still behind him, and he's already got 34,000 in the middle.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can't imagine also Charles has ever folded too,
75.
which
35.
makes this so crazy.
If this goes to showdown between Charles and Trevor, Rips is going to lose his mind.
What? It's a big pot. Take your time. Don't rush.
He might be all right though. Should that happen, and you know, one of them like Trevor hits a king or Charles makes a straight, then you'll be like, okay, fine, right? But if the king 7 just holds, then he'll be like sent to the moon.
He could also still call. Rips added $100,000 to his stack to want to make sure he covers ace, the other big stack at the table.
My hand's definitely
But right now, he is asked to commit at least 75K, but then he also knows that if Charles goes for this, that's going to be over 100. It is still possible this becomes a 3-way all-in. I just want to say that for the record.
And, you know, many of us who have played poker, yourself included, like you get in these spots where it just hasn't been your night, it hasn't been your tournament, whatever it is, and then you get such a big hand and it's like, really? Like this is still happening to me?
I think that's it.
Trevor has no idea the amount of pain he just caused. And Rips folds.
So I raised to 35. Yeah. 75. Can you put the... Oh, a short one?
No, you raised 34. That's okay. Yeah, you said 34.
I said 34, right? Yeah. So, can you bring 34 in?
Oh, yeah.
I'll pair and open the...
Yeah,
Yeah.
you crush.
You have me crush?
Oh, you can't
Charge.
talk about the hand. You can't talk about the hand.
How much is that?
I think 40, close to it.
35, 38, 39, 40.
How can you have a fold?
You have 40. The pot is... I call.
All right, here we go.
Yeah, I have to
Over pair diamonds.
He says he has a pair.
No diamonds. I don't know what he said.
What do you guys got?
No.
Five?
No, once or twice?
Probably 5, 6.
Huh?
5, 6.
Sure.
Okay,
Two
2
times.
times.
6, 5. You have 6, 5. Yeah.
Rips is losing his mind. 5 of clubs on the turn, and Charles makes 2 pair. They're going to run it twice. Can Charles win it twice?
First board.
I mean,
Yeah.
I'm good against your hand, baby.
No.
10 of clubs on the turn, ace of clubs on the river,
King 7.
and Charles and Trevor are going to chop.
Happy.
Wow, even the 5 o'clock also giving flush.
Damn,
So
bro.
sick.
Also giving
That
flush.
is so sick.
Oh my God. You had the best hand. You kind of knew.
I
it.
know I had
You
the, I
kinda
know
knew
I
it,
had the
bro.
best.
Yeah, you have all.
Rips has top set of queens. Roy has aces with the ace of diamonds.
Oh, my God.
JRB has top pair with the 9 of diamonds in his hand. This is a bomb pot.
All right, so JRB bet 700. Rips quick with the raise to 3,500. Action now on Roy with aces with the ace of diamonds, and he makes it 10,000.
Comes again.
And it's Rips and Roy with the history, the banter, all of it.
Rips just makes the call. Turn is the deuce of spades.
$14.
40,000?
14.
Oh,
14.
14,
Okay,
14.
14. And Rips is just going to make the call. River is the king of diamonds, and Roy makes the nut flush. 50K in the middle. Roy has 30K left. And look at that smile on Rip's face. That's a wry smile if I've ever seen one.
$15,000.
15K is the bet.
How lucky you guys.
Oh my God.
So lucky.
He shows it to Oaken
Show one card, Roy.
and lets go of top set. Roy has no idea
Wow.
how badly he needed that river card.
Shows only the ace of spades. Roy raised here. Ace called with a couple of eights.
Can't wait to watch that last hand that you played versus him. 6, 12, 18,000. Call.
Trevor 3-bet to 2K. Call. 9, 8, deuce. This could be fireworks because Roy flops hearts. He's been active. He's been trying to win some pots back. Ace. Middle set of eights. Trevor probably going to get out of the way here. I mean, I guess he might come along, but probably just fold.
Trevor, what do you go for?
Sorry, bro.
9 of clubs on the turn. Ace fills up. Roy's going to probably think less of his flush draw right now.
8.
Instead, though, he's going to bet 8,000.
Wait, what?
Wow. Ace moves all in. Welcome back to Venetian Poker Live. Here's a look at the players in tonight's Pot-Limit Omaha mixed game. My name is Rem Brinkema. Tristan Wade, World Series Poker Bracelet winner, and Joey Ingram, the king of Pot-Limit Omaha, joining me in the booth for some
I've got 3 kids under
banter,
5.
action, drinking, shots, gambling.
They got another shot?
It's all happening tonight, and I think they have another
Did
shot
you not
coming.
take that shot from earlier? Sometimes people do that. You got to watch out for these regs in the game. They don't want to. They try to get you drunk, but they don't want to take a drink themselves. So you see that all the time. Take the drink, buddy. Come on, Wayne. What are you doing?
Yeah, that's immediate disqualification in my book.
Good to be back here, guys. Shout out to the chat. Thanks for everybody for tuning in Friday night.
Everybody likes
Venetian Poker Live. Good
Already
to
on
be
me
here.
on the button. Damn.
Yeah, let us know in the chat where you're watching from, whether you are playing your local home game or perhaps just enjoying a drink on the couch while you watch these guys gamble it up. At least know
We need a
that.
drink back here. This should be we're missing our waitress.
I
Every time I watch you guys, I watch the show on Saturday. I always have a wine or whiskey or something like
love
that.
that.
Yeah.
See, that's the thing, though. I can play poker and drink. I don't think I can do commentary and drink because I'll start slurring a little bit. That doesn't sound that great.
I'm about half Irish, so I can handle it. But, yeah, Joey and I, we had a couple of nights out, and Remco. I mean, I've drank with both you guys, so.
One of my most drunk nights of all time was with you.
Yeah.
Like not even close.
In France.
In France.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I remember.
That morning, Joey, that was when Tristan won his bracelet. That morning, I woke up and there was ketchup on the walls of my hotel room, and there was like pieces of bread all over the place. I was rooming with Donnie Peters, and neither of us had any recollection of what happened.
Now he's back to the
I brought them home that morning and got them breakfast and put the breakfast next to Donnie while he's passed out on the floor. And then, yeah, when they woke up the next day, it was trashed. But yeah, we had a good night.
We had a good night. It was a
Joey.
good night.
We were walking around conference with bottles of wine. Well, a bottle of wine. But we might have had multiples over the night. But yeah, it was a good time.
Cool. Good time indeed.
Very good time.
It's good to reminisce sometimes.
It's kind of a good card for Mr. Jones here. So they got 2 pair over pair, and it looks like Professor. He could be scared of some hands, but
Yeah, people said it was hot.
Professor can also have a draw here. You can also have a jack and an ace jack.
Like I'll be super
Nobody
hot
likes
and
that
I'll
river
see it,
here.
and I'll get moved to like a table over. And I'm like,
Professor could have the best hand, but against a draw.
Rooms have that.
Multiple straight draws are out there.
Some days I'll go in and be like, oh,
Top
I
pair,
need the
jack
hoodie, gotta go
7.
back out to my car. Some days, like, gotta be in short shoes.
With the dynamic between the two, I feel like PLO Professor thinks Jered's going to be a little out of line. So maybe there's something that. Now, how comfortable would you feel with kings here to maybe throw out a value bet?
I hope they have a jack. Because if they, a value bet here. I mean, you have the 8 blockers, so you block both straights, but
Queen.
It's hard for you to get called by worse sometimes, but you could get called by some jack 9 or jack 7.
I'm like, you grunt and bet.
It would be a little bit late.
Like you got
Josh,
Jack
you missed the
9.
bet.
And I was kind of speaking to the
I thought he
dynamic
had,
since.
like Jack 9 or
Yeah, those two, yeah. I think the professor told me him and one player at the table have this crazy dynamic where they just 3-bet each other all the time and never want to fold to each other. So that you see that in these games. I mean, certain players in a game, you won't call them with unless you have the nuts. Other players, you'll call them with any pair. And you know, you got to be kind of versatile in the game.
Amazing against me in game.
Yeah, there's some guys I play against. I just fucking roll the
things never
dice. It's just
change.
like,
I'm just
I got a
so glad.
pair. If you beat me, buddy, you win. But
Oh, wow.
There we go.
beauty of the
Usually in
game.
your arsenal.
You said you
It's
wanted
like-
to do
it's
it
like
with
left
your
field here. Here we
4,
go.
5,
Here we
7
go.
of, of
They're playing
hearts
10,
on one.
10,
Oh, no, no,
20,
no,
sometimes
we're gonna-
40,
we're gonna
sometimes
start
80.
check raising here. We're gonna start mixing it up.
Yeah.
It's like calling it in the left field. You know what I mean?
All right, we'll go 160.
All right.
160.
Oh, 160. There we go.
160.
This is not a 10-10 PLO.
Joey is
No,
salivating
that's
here.
why, like,
I don't know.
Yeah.
These games
No,
scare me.
no,
Like when
I
the
don't think
straddle
we-
gets
even
that
our
crazy.
5-5's never been 5-5.
It's like, what's
When
not,
people are
everyone's
like
so
5-5,
short stacked.
Yeah, why would I
200
watch
to go
10-10
free,
PLO?
like-
What? That sounds horrible.
Isn't short stack the easiest to study?
I mean, it's one way to think about it, but it's just such a high variance game where you just lose a few short buy-ins, and then, you know, especially when you're playing like a mix with a $10 double word bomb pot, and you kind of have to go back to that game soon. You don't really want to necessarily lose a 12K pot or a 13K pot here, and then.
Pot.
I mean,
But
look at this.
Costa don't care.
Action is brewing. The professor made it 320. Dr. Costa in the 80 straddle comes over the top with the king 3 deuce.
This is one of those spots you prefer to have like a suited king, but at the same time, I guess post flop, if Professor is caller, is going to basically have a pot size bet, so you're basically just potting and praying on majority of boards here. So he's just kind of pushing his equity with the dead money. And
Good feeler, man.
yeah, and they are pretty short stacked too, so hand like kings does go up in value.
800 more.
You know, I wouldn't necessarily say this combo specifically, but if you know a guy's raising a little bit lighter as well, and you know maybe you're pushing a little bit of equity here, 60%. It's not the worst play. And Professor's got an easy call. I mean, 5, 5, 6, 7, just call, try to make a flop, and really easy decision. This is a really easy hand to play post flop. Speaking of Remco's point about short stack play, is you're going to know exactly what to do here. When you get when you bet, you get a flush draw, you go all in, straight draw, go all in, a pair. Most times you're just putting money in, so it becomes easier to play this kind of hand. It's just a matter of do you raise it pre-flop is kind of the question. Like here, it just goes all in, and
everybody knows what's coming.
it's just kind of what you're hoping for, but it's just not a very good scenario. So it's just kind of the tricky thing about the game. But now he can shove, try to take advantage of this fold equity. Costa's obviously going to snap call. He's got a flush draw, and he's got to overpair.
I'll give you a count.
So Professor for 1800 all in on Jack 8-5 2 hearts.
It's kind of a play you have to make at PLO
18-10.
where you want to try to take advantage of your full equity. You know you're not going to fold, so just pot. Maybe they fold sometimes. If they don't fold, you got to try to get there. Got to open-ended straight draw at least.
You
6
have
clean
more
outs.
behind.
But Costa can.
What do you
can
have?
never
You don't
fold
have
this.
hearts.
I
Otherwise,
feel like
otherwise
you have,
you'd call.
I feel like you have pair plus wrap.
Yeah, that's pretty close.
That's
Nice
yeah,
read.
It's a
yeah.
pair plus a straight draw. You have
Yeah.
aces.
What? What?
Yeah.
No, I have hearts.
You have hearts.
Does he know if
Do you
kings?
have a pair?
I mean, I have a pair.
Okay.
I have hearts.
But like, look at how terrible this is for the professor. He only has 3 outs, like immediate outs, because of how many cards have been folded.
Not hearts.
All right.
Baby hearts.
I was
make a
hoping
big
you had like
difference in this
aces
hand.
with no hearts.
All right, 6,200 in the middle here.
Dr. Catcher, it's true for Professor, because if your opponent doesn't have enough flush draw here, you're actually in pretty good shape
If I call
sometimes.
that much pre-flop in the flop
Against
comes
just like
and I
naked
fold,
aces, maybe
I
like
just need
aces
to-
with a backdoor straight draw,
just get
ace,
off
ace,
quick.
10,
I just
something
need
like
to go
that.
home with that much one time, always
Twice?
one time.
Oh, you go once. Yeah, no worries.
Yeah,
man.
max pain, max pleasure.
Oh.
One time is
One
declared.
time.
Wait, you can still fold
I'm
if
still
you
ahead.
want, if
Yeah,
you don't
I'm
want to
still ahead.
call. One time.
One time.
Max
Love
pain,
that
max
from the
pleasure.
professor.
hearts out
Going
there.
once.
And
Turn
It's a
is
good
the
turn card.
Jack of clubs.
Great card for Costa.
Much,
Better.
to be honest.
Yeah.
It
3 outs with the
changes
professor.
absolutely nothing.
No,
It goes from, it gives me 8 outs instead.
Oh. 7 of hearts. And that was one of them.
What?
The 7.
Costa,
Daddy
it's
wants
not
to
like
get
this.
unstuck.
He found a 7.
Ay, ay, ay.
He somehow finds a
Pound the
7.
rest of your
God.
spicy margarita.
Oh my God.
You're okay.
I hope we got more coming. Cheers.
This is a great game.
Oh, we switched to margaritas.
Look at that. Look at it. Oh my
This
gosh.
game so far.
It's the only way I can get unstuck.
Pain and pleasure, Tristan.
Wish and pray.
What a sick card.
Wish and pray.
Guys,
Oh, you got
cheers.
there. You got the
I got
hearts.
there.
The beauty of this game.
Oh,
It's
God.
a zero-sum game, folks. There's a winner and there's a
Pretty good
loser.
viewership off of this.
To get to 0, and that's like Joey
Oh my
said.
God.
The
Yeah, I mean,
one thing that's cool about the
Cheers,
professor
Jonathan.
winning this
Cheers.
hand is the
I
fact that
appreciate the action
he's going to
regardless
keep
of the outcome,
putting
sir.
the foot on the gas. So he's going to be ready for the next one.
And that's really what you want. You don't want to lose this pot to a guy that's going to lock it up in the game. That's
For
the last
anybody
thing
to
you
say that
want.
this
So
game is
so
tight,
infuriating.
They have never played this game, right, Don?
Right.
But the professor does. I like the professor's style. He does like to play hands in all these games. We've seen him willing to mix it up, make some calls. He's not just nut hunting, which a lot of people do in these games. Not to say it's a bad
seven
thing,
come,
but
the K7.
Yeah, I 8-7-5-4.
Yeah, he's got the highest VPIP, the highest pre-flop aggression.
When you consider my hand.
Overall aggression.
Wayne, like extra suck out.
The lowest
right
VPIP
there,
of the
you
night
know?
is 33%. That says something about the game.
Picking up and out by getting the
jack.
Yeah, seven-handed, you're going to see that.
It kills a 6, but it gives him a 7.
Who knew that
Yeah,
picking
that's
up the
sick.
jack was going to somehow give you an extra out?
This is true.
That's sick.
This is true. I think it was like 70-30 on the flop. I mean, with the
Jack wasn't
SPR,
the
I
card
think it was the
still.
right move.
Yeah, what is it? Was
I think it was probably
Not
closer on
even.
the flop.
Less.
On the
You have
turn.
less than one.
Yeah, I have less than one.
Yeah, you have less than
some
one.
beautiful
I
aces.
have less than one.
That's
Yeah,
a
yeah.
little straight
Versus,
component to go with it. You always want to have a
And
little
everybody likes a
backup
good
to go with
comeback
your
story,
strong
right,
hand in this
Wilson?
game.
True, everybody likes
something
a
like
good
that.
comeback.
Wilson's like, why do you have to take
depends
the
on how the
comeback?
How
comeback
often would you
out on
3-bet with a
me,
hand
you know?
like this, PLO
Usually
Professor?
you probably want to have it suited to the queen, but this is kind of a hand that doesn't necessarily mind letting a few more players in, but it is a dangerous hand either way out of position. It's not like something that you're really loving. If you're heads up and it's versus steal, then you could be 3-betting this and kind of mix it in for sure.
And
I
DonkFish
would.
always with a 3-bet with this hand?
Oh yeah, I mean this is like
Easy.
this is all and now Wilson has like the most easiest all-in of all time. Professor might even, you know, if I'm tilted, you never. Professor is an interesting hand to think about calling it all. I prefer to be more connected. But DonkFish is just he's never folding here once he gets re-raised on.
So 30,050 behind.
30,000.
Or
And I mean, yes, your hand is
sorry.
super face up as aces when you put in this
3050
4-bet
behind,
if you're Wilson, but what else can
Yeah, I
you
mean,
do?
it doesn't
You
really
got
need-
aces.
Yeah, he just kind of.
He almost feels like he's disgusted by having to do this because he knows he has to, but he will likely just be flipping.
Yeah, I mean, normally here against a guy, a little bit tighter player, you don't have much fold equity against. And like I said, Professor does actually have an interesting decision here because if you think DonkFish is tight and he's at aces, and Wilson obviously
you
has
have, like,
aces
4K
here,
to start?
you actually have a kind of interesting hand to potentially
55.
draw with. They're just a little bit too deep stacked for my liking, but with that straddle, like I said, this is, I would call. If this is less than 100 big blinds, I would
You
put
have
it in
55 to
here
start?
and just gamble. But because you're going to see,
A little more.
you know, if both players do have aces here, your equity is going to be better. They actually don't, though, so you're not necessarily getting the right equity here to do it with. But sometimes you can be a favorite here 3-way. But sometimes even at worst, you're 24. So if you check the math here, I
And
think
Wayne,
it's...
you have...
doesn't do a lot here, but...
29.
Because they have to put in 2,600.
Because what was pot, like 9 something?
And the pot will get to about 9K
It was 870.
once DonkFish puts in his
About
bet
30,
too.
38 more. Potentially win. Yeah, it's about... Oh, yeah, I mean, he's 6K deep with Wilson. He knows Wilson's got aces, so, like, this is the hand you want to have against aces.
He
Yeah.
just puts it in. Yeah, you're right.
He
Let's
does it.
go.
3-way all in.
Oh, wow.
I just gave you those chips, bro.
And
Big pot
Wilson,
energy.
with a frown, even though he has aces.
I'm double
You're not
suited
happy
too.
with
Do I
Remco
have-
here with aces. This is
Do I
like
have
your nightmare
king,
on some
10,
ways. You're like,
8?
oh god. But he does have great equity, 47%.
Hearts are all out, basically.
Doesn't matter.
Lots
So-
of spade.
No, I don't have, I
Yep.
don't have aces.
Biggest pot of the night so far, 15,000
Do you have
in the
spades?
middle.
No.
No, but
Hearts here.
Damn, I
We're
thought
playing
you said
we're playing
it.
10-10 as advertised
Hearts are no good.
with 15,000 in the
Spades are
middle.
good.
Get it in with the best.
Pre-flop, excuse me.
Your hearts are not good.
Everyone's staring at each other's cards, trying to figure out what do I need, what do I not want to
But you got
see.
blockers on hearts.
Or a
Hard to make a flush for Wilson. A lot of hearts already out.
Spades are good.
There's only one ace left in the deck.
There's none out
This is
there.
where you're praying for diamonds if you're DonkFish. And Wilson, I mean, you just want to see a flop
Yeah,
and start
low
making your
flop,
That's the hand you
please.
want.
start
Just
making your
like-
I mean, I would
prayers.
prefer to have like a
I like DonkFish here
Yeah, yeah.
with the
Yeah,
diamonds.
it's a beautiful hand. I mean, look at that hand. That's a beautiful hand.
Nobody
Problem is, Professor is kind of counterfeiting you with chops and with your blockers from your straight.
I'd actually rather have
And
like
also with the
6, 7,
hearts,
8, like a
so
nice
that's
10K
really, you know,
pot.
it,
I'd rather have
it would be
guys
better
with
if they
top
didn't
hats
share
in
the
on
flush
it,
draw
I
with other
mean,
two players.
You know.
But it's likely to come diamonds with how many
three-ways.
other
Good luck,
suits
boys.
are already
Good luck.
True.
gone.
That's what I'm saying. You're praying Remco
I don't
running
like
diamond,
to
diamond. Close your eyes.
Joe Ingram right now is on his knees, in case anyone's wondering.
Praying.
He's wearing the
got a blue suit.
the
How's he
blue-
not in diamonds? It's true. Remco, we're seeing the future here.
Yeah, exactly.
But just so you guys know, no, the deck the dealer is dealing with is not a 4-color deck, so the diamonds are not blue.
Damn it!
He didn't take that shot, so I really don't think he's going to get rewarded here. He's going to get punished for not taking that shot. This is the problem.
I don't know.
The real punishment would be that he flops the draw and then doesn't hit it.
Yeah, true.
It's under.
This is just gonna
And
come
he gets a
low.
straight draw. He gets a pair with a flush draw, and then
Those are 3 very good starting
That's Spain.
I feel like Wilson just might lock this up on like a 7-7-3
Yeah, I
flop
see
or
why. I
something.
believe it too.
I mean, DonkFish is going to get a flush draw. Whether he makes it or not
I was
is the
really
question.
hoping you guys both had aces, and my rundown was good.
Yeah, that's what Professor. I think it's a good read by him.
Oh,
okay.
baby.
I told you called it, Remco. A little something. Opening straight draw. Got shot for Professor. Top pair for Professor. Top pair for DonkFish.
Jack of spades.
As Joey said, though, they're sharing a lot of their cards here, so
And
hurts a little bit.
equity staying very much the same versus pre-flop. And now the deuce of clubs on the turn. Nobody with a club draw.
Remco called this one. DonkFish is punished for not taking that tequila shot.
Will
the Professor get bailed out for the jack?
Oh,
it is the jack.
The jack on the river, and the Professor makes the king high straight. DonkFish gets a taste of it, but he doesn't make it.
Wilson saw it coming. He knew it.
Wilson saw it coming from the moment he knew he had to pot. He was like, "Oh my God, here we go, 5K. I can't. I have aces. I have to go with this." And then this happens.
Just like that from last.
It's the nature of the beast. Even though when you have aces, you're 60% at best. Well, I guess you can be better than that, but when you're up against a couple players, it's never going to be great for your equity.
I think that's worth it. You know, they might get 1 or 2 more cuts out.
Got a river.
Lock in.
I'll take it.
Lock the doors.
As promised.
Wilson.
Wow, any scoop.
Tips 100. Says, let's go.
I like having a lot of chips right here.
Oh, I'm sure you do, sir, considering you're like 1,001 against me.
I mean, the Professor was down almost 6,000, and he's now up almost 9,000. That happened in a matter of 35 minutes. Joey, let me ask you, what's your biggest swing in a single session?
Well, everything
From
changed.
a lot of money. Yeah. Pretty bad.
It can happen a little bit of
Yeah, I play a lot of. Usually, always play a lot of
I wouldn't
tables. So.
expect anything
No,
else.
live, like a live swing, like from being stuck X amount of buy-ins to being up.
Yeah,
I
that's
mean,
why I was like, do they
got a lot
both
of
have
buy-ins.
aces? I'm
I
like,
play a lot of long sessions, so sometimes in PLO you end up down. You really in PLO you want to leave before you get down 10 buy-ins.
Yeah.
That's my philosophy. If I'm down 10 buy-ins in a live game, unless I know I get a chance to make it back, I'm never staying. And that's the problem. People stay in a game that can't get even in a PLO, and they end up chasing against top of range chart hunters who punish you hard. So you gotta be careful.
All right, well, the Professor right now is punishing everyone. Beautiful river card for him there to make it straight, and look at that. He is from the bottom to the top. DonkFish, and Wilson now have some work to do. Dr. Costa break even, but I promise you, Dr. Costa will not stay break even because this man is involved in many hands. But have you ever taken it from -9 buy-ins to +9 buy-ins?
Call it time, yeah. I mean, that's that's how PLO works, yeah. That's like, sometimes you just, especially if you buy in deep, you're going to get stuck a bunch, and then you just got to grind it all back. Those are kind of the most fun sessions to me, when you're down about 5 buy-ins, then you make it back, and then you start building up to a 10 buy-in winning session.
And then you're like so deep all of a sudden.
I choose
so deep,
violence.
yeah. You got to be comfortable playing deep for sure if you want to handle the deep swings in PLO. I mean, that's where all the fun is, though, in this game.
I thought you were a doctor. Don't you have the Hippocratic? Is it the Socratic Oath or the Hippocratic Oath? Hippocratic Oath. Yeah. Do no harm.
A lot of nice hands here. Double suited king or single suited.
This is cell
king,
phone.
What's the
king 3-3,
Socratic Oath?
10 10 7 6.
What's
Little everything.
280.
Professor out of position here. Queen Jack 4-3. Pretty bad hand, but he might give some action.
He needs at least a full hand to stack his chips.
Yeah, you got to make a chip stack fold sometimes, especially in this game when you just win a big pot.
I wrote my thesis
count it.
paper on the Republic.
Count it in peace.
Yeah,
That's up here between Don
really.
and
Yeah,
Dr.
yeah.
Costa.
Last pot, we wanted to like maybe
8, 9, 4, 2
Professor's on
hearts.
lockdown now.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, my rap.
That's
My
SPR,
chips are
Costa's
saran
just
wrap.
potting and
Yeah,
potting
I
and
mean, have
hoping
you
for
ever
the
played
fold
with
if he
me
gets
before?
called.
Come on now, you know that better than
Hey bro,
Don.
seat open.
Don prefers to have
Get
at least a
Jimmy
set
Neutron.
here or a clear draw to go with
Jimmy,
his
you're
kings.
up.
Does have an overpair, which people would say overpair is typically going to be good here, but
All of this
especially
is
when you
live,
face a
baby.
3-bet and
You
you
guys
get
know
pot, it's a good chance he also has aces,
You get
so
any
you
there,
really
Don?
want to have a draw to go with it.
No?
That's why your pair here doesn't actually
how's that?
perform that well.
Pretty good. Not bad.
Still stacking those chips. My God, that's so. Isn't that so tilting when you lose the big pot and the guy takes like 3 minutes to stack the chips?
Yeah,
He's laughing. He's
Give me some
drinking.
tens if you can.
And you're just looking
Yeah,
at him
you
like,
took all mine.
I mean, yeah, it's fine.
this guy.
Good thing we're sharing.
He's laughing. He takes it. You know, you can tell he feel the pain. You
know where
can,
your
you can
bag
see it.
Well,
My bag.
Daniel in the chat said, imagine losing a 15K pot to Harry and Lloyd. I mean,
True, the orange suit. It's like, buddy, take off that hat.
oh, man.
That would be. I would tilt my face off. That's a fact.
Thank you.
This is
Thank
a
you.
chip
And now
moving
Don's a little
situation.
tilted, so he's gonna
That's not live.
immediately
And
play the
you
next
know,
hand.
notice too, some of these guys they're rebuying for 2K, 3K. So I mean, that's kind of
Just a
interesting. I feel like
raise.
'cause
Raise.
you would think maybe as the game grows, my
I know
buy-in
this
will
trick.
grow,
I know this trick.
but I can see how it's really easy to run 2K into 10K in this game too.
Yeah, you sometimes want to buy in short, so that way you're not in for that much, because a lot of times you can run it up for like a small buy-in versus being in for so much, and then you're like,
Give him his cards back.
you play a little differently when you're
Yeah.
It's a different mentality. So some people can handle it, some people don't mind it.
All you get it is in with pre-flop is aces suited. Haven't you learned anything at this table yet?
Fucking up.
Yeah, I like these guys. I like this game. They're actually playing hands. This is fun.
Yeah, this is a big spot actually, right? You got Don with top 2 here.
Okay.
Costa with top set, but it looks like this flop checks around.
What? How did it check around?
Wow. Nobody with hearts.
Jonathan with the nut straight with the ace of hearts blocker.
Yeah, Jonathan can. He doesn't always need to turn his hand into a bluff here, and you really need to go pot. But he does have that straight to go with it, and now DonkFish is obviously.
So he does like to fight for these small pots if nobody looks interested, but this isn't going to work.
He's got you at least want to. You do want to have your blocker here if you're going to bluff. Typically, you want to have a king or an ace of hearts and block some straights and plan to fire multiple streets. But he does have a 3 of hearts, so he's got something. And now even. Wow.
What?
Yeah,
What? I can't believe that.
I contemplated something.
I'm shocked at that
I have
because
nefarious
that's a
ideas.
spot to even at least call or start turning your hand into a bluff,
Yeah,
right?
it's tricky because you're multi-way and you didn't bet the flop, so like it kind of maybe looks a little
Anytime I get to
full of
stare
it,
at
and you
and
know that
Chris in a hand
it is clubbing. Listen, it's very
It's a beautiful
multi-way
game.
people don't play the nut blocker that aggressive, especially in
I'm
a
sure you
small
guys
pot.
both watched my
This
last
pot's
vlogs
kind of
where I was
small.
like, meet all the stream players. Did you guys watch that?
Yeah,
Don?
I watched
yeah.
that.
I
That's a
thought-
bet,
no,
great
you
bet for
didn't?
DonkFish. You
I
can kind of
went
tell when Costa
specifically
called. He didn't have a
player
real strong
versus
hand,
player,
so
like you versus
now you
me
just bet big and
different,
take it down.
Styles that you have that
You have hearts
typically
win?
It's good to
have
show a
against
bluff.
me and why how I would play
You
against
could just
it.
tell like when he called
So,
there,
like,
his
Jered here,
body
all of
language
you,
was.
yeah. So
I don't have a good
Jered,
hand,
well,
so
I didn't do
pretty much always
Wilson because I
bluffing
didn't
there.
have any from Wilson, but and I didn't do Wayne because we've got a lot of footage together. But like Jered consistently
You see players play earlier. I would, you know how Jonathan played in the first 2 hours. I would have
It's
never
ridiculous.
thought in a million
It's
years
3-bet
we'd see that
percentage, so I
fold there.
comment, like,
Right.
oh,
So that's
74%
kind of interesting to me. I don't know
It
what to make
might
of
be
it.
up a little bit of money. You know, sometimes if you're up the ace up, I mean, it makes sense.
Yeah.
You know, you just don't really want to take. You don't need to take all your nut blocker spots. And you know, I mean, there is some merit there. You know, you call. You can potentially turn your hand into a bluff if the board pairs because
cards, you're probably live.
Donks represent the flush when he bets there, representing a good flush. At least the king high flush when he bets there. So your thought process with the ace high blocker there is I could call with my straight here. I could potentially bet if he checks to me on the river, and I could turn my hand into a bluff sometimes when the board pairs. That's how you want to think about PLO, is that you want to be willing to bluff any hand on the river, even if you have a good hand. That's what makes the expert from the amateur and the weaker reg, is that the expert knows that you need to bluff at all times with all
Your range
hands,
is open to jam
and it
with
might not be
jams where,
countering.
like,
It might not be
other people's
intuitive always.
ranges,
So those
like
are kind of the nuances
Wilson
that
usually
you want to
does
pick
not
up on
jam
if you want to really
you know what I mean?
maximize a lot of these later
Don
street
will,
hands.
But I tell you, the call with King Queen, Don, if people have not seen that video,
yeah.
I bet pot for 555 or whatever, and he snap calls me, and the board's King Queen Deuce Deuce Deuce. And I bet 550
DonkFish here with the raise to
into
120.
him
Wilson
on the river when the third deuce
calling
comes
from the
out,
big
and he
blinds.
goes, call. And I said, you have to be good. Like, the board was King Queen
They're both at
Deuce.
King Queen.
Turn was a deuce, river was a deuce. We both had King Queen. I said, Don, a
Queens and
little
sevens for Wilson. He's
8-year-old,
gonna
maybe
bet
plus-year-old
DonkFish.
professor,
Flopping a
you know,
king.
he has a little pair of balls where he's
Excuse
like,
me,
yeah,
flopping a
like,
queen with a king
I was
kicker comes
honestly,
along.
that was one of the best calls
Full
I've
house
ever seen
now
in
for
probably
Wilson.
a year. Like that and the ace queen that Wayne called in that tournament. Those were 2 best calls I've seen in the last year. That king queen was like, super props, Don. I'll
So,
give you
so
super
Will
props.
DonkFish
not
might
80.
be
You're
tempted to
like-
call
he's
this
80.
turn when he
No,
turns
I
the flush
should
draw.
have,
He's ahead of some
over
straight
Should have
draws.
raised
He has
me.
equity
Yeah,
against
if
an
you raise
ace
it,
queen.
you get it. Yeah, even if you min click it, you get it.
And Wilson's
But the
going
fact
with a
that you
smaller
knew
size.
your
It
instincts
does
were
look
spot
pretty
on
strong
to
once he
call
chooses
with
that
king
100 on
queen
the
high
flop.
and Pot-Limit Omaha.
Wouldn't be
was
I wasn't not
so
sure what to make of that
impressive,
small bet
I
on the
had to
flop, and
vlog
then
about it because even though it's like
kind of does look pretty
$1,500
strong.
pot
But
in the mixed game, which is kind of like an
DonkFish
average pot in this game, but I mean, genuinely impressed. You're right. If you raised, I would have been more
against that
impressed
size,
had
yeah,
you turned
I'd be
it
tempted to
over
call
after
and
you raised, so.
hope
Yeah.
for a spade or
That's
hope
what
to
you
get
gotta do to
showdown
make
by
the
the
next
river.
round.
Anything wrong with your videos? You don't show
Yeah,
up
pretty good
players
pot
or
odds here.
Okay.
180 to win 830.
phone up a little bit once in a while.
Okay, I can do
You
that.
don't expect to be
You
dead
can't
here
show the
all the
hands, I
time,
guess you
but
don't know
as
at
he
the time,
is.
Correct.
Yeah.
I do have the villain now at
Yeah.
it's like when Jonathan and I got all in. We
Whenever you
had
can
ace
fill it
king,
in.
Jack 8 on the ace.
Now Wilson could be
10.
tempted to bet big. I mean, obviously you're gonna bet it bigger here,
Went
but
back to her club.
hoping to
Yeah.
get called by 7-8,
a lot.
maybe some
Yeah, I remember
6-7.
that one.
You can record it. and
Sizing
upload it
here is
later
interesting
on
because
the
I don't think you really
What
want
the
to bet
hand
pot.
I could do that. I'll start.
But you
adding
might bet
that.
pot and
I
just
always
hope they're not
appreciate
going to fold the full
feedback
house, which
on
most people
videos,
can't fold the
for sure.
7-8 here. They're just going to kind of put it in and
I
call.
was wondering what the other hand was.
Yeah, I like
mean, I
what you
can
said
always
there
ask
because
people, hey,
Wilson's
can you
not the
turn
kind
over?
of
Keep in
player who I
mind,
feel like is going
Yeah.
to find a whole lot of bluffs with this line.
Right,
I don't know if I
exactly.
So
wanna stay
I
here
like what
on
you
it.
said
Like,
about
though,
bet
if
sizing
you wanna
because I
live
don't. I think
forever,
pot is
like,
probably
you
just
can
losing you
Oh, yeah.
money.
Because like
But,
the
you
amount
know,
of mental
there's
When he takes that
obviously-
merge
Sure,
merge
he's
line, I
active
mean,
other
when you
way.
take a merge line like the
I don't
size he
think so.
took,
He's
you're
fair.
kind
I
of you're
mean,
keeping
yeah.
in a wider range. So
His official.
on the
I've
river, once
never
you
been
pot
here
there,
yet, and I didn't see
you
Dawn,
are going to have
so-
some bluffs, but like
You're hearing an awful lot for a
on
fully
that
employed
particular
person.
one out. I mean, it's kind of one of those spots where you just hope they don't fold the full
Is it
house really
for
and just pray to God
plastic
that they're not
surgeons
going to fold
recommend
it.
poker?
Because if they do call the river, like they're going to have some straights. Depending on the size, they're still going to call with some straights, but most likely if they call the river, they're going to have a flush. So your argument might be, I just want to charge max value and get called by the 6-7 or the 7-8, the 7. I think it was the 7-8 there. So it's a pretty interesting spot. I mean, those are the river nuances to getting value. Is where really what separates players is able to manipulate that size. Not always pot. You see a lot of players who just pot. And they give it all away. I mean, you know, they're never going to be bluffing you when they bet pot in a lot of these spots. So you just always fold.
It's like,
super
hey,
imbalanced. It's very
it's gonna be a
common.
while because they're not gonna deliver.
All right, the bomb pots are back on, and the stakes have been raised. It's now $30 per person instead of 20, which was the stakes before the break. So a little bit more
I'll see what happens.
room to play.
You were talking about that
on the
on the break.
yeah, I
That's what
mean
you
they're
were
playing
pointing
so
out.
big in the other games that this game can't fall behind.
Banquet beer whenever.
Oh, yeah.
I can get
Banquet.
If you're just tuning in,
Banquet beer.
split pot game between the top board and the bottom board.
Miller's the banquet.
Oh, is Miller the
High
banquet
only?
beer? I don't know. I got to get all my.
Coors original.
This is a mind.
Coors Light is
This
the-
is a mind.
the icy rock.
Let's swear on. I don't know.
See, I lived in St. Louis
I'm
for
not like
7
swearing here,
and a
but
half years, and there we had Anheuser.
this is one of those.
Got sold at InBev,
Yeah, let me
so
look at
everybody
these.
was
Let me
like
look at these hands.
Ace, King, King, 6 double suited for DonkFish
just
is a
never-
lot prettier
after
if
7.5
he got a chance to raise pre-flop.
Yeah, so double board bomb pot, 2 boards, must use 2 cards in your hand. Yeah, DonkFish makes the call out of position, withdraw into that bonus. He's got a clean king out. You know, that's the good thing. You want to have some clean outs if you do hit your card. So if he hits a king on either board, he could kind of put a lot of money in and start to pray.
Isn't this awesome that we have double board, bomb pot, a whole orbit of it in stream?
Sort of.
Now,
but it's
Jonathan,
the
really
least
surprising
action
check.
of all
So
of our
far,
three games.
yeah, so far. This is
Yeah,
true.
'cause I have to fold a lot of hands.
And now it's going to end
I
up.
mean, maybe next
You
time
don't
we
have
pick
to.
it. Maybe next
Well,
time. I mean, is 30 enough? I mean, we're gonna find out after an orbit.
check
But like, maybe next time we pick it
ace
up to
king
40,
6.
just with all the straddles and everything. Like,
It might be a
we
spot
don't
where Jonathan
mind,
wants to bluff with your
increasing,
3,
you know,
and you want to try to
if
fold
we
him off
get
that
40
top
or
that
50,
top
it'll be
ace 9-9 board. So there, when you can tell your opponent just kind of in a give up mode. I mean, I don't think most players are going to be checking a strong hand there. That's a kind of spot in double board to me where I want to look to bluff and just kind of pick up all that pot.
At 30, you can get your stacks in.
Yeah, at 30, you
So
can
just
do-
fighting for those pots that people don't want where they don't have a strong range.
Yeah, fighting for the small pots and kind of picking up on body tells and
Or
picking up on
maybe what
timing
the
tells
happy
is really
medium
important.
is like maybe
Especially when you have lock up kind of one part of the board, right?
Exactly. In this
Yeah.
game, PLO, you can definitely pick up a lot by how people bet and their mannerisms and sort of their reaction during the hands and all that kind of stuff. And people, you know, some players are good in most spots and not giving anything away, but in this game specifically, a lot of people give a lot away. So you kind of have to be ready to, you know, maybe make a play that you wouldn't always make just because
And then
you
when
can
you're
tell they're
mixing it with
holding.
Big O, you're going to get confused.
Yeah. That's why we do it, 4-card high.
Don N coming with the outfit. outfit switch. We didn't comment on that. You know, he was baby faced. Now he's got the visor and the
It's
shades.
pretty bright there. I mean, the lights are like right on your face in that seat, so I see why you might want to do that.
Agreed. It is tough playing on stream like that.
That tweet, you see that tweet, bro?
Or you could make it a
I'm
higher.
upset. If somebody made that
ante
tweet about me, they got to see me in the alley. We gotta
Was
squabble.
it the tweet about the alley? I think I know what you're talking about.
Twitter's a bit out of line.
These people are crazy. on that.
We're not going to mention what it is, but
Yeah.
I've had 4 different people send me that tweet.
2 or 3.
Me and that guy got to squabble,
exactly.
seriously. I'm gonna,
I think it's better.
There's no adults in the room.
I mean, why would Don do that?
Crazy, crazy. Yeah.
That actually does make more action.
For sure.
PLO Professor, decent hand.
Yeah, he's got a nice hand. You draw to a nut straight. He's got what, a bottom two?
I think the reason why this game is
Couple
playing
back
slow is
doors.
'cause we've all been wrecked in double board.
Oh yeah,
so hard.
for sure.
Everybody
has.
knows, like, you
Look,
can't,
Don and
like,
raising
you can't just roll with the
Donkfish.
draw, like, within us, we're all like, I'm
Middle
not,
set.
I'm not
Donkfish is
messing
not loving
around,
this because
like,
once again,
I'm
drawing
not
to
gonna
one
get
board, a
caught
very
there,
vulnerable
like,
board, and you don't have the nuts on that board. So
that's
this is one of those spots where you could put a lot of money in. You know, I consider like a spectrum analysis when I break down my spots. So you could have the best hand on one, but you could also be against aces here, and essentially you'd be drawing dead. You just have the gutter to go with on the one board, which is kind of nice. You do want to have a little bit of backup.
Yeah, but somebody gave you a bunch of.
And you're not really, or Don actually did raise too, so when Professor calls, I mean,
One of these chips in
you know,
front
it's
of
just
me.
Professor, you know Professor's got to draw.
He was really close to
So he could
having,
call, try to hit
yeah.
a safe turn card. He could have hit jack. I mean, you're praying for a jack here.
Yeah.
And a non-spade, and then you're like, you know, even then your hand's
was a
full.
beautiful-
was like, I was licking
Well, so far
my
I'm
lips.
I'm learning that there's lots of prayer involved in
Yeah,
these
a
games.
little
All
blink
about
of
prayer. Oh.
Something.
Don, with the miracle
Don
on
has
the top.
Don's got a power hand now. He's got the nuts, and he's got a redraw to 2 pair on the bottom.
Do you think it's a tell that he jammed in under half a second?
No, with that SPR, you just put it in, pray to God that you know, your money goes your way, typically.
Like 2 grand.
Any hand here, because if someone folds and you win half, like you're just picking up
Right.
a lot
so
of
much
money.
here with the flop action.
22.
Yeah, a little Waney over there.
And now Professor's got 3 pair. You get the fader holes, but you typically want to have the top card with it.
Professor gets out of the way. Donkfish tosses in the call.
Drawing dead, 6%. Remember what I said earlier, Tristan, on the flop? This is the problem with this hand on the flop, is that on the turn you can end up in this spot where you're just basically dead and you have a weak draw redraw on that one board, which you could be chopping to.
Oh, I got you.
So this is why in that flop it could have been. That's why I was thinking about folding for so long, because
What do you got?
it looks good, but it's a mirage.
Yeah. I mean, granted, he was in great shape before the ace, but like you said, to win both, it's just really
Right,
hard
that's
in the
really,
spectrum.
Yeah, it's really what you want to go for.
Yeah, he's not even drawing to the king on the other one. He's just drawing to a jack.
And he's looking like, damn, how did this happen?
Nope. 10 on the bottom board, 7 on the top. And that'll be a scooper for Don.
Nice hand, Don.
Don's been patient waiting for a big one. That's going to help him get back in this game.
Wayne's like, great idea, guys.
Wow.
Increase the
First scoop. First
scoop.
significant
And you get the small blind jackpot. We just can't get that thing up very high.
Small blind jackpot has
Doesn't hurt to get a
very
little extra.
unimpressively not made it.
That is not normal. We all know that.
Like
Yeah, we all know
160
that that is
kind
not.
of the.
Costa put his
Yeah, you
business
just.
hoodie on, promoting. What's up with Phil Hellmuth wearing the same outfit every time, Remco, for the last 5 years?
It's not an outfit, it's a costume. He dresses up as
How
Phil
does he only
Hellmuth.
have one costume, though? I mean,
have you seen
how
the
can you watch him so much, Remco, when
have
he
you
wears the
seen
same outfit every time?
the pants he wears?
No,
They have
tell
the
me
little
about
buttons on the side, so you can like just rip them
The
off.
ri- so when,
I
he,
swear.
when he's ready to get in the
Oh my
game, he
God.
just takes them off.
Exactly, and they
Yeah.
have holes in them.
Wow.
The thing is, he wears that outfit to every place he. I mean, it's
I know.
he wears it at the steakhouse the other day. He had the headphones on. I'm like, buddy, took the headphones off. Like,
Joey,
go to the
you're
steakhouse.
the master of GTO. Maybe this is GTO. If you want to be known by people, you always look the same. You're always dialed in.
Steve Jobs, marketing extraordinaire. He
Right.
just wore the
I
turtleneck, black.
think you're onto
you know,
something
yeah.
here.
Yeah.
I guess that
It's an
would be-
outfit.
I got a
like you
problem
said.
with
Joey,
I
the
don't know.
last 4 times I saw you, you were wearing the flower jacket. This is becoming a staple now.
Oh, nice. Okay, I like this. I don't wear this one too often anymore, but
Oh, man.
I try to be balanced with my jacket range. I gotta
Tell me
randomize
how you
right
really
now.
feel, Don.
I've gotten into this habit now where I buy just 10 of the same T-shirts in different colors. This brand that I
now you're tan, you're working out. I mean, of course, you know, you got to wear a black shirt.
and inspired by Tristan, who by the way is not wearing a watch, which is a shocker to me. You always had the nice was it a Breitling?
Yep.
Always
Still
had that
got
Breitling.
it.
I own my first steel watch now, and I feel really classy.
the
with
ones
this.
that had, like,
I like that. I like that look. I like that look you're going on. Tristan always well-dressed guy.
The last time you were here?
This is my outfit, you
Cuts
know.
his hair.
Yeah,
you know,
try to be.
shaves, takes care of himself.
Showering, yeah.
Yeah, mental health. You know, the guy's on another level.
I try, you know, as a quote-unquote professional poker player, people look at us in some kind of light, so at least I can do is shave and shower and show up with some clothes.
We'll send you out there to advocate for the non-degenerate poker players. Okay, we'll put you out there.
Thank you. I'm plenty degenerate in my own ways, so you know we all got it in us.
Yeah. Get down, yeah. Do like that visor, American
It's
Eagle.
much more comfortable in your glass. These are bright lights.
They are.
When you look
Don
up.
under the bright lights.
You should look down at the cards. You know?
Whenever I see someone with a
if you are
visor,
wearing a
I think
hat,
of Marcel
which you are,
Lusk
it blocks the light.
with the upside down sunglasses. When he first played on TV, he would have the upside down visor, and then he became the sunglasses.
He was one of my favorite when I first got into poker.
Yeah.
His demeanor, his personality, his antics.
Right.
He was just fun, having a blast. He was one of my favorite to watch.
I wouldn't want him yelling at me like that, but I like to watch other people. You know, they're getting yelled at, I guess.
The best, one of my favorite all-time clips, and maybe I'm biased because I'm from the Netherlands, where Marcel's from, and I've known him for many years, is of course 04 main events, where there's a whole episode dedicated to him of WSOP. He's singing, he's standing up, he's doing all sorts of antics, and it's working. Like he's just like winning every hand.
Is he an entertainer back home? Is he? He seems like he'd be like a professional.
He used to do a lot of performing, like singing and stuff.
It makes
He's a
sense.
pretty good singer.
Yeah, he's definitely. He'd be a talented on the stage, no doubt about that.
For sure.
That's what that made him stand out to everybody. Everyone loved him because he was that performer.
He once released a music album, and I went to the album launch at the Fontana Lounge at Bellagio, circa 2009-10-ish. That turned into a night for the ages, where I ended up in a nightclub with Patrick Antonius and some other unnamed characters that had a good time. Marcel on the dance floor.
But 5 cards makes it even worse beats.
We don't cover chops.
I was going to say, this is a spot that Joey, I think, was talking about, where maybe the queen 5 of clubs could punish and just pounce, you know, to try to get the, you know, straights to fold the bottom or whatever. But we see just the check down. But yeah, whatever. Back to the antics.
I don't want people betting onto me. You know, I don't want to tell people that because like that's kind of the you know there's some secret sauce to a few of these games that once you figure it out, you just start looking at everything way differently. And
I'm with you. When I play bomb pots and hold them, I'm always trying to attack just any kind of equity I have or just a positional advantage. And yeah, you can really see people aren't interested in the spots, but whatever. You know, I like to fight for pots. Some people just try to make the nuts and stack people.
It's a red line versus blue line strategy. Make the nuts or non-showdown. I think both strategies. And you know, you mix and match. Even a tight player knows a good spot for a good bluff. And you know, I don't mind waiting for perfect blockers and
especially with no limit.
not necessarily thinking about that others kind of stuff, right? Which people don't really think about that kind of stuff much, but it's pretty true.
And to Remco's point about kind of the lower stakes of this game, I did hear them earlier, about 15 minutes ago, speak on maybe we should up the ante for this.
Yeah,
but
I mean, 160 straddle and you know,
30 bucks a head is only $200
yeah,
to
it's
start.
just in this game, most people know on the flop you want to be tight because you don't really want to overextend yourself unless you have a power hand. So when you see a couple power hands versus each other, which you definitely are going to see, then you're going to see some fireworks. But in general, most people are kind of you kind of want to play a little passive in some of these spots and then ramp up the aggression on the later streets. But by the later streets, typically everyone knows you want to have 2 hands to put money in. So you know that's the art, kind of what we're describing. Is that it is more of a river game. It is more of that later street game. Once you have more information on your player, now you can make a more accurate decision. You don't have that pre-flop to go with it, so on the flop you can't make any strong decision because you don't have that previous street. So the flop becomes pre-flop in a way, and then by the river, now you've seen their tendencies and patterns, and now you can build your game plan for each player. And now Professor, obviously, he's loving this. He's got the gutter with top full house. Now Costa's got a kind of like his hand with the overpair. He's got the queen. He's got enough flush draw. But this multi-way, you know, you really want to have visibility for your hand, and he doesn't have visibility 4-way, even if he makes the nut flush. So, plus he might be facing further action from behind, so he just folds.
Wow.
Nice hand.
All right, 120, 120.
Yeah? I had the case 8.
Is he going to remember he wins a small blind jackpot?
Wasn't in that hand. I checked.
Something tells me this guy's not forgetting about it.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
He was the one that pointed it out last time, too.
Wow.
You didn't see the turn, right?
This
No,
is,
I saw
I
the turn.
mentioned this
I
to
didn't
Tristan
see it.
earlier. You weren't here
I
yet.
just have an 8.
The small blind jackpot should also be progressive.
Well, you'll see
If
it
it
on
makes it
screen.
full orbit, it should double.
Remco, I like your ideas. I gotta say, I think the casino needs to maybe think about bringing you into up the profit or something.
I
like
watch
that.
a lot
You're
of
a profit-minded person. I like this.
I watch a lot of poker.
That's what I mean. You really do. Like every show I turn on,
Like
when you told me you're like I'm gonna do the Venetian, I was like, dude, I'm pretty sure you're already working every day. Like, how are you gonna do more work? You know. So, but you've been crushing it. I mean, you've been
Appreciate it.
locked in. I've been impressed. I've been enjoying the commentary. I've been enjoying the work, and obviously the show's been going really well. So it's like, off of start for a show to do this well is
Joey Ingram's supposed to be
pretty hard.
Yeah.
on the
Oh,
second
Joey
one.
Ingram got
Pretty
some love on the
exciting.
stream.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Big Poppy himself, man.
go.
I'm honored.
We gotta
I
get
feel honored. I'm curious what he said about the costumes so far. Well, I shouldn't say costumes, but about the outfits, I guess.
maybe this will get him into Big O and bomb pots.
I mean, he might be like, okay, there's definitely some strategy here.
He was a little hesitant on it.
Was he?
Well, I mean, he's like an old school PLO grinder.
You're old
I mean,
school.
You're old.
He played PLO back in
really
like
am.
the full tilt days.
There we go.
But yeah, they're right. Maybe this will get you into the game, Joey. You know, you're thinking about Big
Yeah.
O now. You're thinking about bomb pots
That's
on
why I
this
didn't want
next
to do this
level.
commentary. Tommy texted me, he's like, "You want to get in the booth?" I'm like, "Well,
was Raz.
I do, but
Bro,
like
Kane
I don't want to
is
be.
one
I
of
don't
the
want to get
best
too drawn
Raz
in.
players.
Like I get
I
it.
don't want to say in the world, but let's
love
just
this game
say
too much. You know, you
him
gotta know
and I
your
have
limits.
Lengthy conversations about Raz and Raz tournament
some deep
strategy.
Raz
So Wilson with the
Like,
bottom
you would
locked up
think
here, but he's
like
up
a
against
80-year-old man
trips.
playing Raz,
This is
by
one
two
where you might
players.
just want to call as Wilson.
Got 15th last year at the bracelet event.
You just call.
Yeah,
So
I
this is
was
kind of
in-
exactly the spot that I was describing earlier, where you're already going to win one hand, so you're just looking to take away that other board.
Every short stack.
Well, we thinned the
So if a
herd,
4, if
Wilson.
an
Yeah, it seems like
ace,
it's
if a
Raz.
6,
Certainly thinned the
3.
herd.
It was so easy. You'd get all the Hold'em players that would come over, and even if they have like a king or queen door card,
Queen gives him
they're
some
capping
life
it,
to scoop.
Even if they have ace
If I was Wilson here, I'd probably just check call turn and then
still
automatically
against
shove
the
every single river.
low cards, though.
And now I would probably auto pot most rivers here,
That I thought was the easiest
and that's
way to
perfect
go.
hard. Yeah, I mean this is really what you're dreaming about for Wilson.
It's fun game. I mean, it could be super frustrating.
There's some argument. I mean, you know,
I like the
maybe
game
at the
that
best hand
causes
sometimes, I guess, and you might want to play your opponent bluff, but
Yeah, exactly.
Well, that's a really good bet.
yeah,
Planning
it's a
on
nice
doing
play.
that if you checked it to me.
Yes, this is what we would call a bluff here in the game. Is it's exactly what
not
we were just
yet.
talking about.
I mean,
You know how to play it?
Especially once he checks back the turn. You know, either way, I mean, it doesn't really matter. Once you have the nuts, this is kind of what you could just do.
So you get dealt 7 cards. Initially,
You got a
get
bluff
dealt
catcher for
3
half.
down.
That sucks.
Exactly. Yeah,
Like,
that's
And you're trying to
really what
make
you don't
the
want.
best
yeah.
So he's representing at least a full house there, queen
I like
3,
fighting
king
for
7.
him, but like, I'm just like,
7, 8.
it's like a.
Because professor's not checking back the king 7 on that turn and the other board.
Like when you check the turn,
In
I got
general, all right,
excited,
so like
I'm
you
like,
know your
oh,
opponent's
I
super
have
capped
some
there when they
chance
check
here
back.
to
So they
scoop.
could have a
You
3
get him, and
to
he
go with
put
it, like a
third
3, 4,
there.
5. But
I'm
even then, they
like,
might not call
you
it
know
a
what
3s
they
if they
are?
don't have a full house with it.
You get 7 cards in total, 4 of which
Needed some
will be
specific
dealt to
cards.
yourself.
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
once
and
again,
it's
they are
okay,
drawing
'cause
only
in
half. Even if you got
position,
chip 3, so
like,
you're not
you know,
really
that's
happy,
the
you'll
best part.
win
7
half,
cards
and
still
sometimes
need
you
to
are going to
especially
lose.
if people are like
with the
double
3.
bomb pot. What's the strategy? You know, it's like it's actually nice
For the
to,
max too, you know, you have to put in
you
a
could
pot
reach a
size
little bit
bet
of what
to
I
maybe
practice
get half the
and
pot
really
back.
get, like,
Exactly,
just
exactly, yeah, you're
shitty-
mad.
They'll see it,
yeah.
you know, and they'll see. You know,
It's
how
no
I
different
play
than PLO.
against
You
them.
flop like a wrap and a flush draw and it comes like
So I feel like the energy, we're kind of on a roller coaster ride. If I'm just an observer of the table, the energy is like up and down, up and down. Maybe it comes from the games, maybe the liquor, maybe just the ebb and flows.
I think when you take a break too, you kind of lock out, you get out of flow, and We see that with the JRB game. You know, that's why the host is kind of the dictator of the energy in the game. You know, they sort of said the professor just won that big pot, so
Bomb pot
you know he's living a good life. DonkFish lost a few. He's kind of you know he's a little tilted. Obviously Wilson, you know he's internally ready to get the hell out of here. He lost that.
Wilson is ready to flip the table, like no doubt.
You can tell. Look at him. I mean, he's so annoyed. He's just like.
This whole side of the tail has been.
But is Jonathan already locking it up? He was up like 3,500, and he's been just sort of folding.
Yeah, he was one of the action guys early.
Yes.
He made some big hands, but I thought, okay, man, he's going to really be after it. And he's kind of like shied away a little bit, surprisingly.
This is common when they're shorter stack and losing or not, you know, not up at all. They just kind of like have a different style. Once you get deeper and once you're winning, you know, you just kind of want to take better spots because it's kind of what you naturally should do when you get deeper. But then what they do is they always put it in eventually. So let's see.
Quick glance again at the counts. PLO Professor still on top, and it's sort of like the Professor is winning, Jonathan is still up, but he hasn't been playing many hands. The rest, Jered and Dr. Costa break even, and then we have 3 players stuck a little bit. But I do think that the Professor is going to keep splashing, and that probably means we got some big pots coming up. If you're still with us here in the chat, please let us know. If you're having a good time, smash that like button, subscribe to the channel. If you're not already on the Venetian Poker Live channel, I urge you to join us there. There's a link in the PokerGo YouTube chat. You can click to join us there. We are on the road to 10,000. We'll try to expand the channel.
How do we at road to 10K? What are we at right now?
37.
No, we're on the road. We're on the road to 4. We are on the road to 10K.
Yes.
But we gotta pass that 4K first.
Oh,
and
for sure.
Once we get us to and then 5K. I mean, we gotta do something special.
But you know how much I care that I have it up here live, the live counter.
This is awesome.
Every person that joins.
What are we doing for 10K? I feel like there got to be. We got to throw Tommy in a dunk tank or something like that.
Oh, we got to think of something.
Yeah,
yes,
we got to dunk the director.
We got to offline about.
I hope the people at home
about
are
something.
enjoying this.
Okay, let's
That's a
figure
good
something
idea.
out.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, we got to set some milestone goals for the channel, and
Mom and
we're,
Dad,
you know, it's only a matter of time. This is going to be probably one, you know, pretty big show as this goes on. If it's already this
really small
2 months in, I mean, can you imagine?
Tomorrow's JRB game is going to be ridiculous.
What's the?
Well,
let's do a preview.
there's a rumor about a certain player. I will not say the name yet.
rumor?
Because it's not confirmed yet.
Okay.
But then the other players I have heard confirmed.
Anybody call?
I can tease the people a little bit. Let me pull this up.
Please.
Well, first of all, we got JRB in the game, as always, a staple. And then we have Peter in the game.
Peter?
Yes.
What? Okay.
We have Brittany in the game, also
package
from
deal.
High Stakes Poker fame.
Okay.
Wasserson is in, Brian Oken, Sebastian Martin, and King Charles.
Wow. That's gonna. Be
And we have a mystery player who's not confirmed yet.
Is it Alan Keating?
We don't know.
Okay, it's Alan
We're
Keating.
just
Is
waiting.
it? Okay, I don't know.
We're waiting for the mystery player to be confirmed,
Okay.
but
It's in the book.
it's going to be out of line, as a famous philosopher loves to say.
Oh, got it.
I mean, it's the second
I see what you're
commandment in
putting
the
on
10
here.
Commandments of Pot-Limit Omaha. First one is when
So
in
I
doubt,
I don't
fight
think
out.
it'll
Number
play
two
like a
is
100 or 200
always-
game with that
always,
lineup.
play thy button. If checks
It might
and-
play like a 500 1K.
I mean,
Seems logical.
It's not.
Yeah,
gonna be
when I came out with those
100
rules, I
200K,
had
no.
people who were like, I can't believe
People
how
are
often
crazy.
this works. Like,
I love that guy, Peter. He's an enigma to
welcome
me.
to understanding
Yes.
what position is in Pot-Limit Omaha.
You know you're a big deal when you go by your first name and everybody knows who you're talking about right away.
Yeah, right.
they
I
call,
mean,
just,
facts.
It's the same with Oscar. The other day, JRB said, "Oh, Oscar's coming," and I said to Joey, I said, "Is it the Oscar?" He said, "Yeah, it's that one."
Yeah, that guy. I heard he likes the way he want to keep low key, so I don't know if we're gonna see him on the show, but
He played on some shows in the past.
yeah, he played on that Live with the Bike, the first $1 million game on Live with the Bike we did, and then he played on. I think it was on.
Played Super High Roller Cash.
Yeah, Super High Roller Cash game too. Love that series as well. What happened to that? Does that still?
I don't know. Good question,
I love
actually.
that. I used to love that series. Yeah.
I want to ask Brian Hanks
I
about
do
that.
hope Tommy's enjoying
Remember that hand with? I mean, there were some sick. Remember Aussie man? I don't know. That
Oh
there
my
was some
God.
sick episodes of that show.
Yeah, with Tilly and
Yeah, we definitely need
Yeah,
some
Andrew Roble was in that
Bobby,
one.
Bobby Baldwin was in that game.
service.
Man, we've had some cash games over the years. All right, back to the action here. We are in the PLO mix.
You want to end up seeing on Sunday.
We're back to Big O.
This is kind of what you see in these live PLO games. Is sometimes the straddle's on to 160, and sometimes it's it's like 10, 10, 20. People just kind of chill. And kind of what you said, Tristan. Maybe it's the drinking. Maybe it's the losing. Costa's a little bit. He's not feeling good about. He got pretty bad beat a couple hands, and So he could be feeling some type of way. Professor, obviously, he's 15 poker hard right now. He's living a good life.
If you were really smart, you would have given one of those.
Leading here on a high board with all the low cards.
Yeah.
Not
Oh, you guys
always recommended.
There's a big logo over the top of it.
And now it's like, well, when you get
On the
called once, you
website,
just give up. I
yeah.
mean, it's probably a good idea to
Like,
just give up.
I guess he might
I don't
be
know if it was
thinking if he
my
closes the action, if he closes the
Yeah,
action
I would wear
pre-flop,
flats,
then he's
yeah.
going to typically be favored against early opening range, which is going to have more like ace deuce in it. And it's kind of an interesting spot to stab. And now Jered's just going to turn this into a bluff, which is nice. Blocks the king.
Really that strong? You do is really quiet tonight, Jonathan.
Jonathan.
I'm quiet.
Yeah, nice play.
Yeah, you.
Really for you, yeah. It's
Really?
like you're just sitting there the last 2 hours.
What's that?
I haven't gotten
Jonathan?
many good hands. I've had to fold a lot of good hands.
Jonathan getting called out
I know. Well,
for
that's
being
true.
quiet.
You called
Yeah.
that. Remco
Oh, yes.
Felt that.
What are we drinking, boys?
It's funny when someone says you're being quiet, which means stop being a nit.
Yeah.
That's another way to say it.
Oh, is that what that means? Actually, yeah, I think you're like, wake up, buddy.
Yeah, come on.
And just as that, we see the waitress enter the scene.
Okay. See, this is these private games are all about a vibe. I did this research on how to be the best private game host and create the atmosphere, and it really takes like a certain leader who's got to put the straddles on.
You're watching JRB, is what you're saying.
I actually did I'll show it to you. I did a document inspired by his hosting, and he did an interview recently. So I basically just did analysis on his interview, and then on what I've seen here, and compiled this like 7 steps to the best live game inspired by Jean-Robert Vallon. So yeah, got him in the lab, buddy. You know me, I like to study, so I'm researching.
Study.
Yeah.
When you go to a restaurant, does it take you a long time to order because you have to study?
I know all the menus when I go to the place. So I got my orders everywhere. I'm a Vegas reg now.
The lasagna here, though, is like top notch.
You love
Venetian
this.
poker
What's
lasagna.
up with you in this lasagna?
I'm just blown away by it.
There you go.
Feels a lot
The
better.
food here is
I had
amazing.
it.
I mean, I go to all the restaurants.
What
Like,
do you
Sushi
spend
Samba is
your
my
time doing?
favorite. I've heard you talk about Mott 32. That's obviously
All sorts of
amazing.
things. A lot of poker.
I mean, I'd recommend Sushi Samba if you guys come out here.
We went to Sushi Samba like 6 years ago. I don't know if you remember that. Maybe it's longer ago. But Joey and I had a date there together a long time
You know,
ago.
it's a great date spot.
Yeah.
With a friend, with a girl,
Close to
bring a girl
8,000.
there.
8,000 people. You won it?
Yeah.
Costa finally has a hand, top set.
Wasn't it the first year they had it? Or
Second year.
Second year they
Second
had
year
it.
they
Yeah.
had it.
No.
Yeah, this is a big hand right here.
Yeah, Jered might actually think this
And
hand's a
then he
little bit
said, you know
better
what?
because he does have the
You want
power
a
wrap.
Yeah,
and
that's
Power wrap.
Yeah.
Double the money, double the cards.
What
yeah,
separates
sure.
a power wrap
I
from a
can lose
regular
double as
wrap?
much.
Power wrap, you want to have every card out. So in here, he has
I mean,
much more
every
fun.
card
Wayne
is
and I were
out,
talking about that
which
earlier, though, like
that
how,
isn't necessarily going to be the
more,
spot on every board
recreational
texture.
players generally like top
So you
limit
do want to
Omaha
look for
because
power
they're
wraps
often
because
closer.
they're
So even
very
though
versatile. And he's got a power wrap
you
to the
know,
nuts here, which
might
you really
at a
want to be
slight
drawn to the nuts with your power
disadvantage,
wrap.
not that much of a disadvantage
That's what could
because,
make
like,
it
we
that
get all
versus some
in
people aren't drawn to the nuts
60,
with their
a lot of
wrap. They
times
just have
30,
a wrap.
Definitely not as crushed as often as a
Yeah, like in Hold'em, you can just be like, you know, oh, you've got 3 of a kind and I've got a pair.
This is a really
Congratulations.
tricky spot out of position here because even if you do hit your
Right,
hand, it might be a club, and then
Exactly.
you're hoping it just
I mean,
goes
that
check
can
check, and
happen
you're really
in
hoping to get a
PLO
showdown at that
as well,
point.
but I mean,
So you
it's
don't
just
have a backdoor low draw
things
as
are a
well,
little bit
so
closer, you know.
Don't you want to just get it in
Big
here?
O's growing too.
not
That's what I've
deep.
noticed.
No,
No?
definitely not. No, you're
Well,
going
and
to
the
be in
other
terrible
thing,
shape
too,
if you get all in
is,
here, especially when Costa raises. He's basically representing a strong hand because there is no low draw. Now this is one of those. This is a, you know, you really, this is why you need a backdoor to go with this because you are going to be uncomfortable here. And uh-oh, this is not good. Oh god.
Oh, wow.
God. Oh god.
Jered is going to lead here, and Costa, no hesitation,
Let's do it.
is going to announce, "Let's do it." And this is not what Jered.
What?
Wait,
This
this
is the one.
Jered could have. I mean, he
What do you have?
could scoop
Yeah,
this.
we'll turn him over. I don't care.
No, he can't.
Yeah,
He
we'll
can't. There is no. If they don't make a low, then he actually can scoop
You
this.
got-
It's a
this
brilliant
isn't even-
Yeah, nobody's.
Yeah, you're right.
I mean,
Yeah,
I guess he is drawn to a low. Sorry, the 4-7.
And
But
also, Jered has a lot more live outs than he might think because Costa doesn't have a flush draw.
yeah, the low doesn't really matter here. He's just trying to fade the high.
Jack 9, yeah.
He's trying to make his high and not have the board get low so he can scoop. Because if a low comes,
But he can't make his high and then Costa make a low at the same time.
Yeah, exactly.
oh, true. Yeah. Good
Yeah,
point.
It's just
like,
fade the high.
Juice the
unless
diamonds
it's got,
out there.
Pocket kings or pocket queens.
So they're running it once. Jared asked for twice, so
Yeah.
No,
not
Costa's
willing
trying
to
get even.
accept the full amount of pain, which might be delivered to his doorstep. Dr. Costa, a favorite here. River
Oh.
card,
Yeah,
the
deuce.
deuce of
Falls
hearts.
for the deuce. It comes.
The blank of all blanks.
Looks like 20.
And
26.
an 8K pot, an 8 or better. Big O without a low. You don't expect to see this really in this game. You know, you always are going to be drawing to a low with a high draw. So
Isn't it
10, it's 10 under 3,000.
Pretty
oh,
sick.
No, it's
sorry.
3,000.
10 over. 10 over 3,000.
Yeah, 3,000.
So you were, yeah, just one short.
It's one of those spots when you're Costa, you're like, maybe he'll pot it here, even though like it's absurd for the kind of pot it would kind of line. But you would take that line if you had king queen. Like I think his line is once he gets raised, you know, Costa's is representing at least a set or 2 pair or the nut flush draw or some sort of wrap.
That's right.
So
yeah, I agree with you. You do take that line when you typically turn the low draw with all the outs to the low draw and
that's
the flush draw.
right,
stuff.
exactly. Just try to get some fold equity when you get in, maybe chop it up.
All right, Dr. Costa back in the green. As I predicted, this man doesn't stop. Up 5,000 as it stands. This game is very swingy. We are 60 hands into the night. Still playing the PLO mix. Every single game of the mix has been big. It's been a really entertaining game. Hope you've all been enjoying the action.
What's that website? Is that a tracker?
Oh, no, that's just my own cycling nonsense.
You have a cycling HUD?
Oh, yeah.
When I fly back to
Stats,
Michigan,
power, heart rate.
Chicago Bean.
Yeah.
Strava? Have you never heard of it?
It's not made
No.
up. It is
Oh
an
my
actual
God, it's
Chicago
fantastic.
Bro, this
bean.
guy's
So
got
my
100.
kid's
He's got
name
1,000
is
data points for
Sabrina,
his.
so the
Oh,
nickname
yeah.
For his
is
cycling
Well, you said you
career.
cycle, what, 15 miles a day?
But it's a cucumber.
Or you
15.
I've had a
Yeah,
lot
on a day that I don't have commentary, it's more like I try to ride 10 to 20 hours a week. Train hard, race hard.
That's
I
sick,
carried that
yeah.
in a half hour.
I used to be really fat, so it's been really nice to be in
You've never
shape.
been to the Chicago
I don't
Bean,
even remember
have
you like that anymore. I've always remember you. Once you start getting in the biking grind, you've always been kind of looking lean, looking good.
I need it.
Found your wife out here, and
Yep.
you got this great relationship with her, and I feel it seems like you guys
Way,
just go ride bikes
way
all
out of my
the- all the
way out of
time.
my league. Way out of my league.
I didn't fold.
That's why you got into biking, became the professional biker,
Yeah.
working hard.
I gotta get you guys on the mountain
Yeah,
bike
I
trails
also
one
have
time.
a, tattoo
The mountain, the
I-
trails in Vegas are
I'm
phenomenal.
just scared about getting hit by a car, but
No, go on the trails.
Okay.
Go mountain biking.
okay, true. Okay, I see what you're saying. I could do that.
I
was so
wouldn't,
fun.
wouldn't unless it was with
Monday,
maybe someone who
so
went
I
every
fly- I
day,
take
20
the
hours
red
a
eye
week.
back
So if
on
you know a guy like
Sunday,
that,
and
Yeah,
then I land
right. He's right here.
he'd feel, because I feel comfortable with that. You know, if something happens, you know, guy break his leg or something, I feel like you're gonna.
I'm not a medic, but I'll make sure you get
definitely-
home.
You got the toolkit, I'm sure. You got, you know the
Yeah, all the
tricks.
way up.
Got a flare gun or something.
Yeah, you know, he's a profi- you know, he's always in the mountains and the Red Rocks. I see him out
I
there
mean,
all the time.
this was earlier today. Look how beautiful.
She's an amazing
That is
artist.
nice.
And I said,
Dude, that's
just
sick.
Riding the
get
trails
there.
of
Look at
Vegas.
the outfit.
show
That,
what
wow,
you got.
you're like
Look,
look
look,
at
I got
those
I
hands.
got
I got
What's
attacked
going
by
on?
a
They look tight,
cactus
buddy.
today.
On Sunday.
Why are they so tight?
I mean, I don't have her.
You gotta
Aerodynamic.
You got to
It's a
show it
GTO?
off.
Okay,
Yeah,
it's
it's
a
very
GTO?
GTO.
Okay.
Yeah.
Aerodynamic? Is that? I think you're right.
It is true.
Tour
I'd be there
de
the
France.
next day, you know?
You're right. She should be there the next day.
All right, maybe
right?
Jered gets some money back here with top 2 with
450.
the king high flush draw.
No, there's usually a game Sunday.
Okay, that's dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I take the red eye, is because I
Yeah.
play Sunday until
You're an off-road
like 8
biker.
o'clock, 9
Jonathan's
o'clock,
I do
got
it
a
all.
little piece.
take
I do
the
it
red
all.
eye, and then I just sleep
All right,
the
back
whole
to the
time playing.
The double
action
board
here.
you're talking about? Or
The mix.
the mix.
450
Yeah.
from
Spicy.
Jared.
It seems like I just got needled for being a tight player, so I'm gonna call with top pair call.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Make
this-
it, and then you
we'll
turn your.
work
Well, if he
on
folds,
5-5
he's definitely gonna show
tomorrow,
his
we'll
hand,
probably
and
have
he's
a
gonna
5-5
say, "Oh, you know, I'm not making a hand." You got to do that to get the heat off your back.
What do you got going on tomorrow, Don?
Turn card is the king of
And you didn't
diamonds.
invite me? I mean, we
Jared.
do have a meetup game.
Looking even
tickets.
better now.
That'd be tough to.
Yeah, I booked the wine festival before I remembered we had a game.
That's fair.
This is really
But it
interesting
does
for
get over
Jared
with at some
because he
point,
loses
right?
the 10 jack,
Yeah, tell my wife.
you
and
stop
there's no
at
low
home,
draw,
or do you
no
get her a
low draw
couple
for him to
bottles
call
of wine
with.
and
Jonathan's been
drop
playing
her
pretty
off?
tight.
Where's the wine fest? Like downtown?
So
Or?
now
Westgate.
River.
Oh, there you go.
Right on.
That's
Wine and food.
Full house
Wine
for
festival
Jared.
sounds like something my ex-wife would do, and she would definitely.
I've been before.
He
They're
had
fun.
all the
Yes.
pairs on
They
the
feed
board,
real
if you
good.
guys
Hot
can
hors
believe
d'oeuvres.
Are
that.
you a red or a white wine drinker?
yeah, nice,
I don't
beautiful
even
3
drink
pair. I'm
wine
curious
that
what
much.
bet size to go with here.
More the white.
It's like
Doesn't
when
look
you're
like,
white,
you know,
the
Jonathan
white
could
lights
have
it
10
up.
jack,
White
but
white.
There
you're
you
gonna
go.
hope he's got
Yeah.
diamonds here if he
I used
does.
to be a Chardonnay drinker, and then I
Might just
evolved
go like
into
half
reds.
pot
I
or
think
something
that's
like
the
that.
natural evolution of wine drinkers. I don't know.
I only like ices. You went on ices?
It seems like a
Ice
prayer
wine?
bet kind of spot,
Yeah,
Tristan,
I
where you
love
just
it.
make a
Sweet.
small
I live
bet,
in the
pray to
UP
God
of
they call with
Michigan, man.
something.
They have
Okay.
a great amount of
I
ice
do like
wine.
ice
Maybe you
wines.
induce
Oh, yeah,
something.
they're
You don't
Yeah.
really want them to
ridiculously
raise here
sweet,
because you're
but they
kind of
are
like, why
really
would this guy
good.
ever
You don't, you block the nut flush, which you don't have to worry about that on a pair board, but you block all the full house combos. So there's literally only one combo of each that beats you. One combo of kings, one combo of queens, one combo of nines. So if you do go with a small bet here,
You might do it.
you got to be prepared. Wow, look at this.
Wow.
Licking leather.
Jared gets all the value here. And Jonathan, with a misstep in this one single pot, all of a sudden making his profit evaporate.
Well, I guess that price he's getting, he does reverse block the missed flush draw, which you're basically just hoping your opponent has missed spades or some sort of missed draw there.
Yeah.
But maybe just giving a little action. I don't know. He just got called out for being a tight player, so maybe he's just let me put some money in. And also, you might think Jared's a little bit looser of a player, and he did make that small bet. And but typically people are going to be unbalanced in the river, and they make a small bet. They're typically not going to be balanced in their block with a bluff there. They're gonna, they're out of position. People kind of, certain people balance blocks with bluffs and with value. Better players do, but typically other players are way unbalanced with block on the river in this game. So, usually they're gonna be. But maybe you've seen them bluff there with that size before, and once again just called and blocked the straight. But you're not really worried about straight there. You're really worried about a full house.
Nobody has any fives. Does anybody have any fives left?
Here, just there you go.
Yeah, I can get that.
We got
Oh yeah, I got you. Yeah, thanks.
But yeah, they turned it into a cow farm.
Still playing Big O, and Don with the ace deuce tree.
I like wine.
Feeling comfortable here?
Like to diversify my portfolio. Maybe like 5 years from now, we'll have a vineyard or something.
And Jonathan is changing gears. He just wants to get in the mix right now.
Yeah,
Double suited.
You can't. I wouldn't. If you fold this hand after you just lost that pot, you basically got to kick out of the game. So I'm serious.
Locking it off. These chips are not Saran wrap. You guys know that.
Guys, seat open.
You'll see the review.
It seems like in this game they roast you if you're winning and not playing hands. So
the hands and we'll be like,
that's my kind of game. I like that.
Yeah, like buddy, put some money. Get this guy out of it. You know what I mean?
Would you ever doubt it? I mean, 8-10 king queen double suited, rip it. Like, come on now. I'll still do it. I mean, I was really hoping.
So DonkFish with trips here is interesting. He folds obviously, but the previous Big O game we had, there was the trips game. If you win a hand with trips in your hands, there's a bonus per player, which varies of course depending on the stakes. But it's like the 7 deuce game version of Big O, which I thought was a really cool angle.
Something.
Big O, that's sick.
That's scary.
Imagine trying to get people to fold.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I know. Jonathan top set with open and straight draw.
We've talked about where you'd rather have like.
That'd be terrifying because you basically are only drawing to like half. I mean,
it's just like.
Maybe at PLO that'd be fun.
There's some hands I love.
Don with a pretty big hand here too.
That's why I went like this.
Oh yeah, Don with the low draw.
The wheel draw, more importantly, goes both ways.
From the stream. Yeah. I mean, actually, when I jam.
And he's just the only one with a low draw, really, so he's good here.
I don't know. Well, what did you raise it to?
Turn is the jack of spades.
Almost 1,000.
Oh, yeah. I don't think
It was like eight something.
Yeah,
This is the problem when you get deeper. Is Don, if he's a short stack here, he could just pop this turn and try to take advantage of his fold equity.
I
And
don't know if he can fold. I don't think so.
It is funny though, like the walls are closing in slightly on Jonathan here, who the jack of spades just opens him up to more trouble. Now in this case, we can see that there are no spades to go around, but in general, you're thinking to yourself, can I get the money in here? Because otherwise, this could get very contentious.
yeah, Jared lead. This is an interesting lead because you really are not only worried about top set. I mean, that's the only hand you're worried about. And now Jonathan's like,
I know that's why.
What the hell's happening here?
I wasn't in love with it.
All in.
I mean, this is a great spot for Jonathan. Little does he know how great it
I
is.
wonder if you ever call here, but yeah, I don't think so. I don't think you can.
All right, all in, check raise.
Yeah, you won't.
Notice that?
Yeah. Jared leading is going to get him in trouble once again. We saw it happen when he had the super wrap.
Had a good time on the.
Got him back in
Here, what are you going to do?
You know,
You got two straight draws.
Yeah, what would you do here? So he's calling 3,100 more.
We woke the bear.
He was pretty gangster.
Jonathan was one Coors
Has
Light away
two
from
open and straight draws.
I needed drinks. I had nothing to drink.
The low open and straight draws,
I'm thirsty.
you might think would give him a
It's
chop,
still like a margarita. But
not knowing that it's actually going
That's why
to.
they said it's going to be a long time before you.
Yeah, they got the same 6-4.
point, yeah.
26. Oh, third.
Only has one pair. He just folds.
Oh, that's a good
Deep.
fold.
I
Yeah,
caught
that's a
him
good
bluffing.
fold there. It's just,
Well, does the good fold make up for the bad lead? Like that's sort of the the tough
Yes,
situation there.
I would
It
say
does.
it's a huge blunder if you're betting there and then calling off because you're going to be against a better high and a better low draw.
Right.
So there he happened to be drawing live for a quarter of the pot with his low, but typically he's just going to be dead.
So you're saying that you would think in that spot that your opponent has at least an ace deuce, ace three with a good high hand. So with maybe spades. So even when you do hit your opponent in straight draws, you're kind of fading. You know, so you're in bad shape in a lot of spots. So you want to get a better price there.
Especially in Big O. Like if this was just 8 or better, there's a little bit dynamic to it. But in Big O, when you have 5 cards, yeah.
Well, I guess this goes back to the deeper dynamic where once you are deeper, it really matters in a spot like that. Because when you are short stack, you just pot with the queen jack. If you lose, you know, it kind of is what it is. But once you get deeper, you can put a lot of money in really badly there. And that's the kind of spots you want to be careful of. That's why maybe you don't necessarily want to lead there, because you are setting yourself up for a pretty big risk where, you know, on the flop, a lot of people are going to maybe slow play some sets, and then on the turn, and that kind of turn, they're just going to say, okay, well, you know, let's put it in. And but at the end of the day, I mean, he kind of got unlucky that the guy happened to have the one hand, which is top set, that you.
Right.
You know, one of the only hands that's probably going to pop there.
You didn't come here to fold.
But you nailed it. The deeper you are, the bigger mistakes you make for the whole pot. And that's really what you need to worry about in this game, is getting scooped.
Yeah.
Like, that's it.
But you're almost like advocating for passive play.
Absolutely.
Right.
Until you have those big equity hands, or you know you're at least getting half the pot, or you want to drive other people to be in the pot because you're going to win half the pot. So the bigger the pot gets, you know you're getting half of it.
Right.
So playing those kind of leads and stuff are very like counterintuitive to a good strategy.
Interesting.
Look at DonkFish's hand here. Granted, he's just drawing to the like super nut low here with a bunch of equity. Nobody has an ace. So this is kind of one of those hands that could be turned into a bluff at some point because you have all this equity and you can drive a hand like Jonathan has who's just drawing to the low. You can drive them away at some point.
So this is kind of like the double board river theory that applies in this game in a little bit different of a kind of way too. And you are kind of looking to put pressure on the later streets with some of those, you know, non-intuitive hands, I guess you could say.
Yeah, I mean, he's probably just check calling here. He's got 2 flush draws. He's got the nut low. Like, he knows he's going to be up against an ace here a lot of the time. But you can apply some pressure here. You're
So
basically
this is exactly
like
what you're describing.
free rolling. Yeah.
And also, Jonathan, if a deuce comes, same scenario as with Dr. Costa.
Well,
and he has no idea he's good here with 6s. Like,
right.
He has no idea how good he is here. He feels like he's up against an ace. And does he have 6-7? No, right? So he wins here with 6s and the deuce 3 nut low.
But he's also worried against being against an ace and a deuce 3 as well himself. Okay,
right.
yeah, that would make sense.
What
So
is in the pot?
you might not want to be overplaying this hand.
And now Jonathan needs to really be worried about betting his nut low here because you have no high with it.
Right.
Deuce 3.
And that's exactly what happens, right? Yeah.
And he's getting scooped.
Getting scooped.
By 6s.
6s.
6s? No.
So DonkFish takes the high.
DonkFish can't believe it. Like when Lloyd found the girl in Denver that he was searching for to bring the briefcase to.
Holy cow.
You're saying I got a chance.
Samsonite.
Right. Jonathan better make sure there's no laxative in his drink.
I mean, like how many?
No, but that's
that
the
would
prime.
be funny if they put
But that's a prime example I'm talking about in this game right here. Is like you have half the pot, but you're building a pot without. And then for DonkFish, well played. He just check call, like with all that equity. I mean, that's a spot he could have pushed, but I love how he played it. You just don't.
Also, you get to rub shoulders with.
Pay for what?
Like, wow, that's sick. That's a sick one.
Gary in the chat says this has been a nice poker stream, top shelf. Appreciate you, Gary. Thanks everyone for hanging out.
They're doing like a 3-day
And people are
course
saying
with
that he
3K
didn't get
and
scooped.
then,
No, but he got scooped on the high, of course. They split the low.
Oh, he got quartered.
Sorry, he
yeah.
got quartered. Yeah,
Quartered.
sorry.
I mean, listen,
Sorry.
when I get quartered there, I'm like, oh my
Yeah,
God.
you're tilted.
I'm quitting this game. I hate this game. You can tell Jonathan's like.
Yeah, sorry, folks. I shouldn't have said
yeah,
scoop,
quartered,
but you
yeah.
get quartered. It's just about as bad as scooped. But yeah, the the premise there is that
Yeah, it's
bet,
May 25th,
whatever you're putting into the
26th,
pot,
27th, 28th.
you're losing
Right.
Or no, it's-
three-quarters
yeah,
of
'cause
it,
I know- I
basically.
was
So,
planning on leaving
Well,
the movie on the
Pat
25th,
says,
and
I
usually
think
takes me
DonkFish should
4
have
days
raised
to
the
get
turn
here.
because he's basically
And
free
after I
rolling
saw
one
that
side of the
last night,
pot.
I haven't even talked to my wife
That-
about it, but
He's
I think that might
uncounterfeitable low, right?
That's what I was wondering
I'm
too.
debating.
I
yeah,
was
we
thinking that could be
we
an
see
option.
that, but typically you'd be
Dude, if you have like 5
you-
figures of...
Yeah,
you
your
might
high,
not
your
be
high-
drawing to a
right,
high
your
or
high
on a
is
paired
dead
board.
usually.
Yeah,
You're
I
right.
mean, it's still free.
Yeah, so you're basically sort of
Have they done
in
this
the
before?
in
Is
the
this
odd
the first
situation where your
He's never
opponent
done it
also
that I
has a
know
strong
of,
low.
and I don't know if
You're
Scott
raising
Seaver's
yourself
done it.
into
I mean, Scott
trouble
Seaver
because
and
your
I
high is
have
almost always
agreed on
losing.
a lot of
Yeah,
things on
right.
it,
and then
so
there's
I
some
would
river
love to do
cards
different things, but like
that you're going to
I
be
think
a
when it
little
comes to
stuck on.
tournaments, like part
Right.
of me
I
wants
mean,
to do it, but part of me
I'm
doesn't
pretty
wanna do
sure
it
there
'cause
was
I'd rather learn on my own,
one
but
river
it's
card
like,
that might have
I
counterfeit
don't-
in there.
I don't know.
I think the
guess
SPR
that's
there,
good.
he basically had a check raise turn,
you
and then
just
he
make
would have
it
just
for
had a
exit
very small bet on the
four.
river. So
Right.
But I
just
made it
kinda-
easy to
But the
remember.
thing,
Yeah,
the
600.
theory of not
It's
raising
good
the
enough
turn
for
comes
the
into
girls'
play
night.
when you think
Yeah.
about the fact that
'Cause my
if
brain
both
keeps
players have
me,
the
like,
same low and you
round
just have a pair of
compared to
sixes,
one.
you think you're always going to be screwed on the high side. So you think, oh, we're always chopping the low unless I improve, and you sort of basically counterfeit your opponent's low.
600.
But in that case, that high is not good enough.
I guess he had a gut. I think he had a gutter there, or he had a, maybe in a wrap. So he could have potentially drew out on just.
He had
trip-
2 flush draws, and a gut and
Right.
a
Yeah.
double
It's
gutter.
Pretty,
I think,
pretty
maybe.
interesting spot though. I think he makes a great point in the chat. Something you definitely could consider.
In case of doubt, raise.
Why do they show the live here and not the hour delay so people can see the cards?
It has to
Agreed.
do with
Players
the,
weren't-
I'm with you down there.
Some of the players out there wanted to see the cards.
Yeah. I don't know.
They can do the hour delay. It's on YouTube. Right?
King 9, 2 clubs.
It has to do
Professor
with,
Great point, Don.
with the
It's
king.
not very interesting to watch. But
it's not really for watching. That's why.
I actually think I had that same conversation before.
Professor pushing his equity here with trips. Interesting. I mean, Costa, I think you don't love this. You know you're up against trips. You do block the 9s full, but the 6 high flush draw with no backdoor low draw, I think you just want to shadazzle out of here.
I mean, I guess if you block King 9, you might be wondering why would they just have a king here? So maybe he's thinking about making a move. This is like typically you want to use your blocker on the river, but
I was gonna
might.
say,
He's thinking about
looks
it.
like a club draw bet right there.
Yeah,
Was
Professor.
it like 1 entered into 1,000 pots there?
Huh?
I'm trying to see how Professor plays this game because he's got a lot of experience and
PLO.
he even has a shirt, the 10 Commandments of PLO. So
You get one on me there?
The 10 Commandments of PLO?
yeah, when we did the
Yeah, I
opening
did.
day party here,
To be
he
honest,
that's when I
it
first
was
met him
a
and he
very
had that shirt on. I'm like,
interesting
what is that
race, 'cause I was like,
shirt?
it's
I've never seen this.
enough
That's
for a
amazing,
club
best shirt I've ever
draw,
seen.
Mike, call me.
But yeah, 10 Commandments of Pot-Limit Omaha, like
I
thou
had
shalt
king,
not
king 10,
bet the
deuce,
pot,
three,
like not
four.
bet the pot or
I don't
something. I
remember
don't know. There's a
doing
few different things. I got to go over the shirt again. I haven't seen the shirt in a while, but
Yeah,
I'm gonna ask him for it.
Oh, that was
pretty good.
Yeah, that's
pretty
good.
good.
What's your
Had him-
top
had him die right
commandment
around
of
the-
PLO?
No, switch. Yep.
Oh boy.
Good luck. Thank you.
Top commandment of PLO. That's a.
Ah,
Let me think about that for a second.
not a good flop for my hand.
Yeah, I almost just
That's not
flat
a
it.
big
but
old flop.
Something like,
the
you know,
bet is just small
don't
enough
don't
to where I'm
chase
like, I
inferior
have to
draws.
At least add something to it.
I
if
mean,
you
really,
check, I
it's all
probably bet,
about
like 400
prayer
or
and
500.
visualization. PLO. It's like you really got to have an energetic stranglehold over your opponents on staying positive in the game. And if you do that every session, then you're going to be the biggest PLO winner.
You've been reading too many Chance Corner tweets.
All right,
I'm
170.
telling you, it's how it works, Remco. I mean, I got a lot of experience. I don't know. I'm telling you, that really matters. Like, it's all about it's all about staying
We'll
positive
allow
in
it.
PLO.
We
Because
know what
if
his
your
intention
mindset, it's
was.
really easy to
Yeah.
let the swings affect you each session, and that's really going to impact your play. So I would say that's like my number one commandment: is you got to be able to keep your emotions under control and
He's raising to 170.
and be optimistic. I mean, it's all a game about optimism. This is a game about imagination, and you have to
Gotta make
keep
the odd
that
number.
positivity to keep trying to think about different ways you can win these hands that aren't always you got to make the best hand. Whereas when you're when you're down and you're negative and all this, you're not feeling good about your session, you're already losing the hand in your mind before it gets to the river. Those people end up getting dominated and they get cried. And that's what you look for. On the opposite side is you're looking for a guy, he's throwing the money in deep stack. Play every hand with you, buddy. Let's play because you're able to contain that emotional advantage potentially over someone. And even then, you still can lose a lot. So that's why the prayer comes in.
PLO priest.
Right, exactly.
I guess.
PLO is like Buddhism
Lockdown.
almost.
It really, I'm telling, like it's like the shaman. You know.
I see
speaking
that
to me.
though. I do see that there is
Right.
some kind of like the mental game of poker. It is a huge thing, and I do think in a game as swingy as PLO, you gotta have your ego in check, your mind in check, like everything, and just stay focused. So
Yeah,
I understand what you're saying.
You gotta just go into that mode in the morning when you get out of bed to go shirtless on the balcony like Phil Hellmuth back in 03.
Get some
That's
sun.
that's how you get
That's
ready.
what you do when you're biking. You go take your shirt off. and you're-
Exactly.
I start
Yeah.
every day, no lie, with a meditation outside for at least 15 or 20 minutes in the
Wow.
sun. Like that's just to get my day as a calm kind of
Smart.
intro before I try to do anything and get distracted.
You'll
or
scroll
have-
on your phone
yeah,
for an hour and
nope.
look at short form and taking 2,000 videos before you get out of bed. And
I mean, honestly,
ready
if
for the day.
if I do have a day like that,
Right.
it changes the outline of the rest of my day. Like I'm distracted, I'm thinking about other things.
we need
and-
Jared being
yeah.
here to balance this mentalism with a little bit of live.
Debauchery.
Yeah,
Everyone's drinking shots at the table, and we're deep down the trenches of optimization.
You asked me that question to think about that question. That's a good question, though. I like that question.
But it's funny you mentioned that, Tristan, though, to stay on this topic while these guys are.
This could be a good bluff spot for one of these guys.
Usually, no matter what happens.
It's probably the better bluff spot for. This is probably a better bluff spot for Don.
I mean, when you're on lockdown, you don't really play much.
And he is going to bluff. I like this play.
Yeah, like
We had a few.
Quarter
Wait,
pot
you've
bet.
traveled with me for a few
When I
years.
went a
have you
bigger,
ever
when I went a
seen
little
my
bigger
chips
here,
on
try to
lockdown?
fold
Yeah,
out
a few
straight,
middling
and be worried
pots,
about
yeah.
ace jack specifically calling me, and maybe some king
Bomb pot
queens.
we had got to like. You know,
So I'd prefer
1600.
to go with the big
Wayne's
size
like,
here, but it might
I
actually
mean,
work.
Have you ever seen my chips
Now, if you're
on
Costa, you might think about
They're
potentially
definitely not
bluffing
gonna be
here
allowed.
as well.
I mean, they leave the table.
But it kind of looks like Don
sometimes.
just
There
has
isn't
kings
a
and
table.
I mean,
king four. He's just trying to get called by a straight.
I mean, I'm still.
This could be a something where you would consider. Typically, I think you'd want to have a
From
king
Sushi Samba?
here as the
Yeah,
blocker
delivered
Oh, we
them?
got to figure out who's
versus the
paying for
queen,
It doesn't matter.
but it's still
Quad fours are good. What are you worried about?
a little bit relevant.
You do block the queens
Quad
and the
fours are
tens.
good. What are you worried
But
about?
yeah,
Yeah,
I hear
you
you on that.
prefer to have the king. You want to have king queen 10 here typically
They're
if you
$20 a piece.
are going to do it. But I guess this guy might just pot here. But
Is it
you know, once
$20
again, it kind of comes down to because the turn you can credibly. I mean, you can't really credibly represent. I guess once you check back the turn because you probably would have bet a full house on the turn, like king four and kings and queens.
plants?
But you never know. I mean,
But if you're Costa here and if you're thinking of bluffing, don't you want to have jacks or
I
nines?
asked
There's the
her
other
no,
drop.
you want to block full
when I
house
was
here.
doing the taxes earlier,
Because you're
I was
worried,
like,
you're
sports
worried
paired,
about
yeah, yeah.
you really because you're hoping he's got a straight here, which it looks like he has a straight. You really want him to have a straight here
don't have to
because
lie to me,
it's
honey. I'm-
at least the hand he's going to fold. You don't want him to have a full house because
Right.
full house he's going to call. So you're looking for hands that he's going to fold, and that would be the one that you want. You want him to have jack nine actually. I'd like
Only
that.
I was
time
gonna
we
say, I
redid
didn't- I missed the
whole,
board
front
pair. I
left
was
portion of our house.
Yeah,
Just
turn-
looking at that
80 or
straight.
90
Yeah, turn
plants in there.
changed it a little
We
bit.
had
Yeah, especially once the
24
flop went
orchids in
bad
our
call
house.
call.
Why don't you just plant?
Then the turn went check back, so now in position,
I mean,
and he is
we-
going to think about
we did
doing it.
grow,
Okay, all
some
right.
of that
Okay,
before,
good.
but
Here we
it's
go.
not-
1,200.
It's not as
Raising it up
advantageous.
on
And now
the river.
Don actually has a great hand to go all in
Yes,
with.
rewarding. Like,
He's
we
got
have
the
great plants. We
one of the
have
perfect hands here to go, especially with that
like
size.
rare
The size gives me a little
Oh,
Fugazi
so
vibes
like
with how
once
small it
every-
is and
No,
kind of
like
his
the
whole
African violet,
act he
oh,
did
it's
and like what
like
he's I don't know. It's just giving me.
It seems weak, yeah. I mean, obviously
because
we
you
can
have
see
to
his
water
hand,
her
but
from underneath,
And I
you
like
can't-
his
when the
price.
leaves
I like
die
actually
on,
like
you can't
the
pull
with
it
like
off.
all in
It's like a
here
really rare
from Don.
plant.
This is a block.
But yeah, we.
But it does look like Costa just has like
we have,
quads and you know you're
she's
kind of
got
jamming into the nuts unfortunately.
But 24 orchids in my house.
Nice play.
Like, legit.
Dr.
We
Costa
have-
gets it
she
done.
bought
That is a nice play,
heart-shaped
and he
thing.
shows.
King, queen.
Oh, just the stone cold bluff. Queen 10.
Was looking for king.
All right,
queen.
give me
Using
my
the blocker.
8-9 jack.
Nice
queen
hand.
back. But
Yeah, you really want to be
she's-
attacking block
she's
bets
big
on the
enough.
river with your blockers.
Thanks, McCall.
We are. Oh my God, did I just grab your drink?
No, none of these.
That's a nice
no,
hand.
Neither
Nice
of these
play.
are mine.
All right.
Unless they brought out shots for everyone. I didn't know. what
Don's
that
annoyed.
was.
I don't know, but we're ready for this.
That's why when you're Don, you prefer to just go bigger there because when you block bet, you give your opponent
he's got.
the chance to raise, and they're going to balance that with bluffs and value. So you are kind of setting yourself. You're giving them that option to make an aggressive play against you and hold them. The same thing happens with hold them. I mean, that's why you want to have your block bet. Most people are balanced with river block range, right? That's kind of something I pointed out earlier.
Thank you.
I think it's an interesting point you make, and I think I see it a lot doing commentary in these games when
Trying to get you guys
when,
to
when,
all
when a
do
certain
some
player
juicy-
type thinks of
having a
bluffing,
ham sandwich.
they generally don't
You've been
think
playing
too much
tennis
about
I
their
mean,
size.
everything you do at the
They think about the action itself, the bluff, more than what does my bluff look like and how do I
80
best tell this story? And almost all the time when I see that, they go too small.
We'll take this.
Interesting. This is a very common trend in all my study recently. It's about river sizing specifically, and you can pick up a lot about the turn to the river kind of combination, and certain patterns start to emerge when people play, and you really want to look for that. It's like the #1 thing I'm starting to look for. Everyone's sizing they always use, because what I found out from is that certain sizes, like people never have the nuts in a certain size range where they're underutilized to the nuts. They never have the nuts you can always tack. Once you know that, you can kind of, especially in PLO, that's when you really start to take advantage of a player, is when they are giving something away with their sizing where they don't even realize it, and you just always are making a great decision against them.
Trying to be, and so I think that's why they were like, we don't even
And now Jones, I mean, what's going on here?
Because we were like, yeah, they can pour, like, we'll bring it in, they'll just pour it. Like,
So the professor made it 220.
Oh, those are just 10s.
Jered calls, 220 on the flop again, and another call.
It's a lot better card for the aggressor when the board pairs and you bet here, because you're going to have Ace-Jack and Jack-7 and sets. Jones is going to have typically a draw here. So Professor now actually has a nice hand to start turning into a bluff. You really hope your opponent doesn't have a jack here, but you can potentially do this a multi-street bluff, or you could just hit a flush draw.
Yeah, it was really good. I had some food.
And now Jones is going to go for the bluff on the river, so he's basically hoping the river gets checked to, and he's going to bet a big size here. And Professor is now worried that he could have a jack and obviously a better ace, and all those straight draws with that size, he's going to keep in the straight draws. So that's why this river, you do have to be prepared to potentially put a lot of money in.
I mean, even Grand Lux, like we go to Grand Lux. Like
And now this, yeah.
Yeah, 5 of spades on the river, giving the professor a flush.
It's
It's kind of an expensive float there from Jered to try and call.
With the price, you're basically just bluffing the river pure here when you check to. So this is in your bluff range. You're going to have some jacks, so you kind of can balance that with your bluffs. And you could argue you'd want to have at least a flush draw to go with it too. I'd probably agree. And this is what Professor's going to block. And now I would just shove it on Jones. But I would probably fold here, but I don't think you'd have to shove. That's kind of what you're calling for,
Just thinking of this hand in a vacuum, it looks like Jered's had a plan to just blast at some point. So is he going to be able to find it without like any blockers, or right now just get to the river against the Professor's small size, right? Professor went 3rd pot on the turn, and now he's going like 4th pot or 5th pot on the river. It looks like he's going to go.
He's going for it. It's actually not going to work.
16.
Yeah, I think he's going to snap call.
Well, tonight we're eating at 10:30.
Professor's going to pick this up on this. He might tank a little bit. You don't want to make him feel silly for doing this, but he's definitely snap calling.
Now, again, back to sizing. Is 1600 the right size if you are trying to bluff? Is it too small again?
I think you could go either way on that. Sometimes you are going to have 4x. You're not going to pot.
That changes things.
But he's obviously worried about this. But I think when you do block here, you want to check call here, really, because against a guy who's over bluffing, he's going to have those middling draws that he's just going to over bluff. And you do block Ace-Jack here, which is nice. So the Jack you're worried about is Jack-7 specifically, and maybe Jack-5, and maybe some slow played Ace-Jack. But he would have had to play 2 streets passive with Ace-Jack, which isn't always going to be the case.
I mean, he's making the Professor think, that's for sure.
He's Hollywood. This is Hollywood.
I mean, obviously, I know,
I think that
just trying to be respectful.
Wow. That's a whole new level.
But he might fold.
Wow.
Oh, he's supposed to fold. I didn't expect that.
Oh, look how happy he is.
Play. I mean, he did it. I thought he was going to snap call.
Wow, Joey thought he had him in the bag.
I thought he was going to snap. I mean,
But that goes to Joey's point about the block bet sizing that he was just talking about in different nodes and stuff, right? I know he was using a Hold'em analogy, but I think in PLO and Hold'em there's parallels. And you really have to be balanced when you use that block sizing to defend against getting raised, because you open yourself up to be bluffed. We just saw that happen in back-to-back hands by both small
yeah, because in
blockers.
PLO, like, he just had 1 spade blocker there, and he went with it. There's too many blockers for you to. But not with that said, the margaritas are coming in, so. I actually find this small bet the most interesting thing in poker right now. Is like figuring out how to utilize that as your bet size. It's kind of counterintuitive to how a lot of people grew up playing poker. It's like bet big, bet often, bet for value.
It's counterintuitive to how you bet your equities too. But like you said, river decisions is where you have the most flexibility. 30.
with
But yeah.
nothing.
Chris, it's on you. Chris.
What? Hold on. Wait.
Spades just calls me so.
No
Sorry,
straddle,
they
'cause
brought me
he
in. I've been
raised
studying
the
every
money.
day, so now I'm like, I'm
What?
getting obsessed with the game.
Let's
PLO
talk, buddy,
here.
because I'm
Well, chat, you know, shout out to the chat. I know they're out there.
Want me to
They're
limp for
loving
20 in
action.
this
They're
game?
hopefully.
I mean, that's a good point.
I'm
guys
studying
spice
at least
margaritas
2 or
here.
3 hours a
Jack just made
day,
it for you.
if
Cheers,
not
guys.
more, and then
Cheers.
playing
Cheers.
another
You
4 or
were-
We gotta do a
5.
session,
So
yeah,
yeah,
you're-
we got to
you're-
get in the lab.
Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
like
Cheers,
that.
everybody. Cheers, everybody at home. Friday night.
Cheers.
Thanks
Like
for
that
tuning in.
orange?
Venetian
Yeah.
Poker Live.
Pour up a
You know,
spicy
actually wanna cheers
margarita,
people
put some
like bottom
Tajin on the
Yeah,
the
that's
top.
understandable.
It's
I-
good, but
I
the
even
orange
forgot what I
kills it.
had.
Cheers, cheers,
The orange
everybody.
kills it?
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, we
Cheers,
can
your
get
coffee.
some
Orange
cocktails.
kills it.
I can't watch
Go
people
ahead,
drink
Jared.
and
I'll
not wanna
check
have
to
a
you while
drink.
you're walking.
Yeah,
around
fuck
the
it,
table.
we'll do
Yeah, I've used a straw. I guess it's okay. Huh?
What happened?
It's
Never
you
thought
and
of
me.
Was
You
my
don't
hand
like
dead
it?
because I
They've
left you
forgotten
there?
about the 3 extra margaritas.
But I checked
I don't like that orange.
Yeah, what's
Yeah.
going on
Well, we're
here?
on an hour delay,
Yeah,
so
we're on
maybe
delay.
they'll come
Yeah,
in a
yeah.
second, you know.
Man, those look good though.
I know,
Oh,
that's what I'm
man.
saying. This is like
With the tahini on the rim.
on a Friday night, yeah.
Oh, Friday night in Vegas.
Do you don't drink, do you? You don't seem like you drink to me. You,
I was talking to Tristan about this. I'm very polarized in my drinking.
Uh-huh.
I either do or I don't.
We knew it was going
But
but
when
you're
I
also our Dutch, so you know that you're
Yeah.
an animal. So
I have my nights.
I'm saying.
There's just not a lot of.
I'm about to become a father. Like it's gonna change everything.
yeah.
They all-
Yeah.
they all-
Congratulations.
It'll
they
be
all-
wild.
Like,
I have no idea what to expect.
I get like 10 texts a night. Oh, where are you playing?
How soon is that happening? Couple months?
Yeah.
The
They're
due date
all-
is
they all
May
wanna jump in,
24th,
like-
Check.
right before WSOP.
WSOP, baby.
Yep.
That's not how I win.
That's how you.
That's how I
Oh,
win.
so you're hoping I'd bet?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
I mean, you bluffed me once. I was like,
Setting the trap.
I said I was gonna check raise you a few times. That was one where I was just like,
Well,
here you go.
it hasn't happened
That's
yet.
Team.
I know.
think even the
It
5-5
was in
games
my
we normally
wheelhouse
play,
there.
yeah.
Oh, okay.
I was check raising minimum trade.
40.
All right, I'm stuck. But I'll
I really think we got a juicy
Too
final
good.
hour
Too good, Jared.
Let's
coming
make
up.
this one
These
good.
guys are all
Let's make
deep
this
in
one a
the
good-
Jared is too good.
liquor.
We haven't even gotten the small blind jackpot over $200.
This is when you
Like,
want to
we-
keep the game
over
going.
200
typically.
now.
Oh, yeah.
This is where champions are made in Las Vegas. Is anyone can start drinking at 7.
I'm
Can you keep playing until 1? Because you gotta go have some water. You gotta have a maybe have a meal.
No full
You know, the
button.
6 drinks can hit you differently if you haven't been eating. These are the skills of Vegas. Is how do you survive till 3 a.m. in these games? It's a different mindset. So you got to be prepared, and that's where the true pros they thrive in that chaos, right? That's when you get players who just like it's like tournaments.
Just don't let
Late in
Jonathan
the day,
get
they
it.
just
We're all
melt
gonna
down.
defend
And
against
then the
Jonathan.
real
Is that
level
what
up,
the rule is?
the level
Go
up
for it.
from what you were
Is
saying
it defend
is when the
80?
billionaire in the game at 1 a.m. says, "Let's go
Just let
out,"
Jonathan
and
get
then you
it.
can't say
So
no.
if I raise
That's
big,
when
it's
you
gonna
that's
Are
when
you
you
winning or
go.
losing?
Definitely.
Doesn't matter. He wants to go.
terrible.
You're
I
in.
mean, it might be bad for the stream. or
That's
something.
GTO
How
right
much are
there.
you down? I gotta wonder first because you
Good
might
for the
play
game.
after, so that's
Oh.
why you might want to go is so you
Right,
get
this
in the
is
game
gonna
after.
raise.
Or just the next day, get the
Chris
phone
or
number.
We all
True.
have quad draws.
I know,
Okay, I
there's
like the way
always
you're
one in
a
there.
networker,
Some of us might
Bronco.
have backdoor quad draws.
Always say yes to Jonah Theory. Always
Oh,
say
hey,
yes.
yes, exactly.
Always say yes if someone invites you out in
Easy
Vegas.
four
How did that play out for Jonah?
Easy 4.
Acknowledging
He
you could have made it
he
bigger.
hoping
He
to
just
run
does
a
not want to.
$100 million fund, so it's
There
going
you
well
go.
for him.
Probably
So
not.
you're maybe actually
Do I have a piece of that?
you should, yeah. Actually, are you
I couldn't
investing?
even continue with that.
I'm not. I'm not an
Like
investor.
legit,
I'll get
this
you a
is
piece of it if you
almost
want
like my
to invest in
13th
it.
favorite hand.
Why not?
Man,
Yeah.
good times.
Wow.
It's pretty.
21 years old, right, at the
I got a
time?
customer. I'm not,
Yeah,
That summer when he was here.
21, 22.
We
Yeah,
got
pretty
a
young.
battle.
Yeah.
we got to get it.
Round 7.
Round 4.
I like Jared. He wins hands and he gives action, so I have
yeah.
a lot of appreciation for that. I don't like a guy who locks it up after he wins a couple pots. Now this is the problem, is that you are going to have a lot of these marginal spots and 3-bet pots, and now Costa has easy double backdoor, C-bet here, and Jones has bottom 2, which, you know, you want to have future visibility, deep stack, and this is one of those ones where, you know, but he's not scared. That's actually a good card for him. He does lose the top set. And now Costa has a 7 and a queen, so I actually might continue betting here. But it does look like your opponent has like a wrap or a straight draw, so you know you're kind of worried about that. And on the river, he can bet pure. If he checks, is now he can just bluff pure because you do block the straight and you have a range advantage here. So this would be a spot where you would think about bluffing. It is credible because you are going to be checking back top set on the turn and some other sets and some other 2-pair combos, and you could have ace king, but he doesn't go for it.
2 pair.
Yeah.
Nice hand.
You're super good.
You want to punish that guy for getting the showdown with his hand. Even if he calls, you still want to make them know that.
That was the check call, check insta call.
Yeah, but again, like, if you know your customer and you know Jered's not going to fold like a two-pair like that or something, it's a great check.
Sometimes you got to bluff in that guy anyway.
I agree with
you know,
that.
I got a little bit back.
You want him never folding anyway, just in case he decides you want him to never fold ever. So you do, out of respect for the game, you know, you can't always not bluff the guy calling you because it's just kind of rude.
You got to move the money around.
Right, like it's just not the it's kind of disrespectful to the game, in my opinion. But most people would say that's smart. I would say that kind of just being, you know, whatever it is.
No, I agree.
It's the Alan Keating theory.
No, I agree with you. Berkey said it a couple of months ago in a podcast about how sometimes you just got to pay with the second worst hand or whatever. I know that's not the best example of it, but
we know.
I totally agree. So you got to give action to get action. So sometimes, yeah, you got to go.
I mean, it's
like
240 worth of equity.
It's
to
like
me.
one quarter. It's one quarter the size it's gotten to before.
I mean,
the problem in that spot is he could have had a set because he potted the flop. So he bets big on. That's kind of the downside of betting big on the flop is you're kind of polarizing your opponent's continue range there. So it kind of gives you less room to work on the river. You know that is an unfortunate. You kind of want more movability with the hand you have. Specifically, when you bet pot, you're just hoping to pick it down on the flop. You're just keeping the range so limited with that sizing.
I did. I was like, wow.
It's good or bad, right? You know, the guy had bottom 2 pairs, so maybe if he does have a good hand, it's actually not the worst play. But something to consider when you're on the flop.
All right, let's just start it off with a bang. I'll bet pot into 5
now look at that top set for Costa.
Oh,
Oh god.
Oh my god.
Oh god.
Snap repot.
Wow. Didn't even finish your sentence.
What a Costa. 15 poker hard. This is what you dream about.
He's protecting the tube.
Platinum plastic surgery about to pull out the scalpel.
He's going to cut away some of the chips here. Like, just imagine you got a pot in front of you.
And just calls. Interesting. What do you think about that, Joey?
Problem is
you
when
just push
you
your
do
equity there, or
when you
what?
do repot here, you're gonna fold out everything except a set of 6s. So there is merit to just calling here, and then you basically are gonna can print a lot on the turn here. So this is dicey, but and it could backfire drastically, but it could get him a pot-sized bet on the turn where he gets a stack in that he wouldn't have got. So I don't mind the gamble. And that's exactly what he's praying for. And now Jones is like, I got the nut flush draw. What the hell does this guy have? I got the queen. What does this guy have? I got a gutter. Maybe he just goes for it and hopes that, you know, he has a hand like a king high flush draw with a 6 or something like that. But this is kind of a weird
Yeah, he's
spot.
playing about 250% pot.
I'm really looking forward to seeing just all the commentary. By
Oh, I'm sure
Joey
it's gonna
Ingram
be
for
rich.
The second half too, you know.
It'll be rich.
I mean, this is great, you know.
No respect for
Great
Tristan
us
and
to
I.
have a
Unbelievable.
mixed game on the stream.
So much disrespect.
You got the PLO Professor and DonkFish. Obviously, they look up to the PLO priest
I
we
know.
have here with us. Come on.
You know what I mean?
The Siddhartha
Play too hard.
Gautama of Pot-Limit Omaha,
I mean,
if you know who that is.
Yeah, like.
But I am
exactly.
learning here that,
So,
Tristan,
when
you're
people
a
start
big O
realizing-
specialist.
Not a specialist, but
Yeah,
I'm a
I mean, it's a
under the
10-10,
radar
yeah.
flyer,
We can
let's
we
say.
can advertise it like a 10, 10, 20.
Well,
maybe even
Jared,
maybe 10,
after
10, 20,
reaching
40.
for the
Like, just make it a
1K,
10, 10,
does
20.
opt to check.
might have to make the buy-in
So
deeper then.
Jared could, this is what we call it.
Might have to do
He
like
could think of calling here and bluffing a club on the river and trying to draw to the 4 and trying to draw to the ace. So he could actually, and this is a really crazy play, and it, you know, you got to be careful. But if I'm stuck enough, I might consider
But
it.
we are used to playing deep.
Now,
right?
but
So
the story
we
that
could
Dr.
do like
Costa is
a
trying to
10, 10,
sell
20,
here,
40 with
that's
like
what makes it so
10K
complicated. Because what is he flatting pot with on the flop?
That's the great thing about this. Is like
Nut flush
Venetian
draw,
opened up the
typically.
poker room, they just started
Which he
live
can't
streaming
have.
their
Yeah,
room,
you
trying
can't
to
have. Set of
figure out
6s maybe.
Whatever you want to
what
play.
games do we wanna
Yeah,
go
it does
with
look like he's got a
every
set
week?
there.
What
I mean,
games do we
maybe
wanna
he's
go
got a
with
6
every
is-
month? Hopefully,
Queen-
after
queen
they've
eight,
seen
queen
this,
six,
and
something
after
like
the
that.
viewers have seen it, they've
He would
all,
just
like,
call queen
chatted
6 on
and
that flop
commented
and
and
hope
said,
for a
"We
safe
want
turn.
more
Because when you're
10,
that
10
deep, you
mix.
only want to have top
We
set.
want more
Right.
Jonathan Professor
The
in
key to
crew,
deep stack
you know?
PLO is not getting set
Like,
over set.
And the PLO mix.
So you really
Absolutely.
want
Nice
to be
two-pair
careful
flop
to
for
not
you.
get a lot of money in with the idiot set. Short stack, 100 big blinds.
All right,
Get it in
2-6.
play.
I
But
thought you were
600 big
I for
blinds.
sure thought you were potting the turn.
I guess
was
they have the
like,
straddle,
that's
so
a
maybe
brick,
maybe it ain't
like,
that bad. Who knows?
The straddle has been fading a little bit as of late. We saw it as high as 160 for a few orbits in the beginning.
140.
Turn bet.
Oh, I
I love that hat. I mean, what is going on with that hat?
Is it a hat or is it cake?
Is that
You know those videos?
Yeah, it does look like a cake.
140?
It does look like a cake.
At the end, he just takes it and
Yeah.
puts it on the table.
Am
or
I the
something.
small blind or not?
How much
No,
I
no,
pay
I
you to
am the
dress up
blind.
Oh, wait,
in
hold
that
on.
costume
Okay,
in your
cool.
commentary, Remco?
Well, the good thing is there's no camera on me in here.
True.
I am winning in that regard.
Pretty sick angle, huh?
Take the hat off, I guess. Here, yeah. Probably
It
have
looks
to take
like
the
I'm
hat
the
off,
small
actually.
blind. That's
Right.
what I'm
It does.
saying.
It does kind of look like you.
I'm not against the little dress up.
Yeah.
I do feel like for the 10K subscribers,
Oh, you mean
we need to have some sort of dress up game.
Should we do like a theme? Should we do a meetup? When are we gonna do our first VPL meetup,
Oh,
bro?
that'd be great. That
That'd
should
be
be like
sick.
right before WSOP, end of May.
I actually have a meetup on the 27th. If we want to combine forces for that, so we already have one scheduled. First day of Bitcoin conference here. So I haven't announced that yet. So this is technically not announced. But if we want to combine forces for that,
Hey, we'll
make that the juiciest kickoff World Series game. I mean, I'm down for that.
we're all on the same text threads, so
Let's get it. Yeah,
we can
let's
make
do
it happen.
Let's talk more about it, Tristan.
I'm in.
Queen
Let's go.
27th.
and I had ace 5. So I'm like,
Me and I was talking with Lexi. It was originally me and Lex. I talked to Lexi Gavin about having her game here, and then
You know I don't care now.
she was like, "Oh, I was like, oh, let's do it." She's like, "Oh, why don't we both be the official
I don't even care.
host of the game?" I'm
You know
like,
what I mean? Like,
"Cool. Let's. I'm gonna
think
start
if
figuring
you're
out who else
buying
wants
it
to
for
come and get other
$12,
people to come out and make it like a big, kickoff party and
Appreciate you.
kind of
I was willing to
WSOP.
get it all
It'll be
done.
fun. A lot of
That's
crypto
sick.
people are gonna be here, so that's gonna
wasn't
be.
given.
The
It was
meetup games I've been doing here,
you
there's
were
so much
nice.
fun, action. Like everyone's having a good
Now
time.
you're the
It's
small blind.
great to networking for other people to
Yeah,
meet
make
people.
sure we
I did
fill
a
it up.
VC,
Let's fill it
venture
up.
capital and
brink.
founder,
280,
AI people.
280.
Oh, let's
There we
let's
go.
Let's
hit
good
this
person
thing
event here that was
before
really
500.
great.
Yeah, let's break a record.
The floor here is awesome. I mean, they
Or
treat you well. It's
just
pretty.
give it to me.
Or that.
Yeah,
but
definitely.
It's been nice.
I'm going for it, guys. I'm going for it.
Don't you want to earn it like 2 orbits from now when it's like the
Small
right?
blind
I mean,
jackpot they're talking about. I think there's a couple
double
hundred in
straddle.
there now. It's as big as it's
Oh,
gotten. I see
oh,
2 or
I see.
300
I see what we're
chips.
doing here. I see what we're doing.
They're trying to make you earn it.
Yeah, I guess with all this straddling on it, kind of
Professor's on lockdown.
disincentivizes your small blind.
Sort of. Close.
Doesn't even
240.
re-straddle.
I mean, I was
Sick as that.
okay. I'm just gonna say okay.
Oh God, this could be a big pot.
I was reaching for.
These aren't the aces
made
you
it
want.
3x
You typically
when
want to
you
have a
turn
nut
4x, I
suit,
mean-
but with the
totally.
7 straddles
Clear
on and the
weakness.
professor
Clear
being a
weakness.
wide range player, this is
Clear weakness.
probably just a pot, and then professor's gonna have
He might not
probably
know
feel
the
inclined to
math.
call and try to hit club or try to hit a king, especially if we're some in-3
It's one of
bet.
those.
I feel like we're watching a heads-up game between the professor and Jered. They've been playing so many pots against each
You
other.
might need some coaching. You might need some
DonkFish
coaching after this, Don. You have a
and
customer.
Don,
Wow.
not even involved much.
You guys.
Next time, just say pot.
Right.
Yeah. Then
Yeah.
do
I
it-
like
do it
Jered
like
because he
the
makes it
opposite.
reasonable
Yeah,
too. He doesn't
yeah,
even bet the
just say
pot.
instead of what the pot amount is. You know, like. That's
Yum,
okay.
yum.
This could be a spot where professor decides to bluff.
3.
You know, typically in 3-bet pot, your opponent's ace is heavy, so you don't want to use your blockers necessarily on this board,
There you
but
go.
he could
Snap
consider
pots
it.
it.
Did he
Snap
snap
pots
pot?
it.
Yeah, he
Snap
snap
pot.
pot.
Is
Yeah.
that the proper way of doing it?
I mean,
down
Jared, no
pot
way in a
out, one
million
down.
years is folding this.
Just
He's
say
just
pot.
gonna
Freaking
fucking
He's gonna
take
get- he's
take
either
it to
gonna
the
call
grave.
here.
Excuse me.
Call. You might want to call here to keep in bluffs. But the problem is that if you
2060.
do hit your hand, you're not going to get paid by King 10.
Whatever.
So
What
it's
is
kind
it?
of a weird
Well,
spot.
it's a big difference between 2060
2060 and
and
2600.
2600.
9 plus
9 plus
Plus the
I think
middle.
it's 2600, is that
19,
right?
20, 2060.
Okay,
Oh,
2000.
with
It's a discount.
2060, the check raise.
2006.
And Jared's kind of played this hand a little disguised with his bet sizing. Like you say, he didn't repot it. He
That's a
went
good point.
500. He bet real small on this flop.
Yeah.
Yeah,
you were,
said-
you were
you
You
thinking the
actually
6.
could
That's
get
why. Yeah.
could be set over setting him sometimes too here, so you have to account for that. But typically, a set will have a straight draw to go with it, at least like queen, queen, 10, something like that. So you're not necessarily. You might. I mean,
I mean, these guys have been battling. I mean, this is the psychology, the mental warfare these two have gone through in the last 4 hours. Is
The way Jered looks at his cards stresses me out. Like he picks him up, and I'm like, is he
You don't
gonna
know what he's
fold?
gonna
Like
do,
he's
yeah.
like,
One-breasted.
No.
You have a queen or
Not much in his office.
But you can go to
this chatter is so strange with so much action pending. Like you almost never see this.
Yeah, but I think Jared's kind of in the mindset. He's got, what, 4K there or whatever. I think he's just like, look, I'm going to either go with this or not. He's not really thinking about it on a deeper level of trying to play multiple streets, I feel
I mean,
like.
that's what he just said. What time is
Time to
it?
gamble?
Is it pot time?
I don't know.
I don't know what that means.
Is it gamble?
They don't have blocks actual time.
It's not what you want to hear hear when you have the blockers here. You do not want to hear your opponent look at the door and say, "What time is it?" You want him just put your hand in the muck, buddy. Like, let's move on to the next hand here.
Oh wow,
that's not. Nobody does that with their tongue and folds. Top set.
Whoa.
Jered is struggling here.
The cameras are on. The stress is on.
It's a tough spot.
Sense it from here, yeah.
The tongue twice now.
What is that about?
Is that a tell?
I'll laugh either way.
You know he doesn't have King 10 when he puts his tongue out.
No,
like
what's
that.
going on right now?
What do you have?
Gotta say.
Well,
I mean, you have a $300 hand, obviously.
At least, yeah.
This is
20.
Let's go, Jered. Find it. Come on, you've been battling. You just floated the guy with the king 10-8 deuce, ran a river bluff. You got top set here. You've downplayed it. Find it for the fans.
He's holding his cards like he's gonna fold.
Do you really trust the guy with the?
I can't
wears an orange
accept
top
that.
hat? I mean, that's what you got.
I have a hard time folding top set to anyone wearing that orange hat. Like that, just that. Like I don't know. Like I don't think I do it.
Could be a dry king, but mostly king 10.
Nailed it.
But even against King 10, his equity isn't awful, right?
Do the whole shebang, man.
For getting in this deep, it's not a good sign.
There are only two choices, right? I either got king.
But
king,
if
or
you
I-
factor in that he
even
might
after
be
the stream
over
ends,
bluffing
it's
here,
still
then there
fine,
is
so it's
more
not
merit
like-
to.
Well, we were gonna go to Grand Lux first. I thought. Maybe
put
we're
more
all
in.
legions. We just drink and play
It's
more.
a really
Maybe
close
it's
spot
great.
this
have him
deep. It's
deliver
really
it to the
interesting.
table.
Oh my God.
Let's
Oh,
go.
There we
He
go.
found it. That's not enough for a raise, is it? But
Raise?
maybe it is.
Is that a raise?
Okay.
He just tossed a handful of chips.
Let's go. Good find, Jered. Clap
All
it up.
right, well
Give
done.
him kudos for
Century
that
right there.
one.
Call it a century.
He was in a lot of pain
You
there.
did have top set.
Nobody in history has ever folded top set when they put their tongue out like that. So
That should have been in.
that was
there.
our giveaway.
Yeah,
Nice
I
hand,
got
Jared.
ace, jack,
Starts
ace,
to
queen
come
is
again.
folding.
I'm never laid down top ace.
In my hand.
30's up, peeps.
But
Yes,
I mean,
yes, I
doesn't
have
there
a
come a
queen in my
point
hand.
in a game this loose where the beverages are flowing that
Okay.
you cannot
30s?
fold
30's
top
up.
set of aces? It's just not. You can't do it.
If there was a hand, that would have been potentially the hand because his range is pretty strong there to King 10.
You gotta scoop. It's hard.
At least he's got a straight draw to go with it. So
Oh.
some players
How
won't
about
do
just
that with
three
blockers.
buckets,
But
right?
you might. I mean, there is some. You know, he did make a min bet and he bet
Highest
small on the
we've had it.
flop, which means that you're going to incentivize your opponent to attack that a bit more, maybe even a bit wider. You know, you kind of have a freak out. I call it freak out equity, where you freak the opponent out with your size. So,
Yeah.
but when you're that
I
deep,
thought
it's
about
just.
playing scared a little
But
bit.
also, the
Dangerous.
professor has an aggression
on.
percentage of 43%.
And he's also wearing that hat.
And he wears that
Like, I just wouldn't full top set to a guy wearing a hat like that personally. So I think you're right, Remco.
Probably one out of
Especially
10.
with 6 margaritas, like
Yeah.
give me a rebuy. I think you got a good point.
It's kind of a weird. It's kind of weird stack size.
Check fold.
Yeah, it's just like.
He already drank his margarita. I just order another margarita.
Dang. Let's
I
go.
don't know, dude. Like, what do you?
Yeah.
I hope he's staying on property.
I mean,
If you call 26, you're probably not folding 15.
I get it, but like, what is?
It's a jack apple theory.
I
If
don't
you're
know,
folding,
what is it?
calling that, you're not folding.
That'd be that.
I guess if the turns.
Donkfish with a
whatever
pretty big
backdoor
hand
hearts
here.
clubs
Jack
I
apple
had,
theory.
I guess I could-
Shout out
I
Dario
would bet
Sammartino.
at it, like small.
Classic
Like
hand.
300 and then just jam
So
over
many-
and hope you fold the last
so
one.
many
Wait, Donkfish just
I guess,
folded?
I don't know.
What am I? What? Oh, paired
don't
board.
know.
Sorry, 10, 10 deuce.
Double board, buddy.
Yeah.
Lock in.
I got to lock in there.
It's adjustment period when we look at the next
It
double
is.
board
Oh
hands.
my! I'm thinking he's got the nut flush and a flush. He's
So this is really where you want to be with your overpairs. This is what I learned double board. You want to have that clean nut out with the overcard, where when you do hit it, you're going to massively cooler at 10 because typically a 10 here might have an ace to go with it, might have 10 deuce already to go with it. So this is, and now,
and top 2 on the other board too is pretty huge.
yeah, I mean this is like, I wouldn't have bet that pot. I think it's a bad bet. Or actually maybe,
No,
maybe,
so,
maybe it's perfect. I don't know.
That was
I guess with double board it's a little different, but
Yeah, you know. I'm
just can't think about
Try to
it.
get it on Sunday. Try to get it for 2.
All right, so kings
Yeah.
full on the bottom board for
Yeah, yeah,
Dr.
yeah.
Costa,
But five
and
five normal
queen
works.
jack for 2 pair on the top.
Friday because people have jobs sometimes.
Sure.
So now this is going to be trouble for Professor because Costa would do this with queens, with jacks,
Better, I mean.
Yeah.
and if he's got a good hand there, he's probably not scared of 4-5, so he's going to make a bet.
Yeah, not. But when we
I'd probably go 3/4 here. I wouldn't. I don't know if I'd pot this.
I mean, tomorrow we
But
should.
2 gives you a head start too.
I don't want him to fold a 10.
Yeah, on Saturday people want to
Play early.
But he might pot it here, and because if Professor's got 2-pair on the top board, then he's just not going to fold a strong hand on one board here, hoping he could have it chop at least. So that's why maybe. I like that size.
2?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, that works.
Yeah, he goes about 3/4. I like that, but.
Yeah, I feel like later during the week makes sense when people are still getting off work and feeling.
Yeah, I feel like half pot to
Nice
where he is pretty good there. Yeah.
Professor doesn't even think about it. Nice fold.
Yeah, last weekend it looked like it
He's
went
a professor
pretty
after
right?
all.
I mean, I think last Saturday there was literally
He knows.
A lot of players would have put it in there and called. But you're right, maybe half pot. I mean, it's.
And I played the mix instead of.
Oh, you played the
instead of the
nice.
bump
Good
pot.
question.
You kind of lock, yeah. You're not really too worried about that queen jack, I feel like, so.
Yeah, you almost want them to call with the 2-pair on that board, like a crying call, like, oh, he's got a king 10, like I got to call. And they probably would have worked. They just happened to not have 2
It
pairs.
came as either 1 or 5.
You could argue you got a little
well, knowing
unlucky
the players, we should just get
with
5.
that hand.
Don't forget your 30s, guys.
But you could argue the potting the turn is where you might want to, or I think you pot the flop. You might want to kind of like
came up with the tube.
maybe use a different strategy there in terms of how you're setting up your bet sizing. Because it impacts, especially when you're deeper, it's going to impact your maneuverability later streets at times, and like maybe do something to your range about it, maybe not.
Last time we just used a regular plastic cup.
Another paired board on the bottom.
It's just so hard to go both ways.
2025. More people are doing it, so.
In Vegas, it's everywhere.
I mean,
you know where you're at, buddy?
Judging by the way things are going, it might be outlawed soon.
Oh, boy.
At least bomb pots are still allowed.
Yeah.
Like they say, right?
What do we got here? So John's got a set. I mean, not loving it with the straight out there. Jared and Wilson got trips, but they don't have, and they're drawing dead versus ace queen, but now they're both all kind of happy.
Jack of spades on the bottom board, giving Jonathan a flush.
So Wilson, I would turn this into potentially want to think about bluffing if you're Wilson. Now there might be merit to betting here and trying to get called in 2 spots on the top board, but you might just want to try to take this pot down and. Yeah, he does pot it. I like this play by him. This is nice.
Jonathan with a decent bluff catcher, right?
Yeah, Jonathan actually has a nice bluff catcher because he has a flush. He's got a set. I mean.
Hope I don't lose bulls. No, I definitely don't.
He could have lost both there. He could have lost to the 3. But typically when your opponent does pot they're polarized to the nuts on one board. So when you have a strong hand like that, like maybe they've got a 3,
we do like
also a
CPR
flush
and
or
dolphins.
a full house, I guess. But
It's just weird. It's weird.
You gotta do what you gotta do.
It's weird.
A lot of distraction.
Yeah.
Why were you guys talking about the factor of luck? Exactly.
Well, I don't know even how I got on the point, but I was just saying anyone that's successful in life has achieved, has caught a couple lucky breaks.
Like
to be
nobody
where they're at.
gets there just totally by themselves. Like there's always something.
Anyone that's like super
I
successful.
think there was a Greek goddess, like a Fortuna, and that, like the Greeks kind of knew that like even like the person that failed in life, they might have had like some bad luck, and like the people that succeeded had good luck,
Yeah.
So they took that into account. Like not everyone always made it just from their work.
Their own their own works.
Beautiful philosophical topic here. I mean,
Something
luck
I think
plays
we
a
forget
huge
as a
part
society a
in
little
life,
bit
and that's kind of what they're talking about. Bad luck or good luck.
100%.
I've had so many people help me in my life, so many fortunate breaks, so many good luck. Just sure we all have, but yeah, hard to put that in perspective sometimes when you're playing a card game.
I also think timing in life is just such an underrated aspect. If you're in the right place at the right time, surrounded by the right people, even you and I, Tristan, we hadn't seen each other in years. I run into you at the studio, and it's planted the seed. And then we needed help here with commentary, and boom, here we are.
So I always tell people to show up to the place you want to get in the mix, and talk to people, get to know people, see them, and let them know you want to work. Or let them know you're ready to get after it.
I guess I have that. I don't know. Bad.
You never know.
And we're all 3 of us. We're such veterans. It's crazy.
We're up to 360, boys.
Oh, boys.
It's not even a pot-sized bet.
I'm
on
waiting
It's
double
crazy to
bar.
think about. This is an industry where you see so many people come and go, and
That's when action comes.
I would like
so
to-
many
I mean, I'll
shenanigans
take
and
an extra
stuff,
360
and
any day of the week.
yeah, we all love what we do. We love the game. We love the people. We love our experiences within this industry. It's pretty
It's all
awesome.
about your
You can cross
perspective.
your
You can look
Yeah.
at it and hate everybody and hate what you do,
Yeah,
or
that
you
was
can look at it and find the
You weren't the
positives
button,
and not
right?
think
You weren't
about
the
the
button.
sides you don't hate.
Don't worry
So I got
about
plenty of
it.
issues with a lot of
Still
people, and
coming.
I mean,
I got a lot of things I could say and talk and
raising is
complain
kinda
about
like,
too,
yeah,
and everything I'm sure
incorporates
everybody
some
does. So
check
it's
raising. I think if I check raise into like
Vegas. That
800,
mindset
like,
will
turn of the turn.
not have you loving Vegas. I feel like a Vegas mindset is you just
Like legit.
go with the
If I
flow and
check
kind of
from
just.
the- I'll check.
So you, I mean, so used to seeing just the craziest people out here and the craziest things, and
maybe off.
things don't. If I was on Twitter, it would be a blowout, right? Everyone would have drama. It'd be a big scandal of how these people act out here. But real life, it's called like a Saturday night, and
Make it 800.
the guy made a comment. He makes that comment on Twitter. You know, maybe the job's gonna fire the guy.
I didn't really factor that in.
You walk around the casino here, you're gonna hear that comment. You know, so it's a different kind of.
Got some extra incentive.
By the way,
there.
we got two almost identical flops here. Very
Makes
interesting
sense, makes
for
This is weird.
how this could play out.
This is a mind
You know you have to
mind
scoop
hack
though,
right
right,
here to
Jonathan?
look at
Like, you
this
can't
and
just,
try to
like,
analyze
change.
this.
No, I know. I'm aware.
Yeah, so Jonathan
Damn
flops
thing
straight
double
on the
board.
top board,
I
and
just want
then
to make sure you know.
he's got the
I mean, if
odd-looking
everybody just folds.
pair of
Jonathan,
eights
Right.
with the
That's right.
four
He's just
dangling
landing
on
on
the
that.
That's my
bottom.
game plan.
I mean,
for
it's allowed.
every
I see
hand.
two flush draws.
Just get them all to fold.
Then
Just
we all
naming
just
all
fold after
naming all the
that.
hands
Yeah.
takes a while.
It's definitely
Yeah, I think like four-way, you just kind of maybe go to the flop, go to the turn, and so Costa's got it straight.
Jonathan hits a set on the wrong board.
Yeah, he hates making that set because that screws his hand there.
But he has blockers on the other board with the 8 and the
400.
Right, but like his hand is basically dead on the top unless
pairs the board.
pairs the board. Yeah.
Yeah, had it been a clean turn card, he could have pushed his 2-8 blockers to really, put these guys in a tough spot. But now he's kind of in an awful spot.
This is kind of a nice one though, because
You
if
know
the
what I
board
mean?
pairs on the
Like,
top, you can just
seriously.
pot it and then try to get
You know,
try to
it's a
fold
matter
out
of
a
time before
potential
they're showing like a live stream like on the market.
worse hand on the bottom.
You know what I mean? To like entice
Now
some people,
DonkFish,
some
I
weird
mean,
stuff,
he's
some
got
stuff.
a lot of reverse implied odds here. He's got the worst
Yeah,
straight.
this is great.
He's losing to that flush. If he hits a full house, the 6-7, he's probably going to
And
be
then I-
counterfeited potentially by a higher one, but he
Good
might think
story.
it's clean.
Makes every story,
Yeah, great story.
right?
But there is some merit, you know. I don't hate it. I don't hate the call in position. Kind of see what happens on the river.
Jared's not going anywhere, right?
I mean, yeah.
Straight flush draw.
You're praying here to get the showdown.
I think the dynamic is more interesting because the two boards have a lot of
Oh my
similarities.
gosh.
But that's
Peer
okay.
pressure works.
Yeah, I suppose. They came
And
in
now
here
we
and
have
said, "You need to do
a
some
chop
other
between Dr. Costa and DonkFish, but that's only when it goes to showdown. So let's see if anyone wants to get crafty here.
Ooh, that kick at the end
Think
might read it.
Costas has the straight with the 6-9. No one else
Yeah.
has.
Well, he's got the diamond flush.
Yeah, I think he scoops.
Wow.
I don't like diamonds. I check.
Oh, DonkFish has
Got
a straight too.
diamonds?
to
Yeah,
the
straight
8-9.
to the 7-6.
Wow.
What were you saying about diamonds? Wayne?
Oh, he has
I said I
seven-
don't
yeah, he's
like
7-6.
diamonds.
Right.
I got a 9-5 straight.
9 straight.
Yeah, 9 high
So he
straight.
gets
At least
quartered.
he's
Quartered, yeah.
Okay.
scooping
I
the
definitely
small blind
cannot
jackpot.
scoop.
I thought my 6-3 was good on the.
Jack high diamonds.
Jack high diamond? Queen high diamond. Oh, wow.
I see that.
Nice.
Like a half.
The
man.
only real
But you
downside
get
of
that
this game is
3/4.
that
Like a
it's not the
half
fastest
and 3/4.
with
3 there.
Yeah.
the way the action
3/4.
evolves.
Yeah,
3/4.
6-3.
Makes sense. I knew that if the diamond doesn't hit, I'm betting straight right there.
I just look at this. I mean,
Do you need change
I
for
love
the
it.
yellow, or you got it?
Yeah, it's the
So I
biggest
get
reason
half
why I
and
don't
then
really
you
like
quarter
playing this
and
game
quarter.
always is that with the wrong people in the game or the dealer
Probably
just gets so
Adding
slow.
2K.
Certain dealers are much more
Jonathan is adding
efficient in order to separate all the stacks, and they have a system where they know this is how I'm going to pay out quickly. And then some players in the game just play so slow because they don't know what they have. So they'll be staring at the flop, they'll stare at the turn, they'll stare at the river, and then the chopping ends up
Doing
getting
the math
somehow
in his
slowed
head.
down. Should explain to everybody what they have. So that's the only downside is that some hands really do take 10 minutes. So if you're trying to like get in the hand,
But I don't know if
you know what I mean? It's
Only
a
game
little
is
frustrating.
blind.
But other people love it. They like think it's
because you
Yeah.
have 6-9.
I mean, we
once
can
in a
see the
while.
cards and we're trying to figure it out. Like, wait, what?
yeah. I mean that's good point.
Just go ahead and deal
But
with
yeah,
it.
it's interesting, but it's definitely like one of those games you got to take.
Picking
a
up
minute.
he's picking up heat. Nyberg. everybody out here seems to really like it.
Yeah.
Chris,
30 Chris.
Notice there's almost 400 in the small blind jackpot.
True.
That's
How does
something I
that
would
change? Yeah, I
be
wonder
thinking
how that
about.
changes.
All right, this is the
I
first
might be
time that
limping
the
my small blind a
jackpot's
lot more.
actually come into
But
factor,
what is the
like,
strategy?
Yeah,
Is it
hard to
one-
limp
oh,
these
there-
small blinds here.
Oh yeah, we're playing
and
bomb
I get
pots.
to
still.
bluff at
Excuse
it
me.
first.
Even in the other game, I mean.
Yeah,
He's
first
got
strategy.
combination.
Yeah,
Yeah,
first strategy.
Yeah, everyone's
Give
crazy.
me, like, give me a dry ace here. So
He's
I
not
can
bluffable.
screw off $2,000
Oh, wow. Anyone with a
right
jack
now.
here?
That'd be great. I check.
Still playing the double board bomb pot, and the jack is in the house. Jonathan with Jack 8, 3, 6.
Actually, I do care. I better
Flop some nuts on the top. Just got one pair on the
Salmon?
bottom.
That's
Jared
salmon.
led.
Okay, the salmon chips.
Maybe he's leading with a flush.
No, I think this will be really cool because so many people play bomb pots, but like there's really just no footage or anything. Like where would if you like want to get better at
Not
bomb
that,
pots?
but we're not. But are we
Yep,
really?
he
the
did
people
lead
who-
with the nut
no, but I
flush.
mean,
I mean, honestly, we are though, because like with stack to pot size ratios.
So this is where you got to be a little cautious because you only have part of the pot locked
People
up,
watching me to
and
get better at double or bomb pots are not going to get.
you're
better.
never going to win
I'm
both.
not disagreeing
So
with that.
you got to be very.
People watching the stream will see some other strategy.
People watching
controlled.
Don may get better.
At least he
double or
knows there's
bomb
no other
pot
jacks
wins,
to
but-
go
But
around.
not watching.
So that's
me.
going to make
Yeah,
it feel
but Don,
a bit more
definitely the
comfortable.
Don- the
I was
double
speaking
or
of
bomb
Jared
pot.
for him betting
Don-
just his
Right.
flush,
Bomb
but
pots.
Yeah,
Do they
you're
do
right.
bomb pots in Thailand?
yeah, he locks up the bottom,
They use
so
actual
he's got
bombs.
to have a
on
sigh of
dealer
relief
change.
here.
On dealer change. I love it how he
No, but
giggles.
even just from like just from like
My wife and I talked about doing a winter house.
Now Jonathan with the raise on the turn, is he going to feel ultra confident still? Looks like yes.
Well, I mean,
They play a lot of no limits.
Yeah, I think Jared always should check jam there,
I used to pay for my trip going there.
just
for
in
like
case he's
7
got
or 8
fold
years.
equity.
But then they learned how to play.
Calling there is I think that is a big mistake.
So now you don't quite.
Because there
play
is a
for your
chance that
trip?
they fold a potential like Jack 3 specifically.
Like, you know what I'm
There
saying?
is, I mean,
They know
not on
each
that
other,
board
they
typically because
play.
you're going to see the other person
Fair
having the
enough.
flush,
They have all
but you
these
never know.
tournaments
I
now in
mean,
Asia.
yeah.
right? Because
Oh yeah,
in the
they
very
go to all
rare
the
chance that
tournaments.
they might fold, then I think you want to take advantage of that and try to put that to the test.
4 more hands. and
No.
No, he's just.
we'll do a flip for that same amount. Cool.
Oh my gosh, it's 400.
Let's do it.
4 more hands, and then we'll do
Here we
a
go.
$400 or 400 and whatever dollar flip.
For a flip for that.
All right, so we're playing
Oh,
4
yeah.
more hands to close out the
All right,
night.
well,
All right.
With this
I
game,
don't
that
even
could
know what
take
I'm
half an
looking
hour.
at. I just 10.
So I can win it.
These guys are moving along nicely.
Yeah.
We're probably going to have a couple big O hands, right?
I
The
did
button's
win
going to
one.
move. I don't know where the
Yeah.
button was, but
We should, yes.
It's allowed.
Yeah, joking aside, this has been a
Jonathan
really
and Josh have
entertaining
no
night
chance
of
winning that.
I've been pretty damn
Why?
hard
PLO
at it.
action.
This is only 4
PLO
more
mix.
hands.
Oh, what the heck?
Once
So
again, a
we just have to
reminder
play
that tomorrow
defense.
night,
Yeah,
Tristan
yeah,
and I
yeah.
will be back
We
with
just
some
missed
All right.
our
high stakes
opportunity.
no limit hold'em
Defense
for
is
those
fair.
that enjoy that.
We got,
Jared B back with his
Brian,
Maybe
usual
come say hi tomorrow night
antics.
for 30 minutes. I don't know.
Alright.
That's going to be
Anybody
off
read
the
that
hook
book,
tomorrow,
Red Light, Green Light?
for sure.
I
Always
listened to it on
We're
all
missing
of
you
them.
back.
Bro,
On
it is
one of my
amazing.
What's
on
he
one of my
talking about?
rides home.
Red light, green light. You just
From
gotta read it.
Vegas. It's really
After
good.
you read How Not to Get Scooped by PLO Professor.
What does he talk about? Give me a summary.
No, he's got some really interesting life experiences, and he,
Was it 100?
he gives a lot of like really good slogans
Defense.
and lessons. I
Defense.
recommend it.
Defense. Let's go, Jonathan.
Get it. Let's get
there's
it.
a PLO
Defense.
professor who has a book,
Yeah.
How Not to Get Scooped, on Amazon. They were talking about.
Oh, he's got a book like
got a
I'm
book out.
I got to get that book.
Don't you have a book out?
I wrote a book a while ago. Yeah.
Way back in the day, you did
Yeah,
a book. You did
Jason. Yeah, I did. That's a good book.
it was PLO book, right?
Not really. It was a bit of some strategy in there. There was a lot of strategy there, but
You had a
it's like a
bet
mix.
to write the book in like 300 days or something,
something like
right?
that. Yeah, and then I took a week to do it. And
Nice.
Joe was my editor, as you mentioned earlier.
Wow.
So
And that was before ChatGPT.
before, now with ChatGPT, I mean, I wouldn't even. You can't even make that bet anymore.
No.
AI's changed the game for writing.
Did you hear Wilson? They're doing
I love writing with AI now. It's so
three
fun
more
because
hands.
it's all about.
Okay.
You still got to craft your story, but
If the small blind jackpot does
changes
not get
everything.
hit, we'll just do like a flip. I love it
we
for
got
that
here?
amount.
Straight
And
for
then whoever
Professor.
wins would win that too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Jared has a.
All right.
All right.
I mean, Jared made a
Red
face.
light,
I'm
green
not sure what it
light.
means.
Is this a red light or a green light?
There was no tongue
situation?
involved, so he doesn't have a set.
Somebody want to like tag Matthew?
I like Jared's
McConaughey?
style. I like to play.
the McConaughey out of Jared.
Is it red light or is it green light or red light?
And he does. I think he actually.
You know, I read his book.
But now
Pretty solid.
Jonathan
Yeah, listen to the Audible.
has
Yeah,
a
yeah,
nut
yeah,
flush
yeah.
block. Could he ever impose that? I don't think so, actually.
Green light.
He's had some interesting life experience.
No kidding.
Couldn't impose that blocker. I mean, I don't think so.
PLO Professor with the nuts on the top.
Professor, I wonder what size he's going to go with, because you kind of want to get called here by a flush. You don't want to bet too much to fold out a flush. So I think he's going to go about 1,500 or less.
Bomb pot only.
He just goes full pot. Okay.
Just the straight bomb pot.
The 4-high flush here. You can't love it.
Well, the beauty of going larger here is you can pressure someone out of folding a better hand, or just even not going to showdown at all.
Oh, I get that's true, right? Because your card kind of just maybe wanted to fold out that bottom too. Oh yeah. Sorry, Remco.
You're free
Lock
rolling.
in, Joey. Lock in,
Double board
Joey.
would break my brains. I'm like, this is why this game. I do this when I play sometimes. I'll be like, oh, and then I'm like, oh wait, I didn't even win the hand. Like this happens when I play this game. It's so. It's happened one time recently. Well, I kind of forgot how the game worked for a second.
Yeah, when you have the nuts on one side, you just press, hoping everyone folds.
Yeah, I think Remco's picking up on the PLO double board strategy right now.
I'm in the game. I'm in the game.
Yeah,
Yeah, I can tell you're.
stream Remco's playing.
Yeah, Remco's gonna text me, Poppy. Where you at? You want to play that? I'm like, what are you doing?
2 pair here. The flush blocker for
And
Jonathan.
there we go.
For you.
Made us pretty speculative.
Oh, just
None.
nothing on one board. Well, I hit pair tens.
Wait,
I'll
you
take
showed
it.
that like you had nothing on any board. Okay.
I mean, okay, yeah.
I mean, you got one. You got one nut.
You took half
Yeah.
from someone.
I took half from someone, that's for sure.
30's up.
That's how you do it, baby.
Alright,
Yellow
so
Professor in action.
Two more hands. Two more hands after this.
Took 1,200 from me.
Professor, I think he's a good player. I can tell.
You took 1,200 from me when you
Definitely has a few different gears to him. He can give action. He can play a lot of hands. He's not really like punting at all from a lot of the spots I've seen as well, where he's managing that wide range pretty well. Which is the biggest thing in PLO is not everyone can play a 50 to 60% of hands. You got to really know how to maneuver and play the streets.
You raise the turn.
So I expect the professor to be able to know how to do that. So I like what I see so far.
That's what I was worried about. So I figured I want the whole pot instead of half.
That stupid spade on the river.
I read somewhere that scooping a pot is twice as valuable as chopping a pot. Maybe that's in my book.
How about a lot more than
his
that?
book, really?
It is. I must
10
have
times more valuable.
I
Must
probably
be one of the
repeated it
PLO
8 times in
commandments.
my book. on how to get scooped. It's my own self-plug. It's okay.
Yeah.
It's
Top
I'm
set here
allowed
for
to self-plug.
Professor
forget
with
to add
the
20
flop straight on the bottom.
As he's given his sermon, the professor picks up. He's giving his lecture. And
Look at these other hands though. Wilson with a
I
set,
must
Don
say
with a
it like
set.
10 times in my book. how
And a
not to
straight
get
draw for
scooped.
Wilson.
Yeah, Wilson's got some
And
backdoors
a
to the top.
nut straight
Nut
for
straight.
Jared.
Yeah.
You just make it 420.
Not straight and the Broadway draw.
That's fair.
Jonathan's got a little activity, but not on the bottom really.
You are.
I mean, I am, and Jonathan is, and Wilford is.
Don really can't get anything going this
4 times a year.
second half of the session.
This could be one of those times, Jared.
Oh.
Ooh.
300?
Round
Surprised Wilson.
27.
2 sets into the muck, yeah.
Wilson folded that.
8s and 9s in the muck.
So he has the gutter on the
Deuce up here.
on the top, and he does have some
What does it do
potential scoop equity here. Oh my God.
Wow.
Oh, now it's going on.
No
now it's going in.
way.
check. Go ahead.
A set both ways. Excuse me, he already
Jared?
has a straight.
Jared might not be loving his
Check.
What? You just snap check after that? Why would you do that?
Wow.
Jared.
All right, Jared.
I don't even know what to
Chop
say
it up.
here.
No, Jared's got a bluff. Jared's gonna pot the river, and Professor might fold. So he's gonna block, and now Jared has to pot.
No, there's no shit.
Well, you might get it on the flip.
You might get it.
Set and a straight. Set of aces and a straight.
What's the next?
Set of aces
What's the
and a
next game we're playing?
Set of aces and a straight.
Oh, true. Yeah, we're gonna be on the
10 jack. That's what I put you on. Chop it up. Chop it up. God damn, look at that.
I hear you, Joey. When you have half of it locked up, like Remco say, just push
Put a
it.
9
Professor's
out
not
there.
setting him his
Come
book.
on,
I'll tell you
just
that right
on
now.
the
He's not
bottom
gonna go,
board.
hey,
It
buddy.
just looks so
Next
easy.
time when I block into you,
ace, yeah.
pot
He
it. with the
wanted
nuts.
to just-
That's all.
All right. Two hands.
I guess the thing is he could have some reverse implied odds, but I highly doubt the Professor's going to block
You announced it.
Jack there. And that is the danger.
I
If you
might just be
do
better.
bet big and then he calls, he's got 10 Jack, you really can't win the other high.
We only have what, this and
So
two more
it's
hands?
you know,
This and one more hand.
This and one more hand.
something to consider, especially on the flop when he does raise. You're not going to
320
re-raise with Jack
Chris?
there because
320, Chris. Are
On
you,
the
are you
button.
up for this stream?
On the
He's up
button.
for the
Why
stream.
not?
320.
And I get the button.
I guess it's less risky. Maybe we're being a little overzealous with our
Alright,
desire to
here we
want to
go.
be bluffing
I
these
might have to
rivers
just
and
like
kind
auto
of.
shot.
And I get 5 cards?
You know
Flexing
Joey
that.
Ingram's
Yeah.
commentating right now.
Oh,
He's
fuck,
like,
it's
I'm
Big
gonna
O. I
play
never
in
win
this
these
game
Big O pots.
next month.
Yeah.
He's
Chris
like,
always
what the
wins these
hell?
Big O
10,
pots
10,
against me.
20, 40, 81,
Pretty hard to
60,
screw.
What is up with this
320.
game?
Have like-
What the hell is going
I have
on?
like
320?
50,
320 on the
that's
button.
that's a blind
What
that's
the
a blind
hell?
raise.
I might get into these split pot games.
I've been told the
hell
button
is going
straddle
on?
is not
You never
allowed.
do both times I played against you. The Big O
I
pots.
mean, I always sometimes have a deuce.
You always
DonkFish has been really tight the second part of the session.
Yeah, I mean, he
Well,
kind of
no
lost
matter what
momentum
happens
with that
the
Ace Queen
next
Jack 10
hand
hand
or
we saw
two.
earlier, Remco, and ever since
the
then,
next
you know,
hand or two. Thank you guys.
he's
for
just
coming
wishing,
here.
hoping for something,
We
but hasn't
appreciate
really
you being
got
part of the
himself
stream.
a spot to get in.
Thank
And
you
plus,
for
like
all the
Jared
viewers.
and Costa
Thank you, Donation.
and Professor are playing
I'm not
every
even
hand,
that
so it's,
stoned, and I'm
you know,
thank
he's
you
in a
for the
spot where he's out of position against the tight players, and he's in position against the loose players,
Amazing.
so
Now after
the
this,
pot's already kind of big
David,
when it gets to
not
him, and
thank
he doesn't
you
have a
on
deep
this.
stack.
the cards you
Look
gave
at this.
him.
Look at the small blind pot going for the jackpot, going for
Oh,
the,
yeah.
No more
the
thank
money
you.
out there. He's going for whatever the.
Yeah, I think here you just go all in.
As
He's just gonna,
Wayne's
he's
just-
committing himself
What did
essentially
Wayne do?
here.
Just
Do you see
potted
what's
it?
happening right
Pre-flop.
here?
Yeah, it looks
Deuce,
like
deuce,
it's
3-5, I mean, is
1280.
enough.
He wants to ruin the
For
party.
Jonathan
Well,
here.
how much is that?
12-8.
What do you do with this one?
1280, yeah, it's
Interesting.
just with previous
I guess you
bet
just
times.
go.
in,
I
or
mean, you don't love it, but I
Yeah,
guess
what
you
the
just
hell?
go with it.
I mean,
You
we're
force
still
everybody
playing
else out,
play.
really.
Oh, boy.
Buddy?
Alright.
Trying to make a move? You trying to make a move? What's going on?
3 to the
We
low,
gotta
I
end the
think's
night
good
right.
enough
I'm
here.
so
Suited
glad I could
ace.
donate $80 to one of you
Ace,
guys.
ace,
Good
king.
defense.
We got to end the night, right?
I mean, yeah, on a 3
Last hand of the stream.
No, there's one more.
One more.
So DonkFish, if he wins this
I
pot,
wish you would have just called.
he's gonna get the extra 460
I don't even
bonus.
remember that good of a hand.
Yeah, he's just going with it. I like this play with the jack.
I don't have a
With
deuce.
his price here,
I just have aces.
with
he
all
doesn't
the dead
have
money
aces.
and
Oh,
the
you
jackpot
have
bonus,
aces?
you pretty
I
much
got
can go all in here, I think,
deuce
with
three,
most of your
and, you know,
hands.
see
But
what
and even his equity here, it does look kind of bad. But against
Wayne's
drawing to a
fast.
chop at least, I think
Wayne's
this
fast.
is
Wayne's just going out of
GTO
his,
when that 300 straddles on.
I think you want.
Yeah, I
I
like
think you
it.
just
And
want
I
the
like
extra
it.
4 or
Spades.
500.
Decent
you
spot
just
to
want
gamble
spades.
for
Your
sure.
spades are
I
all
got
set.
one spade blocker.
I think
You
so.
have 3
Yeah.
spades in your hand.
I mean,
You have a better low.
It's
I don't know, his
decent.
hand looks so
Decent
weird.
spot.
He's
Out of
got
all
3
the
spade.
people on
Yeah.
the table, people would have said
Like
Professor
it's
and
whatever.
DonkFishPoker.
Don't get me wrong. It's not the best. You'd rather have like 2, 3, 4,
Look at
5
this,
jack,
Wayne's
but
branching out.
it's
I'm rooting for you, Wayne.
reasonable. I think just if you want to gamble
All good.
with the
Especially in that
with
hat.
that 1,000 out there already.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got that hat on. I mean,
9-8-6
I mean,
on
you're
the flop
still
here.
drawn to a low.
Penultimate hand of the night.
Yeah, ace 4,
Yeah,
5,
drawn to a
6,
good low.
7.
Drawn
Or
to
a
2,
deuce,
3,
even a
There's
deuce.
2 high cards.
6, 8 low.
just
I mean,
two
these 3 is
3v8.
Gotta be a lot of high cards in there.
Scooping out.
Oh, the 6 is good.
He's drawn to the ace 5, 6, 8.
Oh, the second card is the card that matters,
Wayne
right?
needs
All right, any high card?
a deuce to
I don't know how you're
scoop.
gonna win this one. Wayne.
Yeah,
But yeah, he's not looking great.
No, no,
Yeah,
you
you
have-
can't
It's
scoop.
terrible.
Any high card.
There it is. Oh, shit.
Wow.
Aces hold.
Somehow,
Yeah,
aces take it all.
I don't know.
Actually,
how they did.
trip sixes.
That's pain.
By the way.
He went for
Or
it.
change.
He
Do
went
you
for it.
reload for the
Alright.
last hand of the night, or do you just say, I'm out of
Woke up
here?
with the aces.
All right, one last hand.
Looks like he's in a
Damn, I think I had
Aces
like
were irrelevant.
middle.
throw one more
I had the
buy-in out
middling
there.
cards.
Yeah, I don't even remember what I
Then
had.
You
you
can win
had
it all
that
back
relief.
Yeah, I would have.
on the last hand.
I mean, I don't think this
But that
game's
was-
gonna
that
end
would've
here,
been psycho
right?
to
Like
go
these
with
guys are still gonna keep.
Oh,
playing.
yeah.
Three-way.
All
Yeah.
right, one more
Definitely.
hand, and then we're doing a PLO
Seriously.
flip for 460, which actually might get some of us unstuck. 460.
Yeah, if we went all in and put it, if we,
to straddle
160.
for 80?
I got
There it
160.
is,
I got the
460.
You got the 160?
Don't worry, I
Just
got the
out there.
160.
Straddles are
160
to
all
80
day.
this hand. Nope, the
Alright.
160's out there
Oh,
too, and the 320's in there.
Oh, wow.
So DonkFish is saying, nope,
Wayne,
let's
you feel
go.
all right?
I'm
This
trying to
is
get this back.
called I
I mean,
am
last
tilting
couple
out of my
hands,
mind,
I mean,
and
it's true,
I'm
yeah,
not
the only way
folding
you can get
here,
unstuck,
and
brother,
give
is
me
to-
something.
You can't get unstuck.
I'll
Dear
give you
God.
action if
Dude,
I.
this hand
if I
went
do.
down.
Oh God, oh boy, look at this hand.
Ace is back to back.
This is what you want, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
The right timing also.
Wow.
This is yeah.
No, he raised. But I think there's some merit to maybe, just trying to
Go for the back,
play a little,
the back
back raise.
daddy. Yeah, it's interesting.
This is not
Oh,
even
just the yellow chip.
Just the yellow chip.
Like, you got a pretty
120.
big hand here, but whatever, we're getting action.
I mean, this pot's getting big already.
Yeah, this is going to be huge. There's no way Donkfish is folding,
good
right?
thing
He's
this
got
big O
300
game
in there.
doesn't
So
How bad
he-
is his hand after
He
this?
has to always call sometimes shove here, or what would I don't even know what would
20.
what would the idea be if it's shoving versus calling? I mean, he can't fold, but
No, he's got to call this. King 10-9, 4 deuce, you just roll it. You got enough for a high and enough for a low. I think you're playing in position, right? Another 600. Yeah,
plus
you're getting
they're-
5 to 1 on your money here.
yeah, I was saying he could go with it though. I mean, you might just go with it and try to fold, try
actually
to
get some people unstuck.
go heads up and.
I have an idea. Instead
That's
of
interesting. Okay, that's an
instead of
interesting
a
point. Just a
PLO
pure
flip for
gamble.
this, can we
I
do
prefer a
high-low
call
flip
here
for
with
it?
this
we
king.
can
It's
do a
kind
big
of
O flip.
trash.
Yeah.
If the 9 was an
big O
ace,
flip.
then yeah, I
Actually
could see
softs
it.
a little bit.
Yeah.
Or even like a
Everybody
3,
gets
I could
5
see
cards
it.
and
But
do
I
a
think
big O
this hand's
flip.
kind
Yeah,
of
we'll do a
trash.
big O flip.
Yeah.
I'm going to
good
flop
idea,
a high hand.
All right.
If
All right,
Wayne-
but you're right, Joey.
Yeah.
Good
So
call. Yeah,
I
you're right.
was-
He does get protection. Ace is just going to put it in.
Wayne's gonna
Well, he
check
knows
out.
that if he
Opens
triples
it
up, he's basically unstuck.
All right.
So very important.
Oh my gosh, Jonathan.
Jared's
Is Jared ever going to put this in?
He's 100%.
He's got the
He put the
glasses
glasses
on.
on.
Wait, oh my God, not the Ray-Ban.
He's going. No, get those are banned first of all.
Yeah, that's what I was about
You know,
to say.
Don't put your damn light on your glasses with your Ray-Bans on. But he's going with it. This guy is 100% not folding this. You cannot fold this hand.
But Jonathan has 9K in front of him, so this hand's not over yet.
No, this is it. They both potted.
Oh, they both potted?
Yeah, Jonathan potted. This is
Oh,
on
wow.
You are not folding this. Last hand. Let's go, baby. Run it. 16K, Remco.
Jeez, biggest hand of the night.
It's a
Close
good
it out.
advertisement for this game. if
Oh yeah,
anyone's
by the way,
watching.
meetup game tomorrow here in the Venetian Poker Room, 2 p.m. 5-5 meetup game, Pot-Limit Omaha.
I told you.
Beautiful hand.
Available on Poker Atlas if you want to sign up.
Yeah. They told me if you want to play this game,
Hearts? Do I have hearts?
it's open to the public. On the list. Come down. These guys play here every week.
I mean, if this is how the game runs.
That's what Matt was telling me.
Holy
Get him
cow.
in.
This is 3. Wow, Jonathan, that's a huge hand, bro.
It is.
This hand will take a long time.
Yeah, you have like
There's a lot going on here.
50% equity, 3-way.
Big O,
Your heart is
3-way
lost.
all
Means
in.
nothing.
Not yours.
Which means nothing in this game.
Which doesn't mean it. Right.
But the good thing is they're blocking each other with deuce 9.
Big O. What a
All in
freaking
the
game.
Oh, but I got.
I said that.
Your heart's
Oh,
right.
there's one jack. I mean, if the queen, if the flop's
Yeah.
queen.
This is one of those
Queen
hands
10
that
You
king
need that
sweat.
queen
Right.
jack on the flop.
10,
No
9,
Vince
4
Johnson,
deuce.
but I'm
Yeah,
ripping
queen
tomorrow,
jack
right?
on the flop.
He's having a
Well, you did last time.
A high flop is pretty
Well,
good.
look,
10
Wayne
high,
can win
9
the queen
high,
jack on the side pot.
queen high even. Like he's.
9 of hearts.
Oh, I
Oh,
You
wow.
got 9-8-5, 2 hearts.
Now there is a low draw out there. We do have the ace deuce.
Set of
Ace-
five. Set of fives.
Just an 8 on the turn. Or
True.
5, 8 or 5.
Hearts for
Put
Donkfish.
the heart out there and end it.
Low draw
Big heart,
for
yes.
Jared
8, 5, or
and
2.
John.
8.
Pair the
There
board,
we
full
go.
house for the
That's
fives.
juicy.
The high side almost locked up.
Hearts are still alive.
That's depressing for
Yeah,
Donkfish.
the huts are live with the boat.
Queen of hearts, corner pocket. Just call for it, Wayne.
Hearts.
Yeah, and the chance to scoop if
any
it's a high
high-
heart.
any-
Yeah,
any
if it's a
high
heart or a
card.
9.
River card.
Perfect.
Deuce,
No,
dime
ace,
perfect.
3.
Scooper
Oh my
for
god.
Jonathan.
Nuts.
Wow.
What a hand.
Nuts.
Wow.
That's crazy.
Nice answer.
Biggest pot of the night, 16K. Ay, ay,
No,
ay.
no,
All right,
it's just
we're
a
doing a
flip.
flip.
You don't need any sixty.
All right, so now they're doing a flip.
The button is here.
I gotta put it.
Yeah.
It's a big O flip,
We're gonna do a big
Jonathan's
O
the
flip.
chip leader
and they're all going to match the small blind jackpot, I've been
10
told.
minutes.
Jared,
So here's 460.
2 hands. There's one-
Yeah.
pressing way to
Last
go
10
out
minutes.
there.
went
Yeah,
for it.
last hand.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Donkfish, what's not Donkfish's night tonight? He's one of our big losers so far.
No, just put 460.
And Jonathan just up 15,000 on the night.
Professor, nice W. I don't think Costa's up either.
Imagine winning 15K in a 10-10 game.
Oh,
If I
shit.
came out alive in this game, I would be
It's a
thrilled. I
great
mean,
way
this is a
for
crazy
anybody to
game.
get unstuck if you scoop.
All right, so
I
everyone
didn't
putting in the
realize
460 to match the small blind jackpot.
$160
Gonna be about 3,500 flip here for somebody.
Yeah, at least
We're gonna need to
something.
rebrand the
This
10-10
is gonna
game.
get.
Yeah, it needs a
False
rebrand.
advertising.
It may be.
I mean, these
You show up for this game, like, wait, what's going on? 320? Like,
How
what's
much
that?
action
Every
has there
single
been?
one of you guys next month.
Tons of action.
So it's a
He's
big
the
O flip.
internet is
So
like,
it could
yes,
still
Big
go
O?
half and half.
Oh, wow, okay.
yellow.
Just to make it extra confusing.
Those he knew those glasses changed the aura. He shouldn't have done the glasses. He should have put the tongue out, drank some of his margarita, and then put the money in. Once he put the glasses on, that was where he went wrong.
He should have licked the rim and then just gone all in.
Yeah, you got to do like a ritual or something.
All right, complete.
Yeah, you know.
Pray.
And he
You gotta pray
he
first.
knew it,
She
and that's
told
why he
us.
took it up. He knew something about those glasses was not the move.
Yeah, so do a flop, a turn, and then on the river.
Oh, great. They're not putting it on the reader.
So the stream will know it, but we won't know it.
How are we supposed to know it? The card's not on the
do
reader.
A flop, a turn, and a river. Yeah, yeah, you're good. But yeah, this is pretty cool, guys.
$460 flip 7 way.
Yeah.
Come
I
on.
mean, come on. No one put the cards on the reader.
680.
Oh, that's an
So we're watching a big O flip
Yeah, do the turn.
with
And then the river.
no
Then
information.
they're gonna peel, I think.
Yeah, they're doing the
Peel?
Yeah, one card at a time. Okay, so they're just gonna go around.
One card, one card.
Oh,
Wilson, one card.
It's like show one, whoever's the highest hand.
Right.
Basically, I'll draw down to the last one.
I hope I have a
you got to beat the person to your right before you stop turning cards over.
Exactly.
Oh,
I mean,
okay.
you can't complain. Look at your
No, I'm
chip
just saying.
stack.
Look at. Oh, I got a 9.
Oh, you got a king.
I'm drawing stone dead.
Or a deuce.
It's a new trend I've seen in some games where it's like this suspenseful drawdown,
Right.
and the whole table gets all behind it.
Can I
It's
just
kind of
muck?
fun.
Can I just muck, please?
All right, 5 or a deuce. Okay, I have 3s. That's not very good. Oh, deuce. I have a nut low draw and a 5.
Okay.
So I have a nut low draw and
Nines
hearts.
with a king is in the
I
lead
just
so
have-
far.
So 9s with a king or the
All right, so
nuts.
players
So,
are
I
doing
mean,
a
no one even
final
has an ace
flip
yet.
to close out the night here.
No, but I do have
A
deuce
little
three
hard
low.
for us to keep
Queens.
track of.
Queens.
Ooh.
Wait,
Wait.
Queens are in the
Queens
lead.
Put them on the RFID. Put them
Yeah,
on
put
the
them on the
RFID.
RFID.
Okay.
I mean, I did scan them.
Yeah. 4.
Four.
Well, you're not supposed to
Graphics a little overwhelmed here by
Yeah,
all that's going on.
Ace.
Okay,
Right,
aces.
aces.
Wow.
Could have used half that.
Aces ahead.
I'm just
Wayne thought he had a
looking
5 for a
low.
sec.
Look
Can
at
I,
all
can I
these
buy
high
your
cards.
hands?
Right, can you buy
Have you looked
his
at, have you looked at your cards yet?
6s and
I
7s.
want to buy your hand.
I mean, I would buy Wilson's
I'll
hand,
buy
too.
Wilson's
I'll
hand.
take a nice little
4,
diamond.
6, or
It's
Oh, you
funny
already
how
flipped over
something
a
can be
9?
really fun to play,
I'd still
but
buy
to
it.
watch
I'd buy
a
that.
flip,
Who's
it's
got
kind of
a
like
five? Someone has to have
no
a
skin in the
five,
game.
guys.
Unless it was
Oh,
that
for sure.
Neymar versus Alan Keating flip where they were that was just crazy.
Oh.
And like,
Or a diamond.
I guess it depends on how the
Diamond
flip
draw.
goes, but here, I mean, that's a good point, though. You're right. What do you, I don't know. What do you think?
How
You like?
has no one turned
No,
over
I'm not a
a
fan of
5
the
yet?
Not a fan.
casino element.
5 on the river?
All right, Wilson's got
Oh,
the.
You're
Diamond
pure-
draw-
Remco's a
Diamond draw
purist.
is very
Of purist.
large.
Dude,
Diamond draw is
3 is
very
coming on the
Get this
river.
gambling out of here.
3. 3's coming on the river.
Oh, that's- that was
7,
good.
7.
But I mean,
Even though you've been advocating for higher bonuses,
Yeah,
and higher
but-
pay
Everyone has an
limits,
eight.
and
I love that
payouts.
everyone has an eight.
Dude, my
I
threes
mean,
are
can you
way
tell me what's
wide.
going on right now?
That's why I like it. You are kind of. I like that you're
All right, so you got to be
you're dedicated to the fans here.
Deuce.
Oh,
There's no more 9 left.
5.
Oh, you got trip 5.
Oh,
Trip
trip
5
five.
to you,
Trip
Chris.
5. Okay, I need
Hopefully
a-
you and I chop or a 3
Yeah, I need
comes on
this
the
to be a
river.
diamond or I need a
These are the 3 cards.
And we
on
know.
Is there a reason they're not putting on the indicator?
I mean, I think the reader is just
I mean, there's
confused
still-
about.
Hopefully it's a diamond. I'm just really
This
hoping.
entire
We know
hand.
that the 5
Diamond.
of clubs is a river. I don't think they know the 5 of
No.
clubs is a river.
And
right?
Oh, right.
Wilson.
Okay.
I don't think
I think
can-
graphics are still trying
Now, whatever you
to
do,
make something
turn
of
it over
this.
slowly.
Either way,
I need an ace on the river.
it's been quite a night,
Ace
and this
king for ace
this
on the
final
river.
hand is sort of exemplary of the type of action we've seen.
Oh, come
Alright,
on.
no
Deuce
low draw?
3? I'm going to get quartered
All right,
here?
now you can flip.
All right,
It
turn
looks
it
good
all
for
nice and
Jered. I
slow. Make it
can't
a
remember what
4
everyone
ball.
else has, but
4 ball, corner pocket.
Ace. Come on, ace, baby.
4,
Ace.
6, 7, 8. 4, 6, 7, 8. I'll get a quarter.
Ace
10.
10.
oh,
Hey,
never
yeah,
mind.
but
What am I?
diamonds.
What was I? What the hell was I
Got
looking
diamonds.
at? I
Anybody
thought I was
got
looking
The
at a
reader
full.
was.
I think the
the
reader-
vibe was
yeah.
on the turn. Yeah,
Okay,
this is a
okay.
confusing
With
hand.
the
No,
8
no,
high
no,
diamonds
what's
wins?
happening?
The 8 high diamonds is
The
going to
8
win.
high diamonds is going to win.
high diamond
The-
scoops?
Wow.
8 high diamonds.
We got a
scoop.
scooper on the final hand.
Scoop.
No low.
Wow, look at this.
That's a fitting way to end it with a scoop.
Good hand, sir.
Shout out to everybody in the chat. Donnie
great.
Peter, I haven't seen much of the chat. Donnie Peters, I love Donnie Peters. Always showing a lot of love.
Donnie
in the
brought
chat.
the energy today on the Negrano stream.
That was so fun. That was one of the most fun matches I've seen in a while.
By the way, tomorrow,
He just,
Donnie and Kevin Gerhardt back on the call for the PGD PLO final table.
Yeah.
And then Tristan and I, and maybe a little bit of Joe Ingram later on tonight.
All right.
Tomorrow night, 6 p.m. Pacific time, we have the JRB game. 100, 200, no limit. Peter's in the mix. Brittany is there. Wasserson is back. Brian Oken is in the mix. Willie Full Trips. You never know. So please tune in for that. There's a whole bunch of action to come from Venetian Poker Live. On your way out, as I always say, please make sure to like this video and subscribe to the channel. It's been an honor and a pleasure once again to call the action. these boys delivered It was a very fun and aggressive game. Shout out to
Thanks to the guys for
DonkFish
throwing it.
and PLO Professor for putting this lineup together. And here's a look at the final standings. Jonathan, the big crusher. Dr. Costa, still undefeated here at Venetian Poker Live. PLO Professor also booking a nice win. And the boys here posing for a group photo. It's great to have them all here.
Thanks, guys. Thanks, Tristan. You're the
Thanks,
man.
Tristan
Thank you,
Wade.
guys. Appreciate
Thanks,
you guys.
Joey Ingram. Appreciate you all. Thank you all
everybody in the
guys
chat.
all for
Love you
watching.
guys.
And we'll
Lock
see
in.
you tomorrow night for the No Limit Cash game at 6 p.m. Pacific.
Let's get a drink. Let's go.